Yo, what's going on, dude? Single Dads, welcome back, my friend. Always good to see you, my man. Always good to see you. Here, let me get this panel link up real quick. I ended up making a Discord too. So, if you want to do like Discord debate kind of thing, we can totally do that, man. I'm down with that, bro. Oh yeah, me too, bro. Me too. Yeah. Dude, I typically don't fucking rage like I did last night, but I had way too much to drink, man. I've made that mistake plenty of times too, where I'll go out and I'll get just absolutely fucking beat up, you know, and then I get home and my thought process goes straight to, well, how about how about I get online? You know what I mean? It's not the most productive thing to do, but hey, what are you gonna do, man? You know what I mean? Like we're all just trying to get by. All right, let me get a daily burst up real quick, and then I'll get Bible.com up so we can go through and read some of God's word today, y'all. Today is the day the Lord has made. Let us rejoice in it. Hey, look at that. That's a good one. That's a good one. Right. Dude, you're a great like debater, bro. It's incredible. For real, man. Like, I'm not even trying to just gas you up, dude. Like, what you do is very good at it. All right. So, y'all. Thank you. I got the panel link up in chat. Anybody jump in, you already know. I'm starting way later than I usually do. Trying to repent my evil ways that I got going on right now, man. That's how life goes sometimes, dude, you know? I'm working on that myself, bro. Yeah, actually, funny enough, dude, I woke up at about 2 o'clock, like just in time for her to send us over to a Project VO. I like what he's got going on over there, man. He's good, folks. But yeah, I felt bad, dude, because I don't know. I just when I get drunk, I get pretty rowdy, and I try not to. You know what I mean? Really like trying to work on that. Only when people argue in really bad faith ways that like kind of eats at me. You know what I mean? Right. Yeah. 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 I feel like, and I remember in TOS with everything that everything that I said, dude, because I was like biting my tongue, dropping, spitting venom, you know? Yeah. Oh, dude, I heard about that. I definitely want to, like, I'm gonna go back and look at that. That's what she was saying. 'Cause she was over in Project VO, and you know, I was like, hey man, I'm sorry about last night. Didn't mean to do all that and get like that. And, she went, no man, there was some dude. Yeah, 100%, bro. That's crazy. Yeah. That's what I heard. That's what I heard. Yeah. Dude, Bricky's funny, man. I like Bricky. But what you can't argue with folks like that, man. Oh, Bricky. You were talking about Bricky. I thought you were talking about Ryan. Ryan, like, he orchestrates his arguments like a Redditor, you know? Oh, the creep. Oh, yeah. The other creep. Right, dude. Yeah, dude. I mean, like, he'll, like someone will say something to him, and then he immediately goes to Google and starts typing. It's like, dude, if that's how we're gonna break this down, if that's where we're gonna go, and there's no like real conversation or constructive conversation, because I have a study that says exactly what I want it to say, like that's not constructive at all. So anyway. Anyone want to jump in? Man, oh yeah, of course he was, dude. And that's, people do that shit all the fucking time, bro. It makes no sense. Dude, what was his end game with that, man? Like, I don't get like where you think that's gonna go. Yeah, no, I bet 100%. I just like when people, I don't know, maybe I just look at things differently. I think that's really what it comes down to. Yeah, no, for sure. It's a miserable existence. It sucks, you know? What did he think was gonna happen, dude? Like, these fucking degenerates, dude. Like, crazy, man. What a loser. Some people obviously just, they have no friends, dude. Like, I feel sorry for people like that. You know, like Rolexes, dude, you can get fake Rolexes for a fraction of the price. You know what I'm saying? Not even that, like, I'm real tied in with the fake watch scene or anything, but I see people doing that all the time. Right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And even when you do that, like, what, this is just my perspective. Yeah, 100%. Absolutely. Yeah, it's about discussion and debate. Your money holds no value. Absolutely. Yeah. See, for me, right, like where I come from, if you're out and about and you're flexing your money out in public, all you're doing is painting a fucking target on your forehead. Like, that's, it just, that kind of, like, living like that makes no sense to me. I don't understand. And, like, I don't have a lot of money, bro. I'm broke as shit, right? So, you know, when I say these things, that just, that's the direction that I come from, you know? All right. Oh, so verse of the day. He who finds a wife finds what is good and receives favor from the Lord. And I keep praying about that all the time, man. That's something that I want, right? I want a good family. And I'm, you know, any of these chicks that I meet when I'm out at the bars and stuff, dude, I highly doubt I'm gonna find a good wife there. I need to chill, and if anything, I'm talking about, yeah, man. If anything, man, I'm talking about like repentance today, man, because there's a lot of things in my life I need to change. Absolutely. Amen, brother. You know what I mean? Amen, dude. You know, I really like, I do my very best to try not to come from some kind of like moral high place, because I know, dude, I'm a sinner, and that's why I'm chasing this thing, right? Like, I want to change myself. I want to do better, you know? And like, I understand where people can come in and argue this, right? And they can come in and they can look at it from the perspective of, you know, well, that's not real, and, you know, you need to just find self-control within yourself. And that's all good, okay? My issue, and this just comes from, like, in my experiences in life, I have spent a lot of time looking inward and seeing where I'm flawed. And one of the places where I'm flawed is I have no consistent, like, foundational reference point when it comes to my principles that I can point back to when I don't have something that acts as that in my life. So, you know, when I'm flying by the seat of my pants and I don't have a relationship with God at all, there is no, like, consistent, not even morals. I'm talking about principles here, you know, like, there's no foundational principles in my life that I can point back to and go, that's what I need to adhere to, right? For me, it's solely when I'm without God, that goalpost shifts constantly. And for someone like me who's incredibly self-centered and selfish, I will warp that my principles to meet my needs, right? So, like, yeah, this may go against my principles, but right now it's justified, and I can come up with whatever number of different things I need to in my head to justify doing bad things, right? Like, things that I consider bad. So that's, oh, is it? Okay. Hold on. How about that? How's that? Is that better? Cool. But yeah, man, like, that's why I chase God. That's why I'm going to Jesus, because, you know, when I say Jesus, right? Like, for me, when I say Jesus, that is a very solid example of how I would ideally live my own life. Not the concept of Jesus, but the in the stories and the way that, his character was built. So that's why I strive towards that. When it comes to the kind of like the stories in the Bible and everything, no, dude, I'm not trying to be a martyr, bro. No. No, hopefully not, bro. That sounds miserable. But that's what I strive for, is those aspects of character. Like, that's, if I could live my life like that, interacting with people the way I interact with them, to me, that is what is holy, in a very practical sense is what I'm saying. And I just, I need a lot of help with that, right? Me personally. Other people don't. That's great. I'm not dissing anybody for what they believe. I'm not, that's not even my bag, dude. When it comes to, like, what gets you through the day, even these crazy lefties, man, like, if what you do gets you through your day and keeps you happy, go ahead and do it. But that doesn't mean that I don't think that there should be some form of societal pushback against those things, because it's typically like degeneracy and all that. And, if you choose that life, you choose that life. That's you, right? And like, I can even say myself, man, like, I'm working on repenting right now. I'm working on changing a lot of these things right now, like, I want to find a family. I want to have kids. I'm 32. I pissed away my 20s on drugs. And then, the past 7 years, I've been trying to fix things since the drugs, and that's why, like, I'm real careful to not call myself sober right now, because I drink. I was sober for, roughly about like 6 years, right? But about 6 months ago, I started drinking, so I'm no longer sober. It's just being completely honest, I'm off drugs. I don't do drugs. I don't, like, smoke weed or do any of that. I just drink, but that's still, like, to me, that's not sober, right? And I know in my own personal case, there's gonna come a time when I'm going to be confronted with the future and the possibility of a future, something that I can hold on to, something that I can build. And I feel like, a relationship with God is the way that I'm going to find the thing that I want and move forward on it. And I feel like if I continue to build my relationship with God and continue to dig into this life and truly learn about it. What's up, brother?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, bro. How you doing?
Cool. Just getting ready for work myself. I figured I'd hop in real quick and add to the discussion here, because what you're actually talking about, it kind of does pertain to the situation that I've been in.
Yeah.
I have the two kids, the thing that you're kind of looking for, and obviously I couldn't keep it together with what I had going on. I mean, granted, the person wasn't ideal. It wasn't like, I lost somebody who was great. I just lost the person who I had the family with,
Yeah.
And I guess you could look at it as a loss, because it's what I was trying to build with. But I was already trying to build a block that didn't fit the puzzle,
Yeah.
I think that's a big part of, for us men especially, is trying to find the woman that actually fits. And since since the goodness is so scarce these days, we'll just take any piece that fits.
Right. Yeah. I've done that way too many times.
Yeah. It's similar to how you were talking about drugs, It's like you're fitting it with a piece that doesn't fit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it felt like it fit for a good long time.
Oh, of course.
And then
It's because
it
you
started
forced it.
tearing pieces off the other
Yeah,
start tearing
yeah.
bits off the other puzzle pieces. You know what I
You
mean?
got it. That's exactly what happens every single time. So,
Yeah.
like, me personally, repentance is probably a big subject for me because I'm pretty new to this whole thing. Like, this whole faith thing is very new to me.
Yeah.
And after I split up with my ex, I met someone on Reddit. I'm just going to be candid and completely honest here. For
Okay.
casual sexual encounters, she was married in an open relationship, and what it turned into was a 2 month love affair where she was having me take care of her kid every day.
Ooh.
Yeah. See, it was always with the pretense of trying to bring her back to the church to begin with because she was in a secular marriage and she wanted back to God. But I realized that I couldn't do that. I couldn't be that for her. And all I was doing was using her as an emotional distraction because she gave me the things that I really needed. So at the
Right.
end of the day, I was sinning for no reason other than my own self interest.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's like I haven't been in a situation like that necessarily. All right, Abe
Yeah.
Dinkins says repentance means to ask for forgiveness and turn away from the sin you have committed. Yeah,
Yeah,
100%.
yeah. And that's why I'm saying, like, this was a pretty major one for me. I mean, it was adultery, this is breaking up a family, this is like a whole lot of like little and big ones combined. And I had to wrap my head around, like, if I'm not willing to accept this and try to actually seek forgiveness for it, then how serious do I take this?
Yeah. No, 100%. And I mean that's kind of on the same in the same ballpark where I'm at, right? Like
Hmm.
because that's why I said like I want to repent because like
Yeah.
I end up asking for forgiveness from God almost every day
Oh,
uh,
of course.
because I drink so damn much, and
I've been there.
and it's now like I've created Frankenstein's monster, and it's just getting to the point where I'm gonna have to either cut it off entirely and stop fooling myself. I need to just get like 100% completely sober, or
You
I'm gonna
do.
be drinking for the rest of my life.
You do. I could tell it whenever I saw it last night. I saw that you were self-destructing last night, and I say that because it's what I do. I've had the same problem that you have with alcohol. It's not like I'm gonna drink and I'm gonna run over a family, right? Like I understand that there's different levels to the destructive nature of alcohol. I mean,
Yeah.
but at the end of the day, even if you're enjoying it moderately, it's still destructive. So
Right.
it depends on if you're trying to build something. Something that is destructive is the antithesis of what you're looking for.
Yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely. Well, and see, so my thing is, right, and like this is the 12-step stuff, and like not a lot of people don't necessarily like believe everything they teach in 12 steps.
Nope.
There's a lot of good stuff there, in my opinion, right? And
Oh, of course.
it's played a really heavy part in my life, So for me,
Right.
I know, and I'm learning as days go by, and like I don't even know how I need to still learn it. Like I know it,
Yeah.
I can't drink moderately, man. Like I can't just catch a buzz at the bar.
Amen.
Like I'm gonna get trashed. I'm gonna play pool. I'm gonna
Amen.
sing and hang out with everybody, and like I might bring someone home that night, and these like none of this stuff is beneficial to me at all.
No, I understand. I understand. Wholeheartedly, I do.
And now, like as time's going on, like I'm realizing, dude, I'm 32 and I'm in the same place that I was in.
Yeah.
6 years ago, right?
Yeah, I've got you beat. I'm 34 and I'm in the same place that I was 12 years ago, plus 2 kids that I hardly get to see. And it's a situation that I put myself in. Whether or not I deserve to not have a partner or not, that's not the point that I'm making. I'm saying that I put myself into a position to where I would allow myself to be here and allow my kids to be here. So I'll say this. You might want the kids, you might want this, but the danger becomes when you have the kids and you put yourself in a position like I am. So you're already a step ahead in the sense that you don't have the obligation where you're brought back down already. So once you get back up again and you put yourself on a more elevated platform, you'll be in a much better position to take care of those kids.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I mean that's why, dude, I am incredibly grateful. So like my parents, they messed up big when I was a kid, right? Neither of them raised me. They I don't need to go into details here, but
Yeah.
I am incredibly grateful that I haven't had any kids yet. Not because I don't want them, but
No,
because
you clearly do.
yeah, but it's because like I would have never been able to give them the thing that I didn't have myself, right? Like I never
Yeah, of course.
had I never had a relationship with my dad. Don't even know him. And my mom, I got taken from her at one age because of things, right? So
Yep. Personal things and stuff.
yeah, I was never able to develop any kind of like strong bonds with my actual parents themselves. Now, granted, God had someone in my life to. What's up, Scott? Welcome in, bro. Abe, good to see you, man. Hold on, I want to read this comment from Abe because I was kind of letting that go for a little bit. So, Abe says, "Have been a Christian for over 30 years. I have backslid and fallen off. It's the coming back and making it right that is needed. I fell into alcoholism myself. It took quitting and the suffering of myself to fix behavior and get back closer to God. You have you have to know that numbing yourself isn't solving, it's running from the problems. I had to learn that." No, absolutely. I 100% agree. And I understand that, dude. I completely understand that what I'm doing when I'm going out to the bars is I'm trying to cover something up instead of actually like looking inward.
I'll say that it takes many forms in that you have to solve the problem. So like my example is I had to quit alcohol. I quit it for an entire year straight, but everything else in my life that I liked became my new alcohol. So like with this girl that I'm explaining to you, like it would take to the point to where she would have complete meltdowns, break things off, have this huge emotional roller coaster with me where I actually feel things that I probably shouldn't feel. It was just as destructive to me as the alcohol. Like, even if it gave me some of the things that I quote unquote wanted in that moment, it was still the same thing because all I did was replace the one thing with another. So the reality is the destructive nature of the alcohol in and of itself isn't the problem. The problem is the things that you're running away from.
Right. Right. I mean, I 100%. And you know what's crazy is, so this is something that I learned when I was going through the 12-step program. So like, I was running away from myself, and you're never going to get away from yourself, right?
Why were you running away from yourself?
When I was doing heroin, which
why. I
don't know if that's TOS, but I mean, it is what it is. When I was doing heroin, that was I was trying to cover up a sense of inadequacy within myself, and then the spiral of that is as I got more and more and more and more and more chained to this thing, I would do worse and worse and worse things, which made me like get to a point where I absolutely hated myself. And then I started doing heroin just to cover up the feeling of the things that I was doing to get the heroin. And as that spiral continued, it just got worse and worse and worse, And like, especially having a kick dope in jail, dude, it's not fun. So
you were in jail before? No, I'm just kidding. Based on last night's conversation, sorry.
Oh yeah. He got me so fucking mad, dude. But I was drunk.
I know. I was trying to calm you down too. I was like, bro, I've been to jail too. Calm yourself down. You're giving him the win right now. I really wanted you to see that because you were just handing it to him.
I know, dude. It's just like there's. When these cushion kids start talking and acting like they know what they're talking about, it gets me fired up. When I'm sober, I can deal with that. But dude, once I get drunk, bro, I am.
Bro, you don't understand. Had you not invited me, I don't think you get, like, my dream was to go and make him look like a bitch. Like, ever since I first saw him go on any debate, I was like, I really want to make this guy look retarded. Like, I can't help myself but hate him. And it was funny because I wanted to do that then, but I saw you were spiraling. I'm like, God damn it, I have to be the voice of reason here. So I couldn't even enjoy my moment,
Well, like what was funny was I kept putting myself on mute because I had a couple friends over from the bar, and like every time I would just hear him say some shit, and we were all laughing, and I'd pick the headphones up and I'd go, "You fucking pillow boy," And I
was trying to be so good faith. I was conceding ground and conceding points. I was trying to get him to engage in good faith, and he'd still be a little bitch. So when you chimed in, you know what? I just let you have it because I'm like, if he's gonna be a little bitch, I'm not gonna engage with him.
Yeah. But see, all that being said, that's why I need to stop getting on when I'm drinking. Because
I'd say depending on what you're doing. On a chill stream, it's probably not the worst thing to be drinking. But I think that if you're going to go into an actual debate, you would have lost the hell out of that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Without a doubt, dude. Without a doubt. You're not lying. I think more or less, though, it's more like, if I'm going to chase this thing, I'm not trying to say like I am I'm not like a representative of God. But Corey, welcome in, bro. Welcome in. Good to see you. Good to see you.
I don't know nearly enough about that.
Scott, dude, I'm sorry your internet's out, but I'm glad you got your power back on, man. Everything in the fridge still good?
Everything in the fridge still good.
Yeah, bro, that shit, it kills, man.
Yeah.
But like, I'm not saying I was and he's very cutting language. Yeah, same, man. I just can't rationally think when I get that drunk. You know what I mean? Like if I had a couple beers, that'd be one thing. But
yeah,
I had quite a bit to drink last night. So
yeah, that's just dangerous, man. It creeps up on you real quick. Yeah, it's one of those things. It's like I try to partake here and there a little bit because I realize that I can't let something run my life and be beholden to it forever. So right. I know that like if there's always this weird green monster under my bed, I'm always going to be afraid of it, and it's always going to run me. So I had to decide, what was more important, me thinking that sobriety was the end all, or figuring out what my problems were and issues were and dealing with them. And one of them is just like how I told you I was afraid to go on one of these panels to begin with because I'm obnoxious and autistic. And that's provable. I'm not just saying that just like as a talking point. I have Asperger's. So when everyone's talking about spurging, I'm like, I have a genuine reason to do so. a medical reason to do it. But it's just funny because like people don't understand that that's kind of like where my self-loathing comes in, because people can stand me in short spurts, maybe 10 minutes, an hour at a time. But too much exposure to me makes them really sick of me.
Oh, dude, I got along with you fine yesterday, bro. You were sticking around for like 3.5, 4 hours, so we're good. See, like I'm a little like I'm an oddball. I don't know if I have anything right. I haven't been tested or anything. I just know I'm an oddball, and I always like get along with people who have their own like unique traits and don't try to like put chains down on those unique traits. So I think that's why we get along, bro.
I think we get along also because we're different types of people. Like me, I'm competitive and combative by nature, and I don't see you as that way because like the moment that I looked good, you didn't try to put me down like some other people would try to do. I saw a couple people do it in what's her name's channel the other night whenever I was getting ready to get off. And I'm just like, in my mind, it's like, a lot of that comes from like a bad place. Like I don't sit there and wish like, oh, I want to be better than this guy. Like I do it in a competitive sense, not like I am better than this individual, but like I feel like I could do what this person does. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And you don't seem to approach it the same aggressive way. So I think that's probably why our personalities don't really clash.
Fair. Yeah. See, I'm like me. I feel like I'm more of a builder. I'm a team player, right?
Yeah.
So like. So for me, like when I go into a debate, like yes, I do see this person as the adversary, but my goal is to come to some form of either I learned, they learned, we created something out of this conversation.
Yeah, no, of course.
And then when you have people like last night, and 100%, Corey, he sure as fuck is, dude. Yeah. Without a doubt. He said, "You're a good debater."
Oh, did he? I didn't know. I don't know who's all seen me debate so far. So
and that's why I think the space we had on in the town hall yesterday.
Yeah. I'm saying I think the space is interesting because, like, I'm used to. At one point, I had 1,000 people in an auditorium watching me debate one person. Right? Like, I've had that situation happen, but it's very different when you're in an online space and you have no idea who and what is what. It's weird that the anonymity doesn't make me feel more secure.
Yeah.
Like, that's the weirdest part of it, I think. Because I have much more comfortability being right in front of someone's face. Because, like, in my mind, it's like, hey, if one of us wants to slap the other person, we can do it. You know? Like, logically, obviously, you can't. But I feel like it's just a little bit more nerve-wracking online for me. I don't know why.
I mean, I totally get it. My first time. So this isn't my first, like, streaming channel I ever had. I had a gaming streaming channel over on Twitch where I'm like this channel's like over 3 times as successful as my Twitch channel was. That was mostly just a bunch of my gaming buddies who would tune in and watch my channel.
Yeah, same thing. Most of us have done and tried that.
Yeah. So getting on in this capacity with like from this direction and doing the kind of thing that I'm doing with this channel, I honestly feel a lot more comfortable doing this than I did like just playing video games and stuff. Because to be completely frank, dude, I'm not that good at video games. So like it was like I would stream myself getting my ass handed to me in every game that I played. Where with here, like I love to talk. I love to talk to people. I like to read shit online.
Absolutely.
I mean, dude, I do logistics from home, so I spend my entire morning on the computer, and then the rest of the day, like, I can kind of just sit here and chill. I have been in a position recently where I'm stuck at home, so this also gives me kind of an outlet where I can have some semblance of social life, because I tore my meniscus last week, or a week and a half ago, something like that, around that time period, and I just can't walk on it for too long, or it starts to swell up and ache really bad. So I'm getting an MRI tomorrow, possibly surgery sometime this week, and and then we'll see where that goes. But it's been great being able to like kind of just be home and stream every day, and like actually put like some semblance of like a full time on what I got going on here. It's been really fun.
Well, it's a good thing. It's a good thing because
you're a great guy.
Well, it's a good thing also because it's a great outlet. Even if nothing comes of it, like as far as, success and things like that, in my mind, that should be an afterthought, because otherwise, how is the experience enjoyable for you?
No, 100%. I absolutely agree with you. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think for me, the reason why, like, my intention behind wanting to do said panels and some of these things like that was literally because, I see someone like Andrew Wilson, and I'm like, I could actually debate this guy. Like, even if I like him and I watch him, I know I could debate him. So it's like, why wouldn't I be able to be successful at this? And then my brain went into another thing being like, because you're not him. So like, my brain was going at it from the wrong paradigm, whereas in reality, I enjoy doing this just in my natural life. It's one of the reasons why my relationships fail so hard, because women like to win arguments and I don't lose arguments.
You don't let them.
Yeah. So it's just like, no, bitch, I'm going to win this argument. At the end of the day, you either just shut up or you try harder.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to argue with my woman. I don't want to argue. Like, that's the thing. I don't want someone who wants to argue with me. Like, that's the difference. It's not like I'm sitting there being like, how can I argue with her today? It's the opposite. It's like, how do I avoid an argument with her? Because I already know it's going to upset her.
Because it's coming.
Yeah, because it's coming. She's going to say some stupid stuff, and it's going to ruin our day.
Yeah. No, without a doubt. Yeah. I guess like my biggest thing with relationships recently, and this is like my own personal problem, I haven't gotten myself involved in anything serious because like I have my own feeling of I'm not ready for something serious, and like when I do the degenerate thing and I bring home some last call whore from the bar, like there is no expectation to like take that seriously and commit to that at all.
Yeah. Well, see, I have the opposite problem. So just a tiny bit of background. I got expelled in the 9th grade. I don't even have a 9th grade education. I know you probably wouldn't believe that, but my education level is less than just about most of the people that come on these panels.
Yeah.
I got expelled for having sex in school. By the time I was done with the 9th grade, like the year-wise, I would say I had already racked at least 89 bodies, 50 of which were virgins. I cared only about sex and getting women to have sex. And because I was a smart guy with a lot of empathy, it was very easy for me to do that. So I focused the majority of my young years on nothing but sex. But since I was about 23, I don't know what snapped or what clicked in my brain, but I've been a serial monogamist ever since. I only want a real long-term relationship. I have no desire for casual sex.
Matt, welcome in. Thank you, man. Well, see, that's the thing, bro. It's like I don't even when I go to the bar, I'm not going to the bar for that. I'm going to the bar to hang out with the boys and play some pool and sing karaoke, listen to the band, bullshit with the bartenders, whatever. And then by the time the night ends, I've been drinking, and there's someone there I just have been talking to that night, and I live like literally 2 blocks from the bar, so it's just the kind of thing where I'm putting myself in that situation, and then like I regret it, right? And it's just absolute. degeneracy, man. And I
My
don't like
my
it.
dream scenario, my dream scenario in that would be that I go home with a woman that doesn't push for sex when we're there and would actively not engage in sex unless I otherwise pushed for it. I have never experienced that. I've never experienced a woman who wasn't just when she, she's ready to go because she's there. I would
Yeah.
rather have an honest night with a woman, lay down with her. Don't get me wrong, it's not like I don't want to have sex with women. I'm not a homosexual, but it's just I've done that so much that I've realized without a connection with the person, I don't enjoy it nearly as much. It's just not, it doesn't feel like it's worth my time, and it makes me feel like less than what I should be.
When it's hollow, dude.
Yeah,
It's
well, it
so
makes me feel like less of a
hollow.
man, as a result. Like, I don't understand, and that's why, like, we were having the red pill conversation. I think that there is a lot of merit to red pill. Again, my religiosity, my belief structure, it was all shooken down by red pill in and of itself. But I didn't adapt the ideologies necessarily. So it's like
Yeah.
you have a contention that is both good and both bad for those reasons because it's trying to bring men back to being more men. And I think in that, the promiscuity debate is one of the ones that gets lost in the sauce because religiosity is the most important factor. So if you take that out and you add and you keep that promiscuity in, it doesn't matter about whether you talk about women parabond or not. Men parabond fucking too.
Yeah.
It's this weird notion that you can't have a daughter and the world around you ceases to exist and you would physically murder. And you're like, oh, well, that's a biologic thing because she's your kid. I'm like, no, you don't know because you've never had one. Sure, you're going to love that kid as soon as they come out. But in order to have a natural bond relationship with that child, we have to work at it, whereas women get it naturally.
Yeah. No,
We
no,
have to actively engage in that. Yeah. So we have to parabond with that kid in order to get it. Sure, you have the biological imperative, but as you see in the black households, and that's just being truthful, it doesn't necessarily mean they stick around. And if you had that naturally, automatically, you wouldn't be able to help yourself but stick around. It'd be against your own will.
Yeah. No, for sure. For sure. Yeah. See, so like a lot of my issue when it comes to developing a relationship comes from it's like I guess it's like an insecurity, right? And I could say that would be it, but it's not an insecurity of like I'm not good enough. It's more of an insecurity of like I don't want to get into a serious relationship with a woman when I'm still like trying to figure my own life out, like financially and plan for things,
Well, let me pose something to you because I will say this: that notion that you have to have X, Y, and Z before you get this, it's never going to work out as you plan. Things are going to come at you constantly. So trying to have the perfect system, perfect strategy, perfect finances, perfect everything, you're never going to get the family you want then. So at the end of the day, it's about taking the things that you actually want and need in life and accepting the things that you're not going to be able to change. And my question would be, how does repentance tie into this specifically?
So repentance, I would say, repentance is like, which by the way, like, I want to make it very clear. I'm not like, I'm not slinging dick on tons of chicks or anything. I want to like make that very clear. What's up, Jess? How you doing? Like, I hope that didn't come off like that.
No, you didn't. That's why I said I took the opposite approach. Like, I could tell that you're enjoying a little bit of it now. Like, that's how it came across. It didn't come across like you were just slinging it around,
Yeah. But no, like my thing is there's and this was like I when we had the promiscuity debate the other night, I brought this up. How
I would love to be there.
It's pretty consistent. The data that shows that like the more partners that you have before you're married, like the more people you sleep with before you're married, the less satisfied sexually you'll be with your partner.
And that's males too.
Huh?
That's men too. I like to make sure to make the caveat because a lot of men don't like to be honest about the fact that we do have some emotions. Otherwise, how the hell would we ever find a wife?
Oh no, 100%. Yeah, I wasn't talking about just women. I'm talking about repentance for me, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course. I'm just reiterating that it's both genders because a lot of people around these debate spheres and stuff on the right like to propagate that it's more so women than men. It's like, well, that could be true, but it's irrelevant because it is true in both.
Yeah, dude, that's the what is it? The fucking Genghis Khan fantasy. Like, there's a lot of guys who they have this idea that they'll have hordes of women at some point, and that's like the peak and stuff. And for me, like, I just want one person to, like, that we can hold each other down. You know what I mean? Someone who, like, is at least somewhat competent to raise a child, and even if it's a woman who already has a kid, like, she can show me how to raise a fucking child. Like, messing up my grift on this channel. What you mean? What happened? That's right. You're right about that. What did you mean by that, though, Jess? Welcome back, brother.
Sorry, my shit being weird.
See, is it Villa Boss or Vile Boss? One of the two. I don't know. But I don't understand. Barely my own. Oh, Jess. Yeah. No, for sure.
Man, I wish I could see the chat up here, but unfortunately being on my phone makes it hard.
Yeah.
No wrench, how am I supposed to make you some money? Okay, that's funny.
I gave you a wrench, Jess. I have 4 mods
now.
Of course you should
give her a dang wrench.
I think 4 mods is good, and, like, I don't need any.
Yeah, if you don't give her a wrench, you're a simp. I don't know. I just feel like I could just redirect that in any direction now, because apparently being respectful is being a simp,
Bro, she's talking about making me some money. Fuck that.
No,
Giving her a wrench makes me some money. I'm not simping, bro. I'm looking for the bag, dude. You know what I mean?
I get it. Well, it was funny because, like, after the panel, and I had people being like, "Yeah, what are your channels? Link your channels so I can." I'm like, I thought to myself, I'm like, should I actually be doing this? It's like, apparently somebody's gonna listen to me talk.
Yeah. But no, but, like, as we were saying, where the repentance comes in this, my thing is I want to turn away from the kinds of things that I'm doing and the situations that I'm putting myself in, because, like, I want a wife. Then
why are you going to the bar? If that statement is true, why are you still going to the bar, the worst place to find a wife?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm not going to the bar to find a chick, dude. I'm going to the bar.
No, I'm saying like the bar is the place where you go when you're not looking for a wife. It's kind of like my point. I guess I was making it incorrectly. I'm saying that if you're going to the bar, that means your head is in a different space than where your heart is.
That's what I was leading into, right? That's where the repentance comes, because that's what I was saying. I keep putting myself in a situation to have this happen. And the more I put myself in the situation, at least the data shows, the less satisfied I'm going to be with whoever I'm with, right? And, like, I want to be satisfied, and I want her to be satisfied. You know what I mean? Like, that's
another reason why sexual promiscuity is bad for you, because despite what people like to say in the public spheres, yeah, it does give you an expectation of what the person's going to be able to do if they've had other sexual experiences. Yeah. So, like, if they've had more than one sexual experience, then your brain is like, well, they should be able to do X, Y, and Z. But that's not necessarily true at all.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I just, man, I don't know, bro. I'm at a point in my life where I really need to change a lot.
Yeah.
I think
we all.
That's why I'm chasing God right now, dude. That's really why. Because, I mean, like I said, I have some serious issues, like I was saying earlier, by shifting the goalposts, and this my foundation of my principles moves constantly when I'm not connected to God. That's why I need God in my life. That's why I continue to chase God, because God represents a consistent foundation for my principles, and there's, like, people can bring morals and stuff into it, but to some degree, like, I feel like principles are more important than morals, if that makes sense. There's, like, because to me, principles are actions, morals are how I think, right?
Yeah, but the morals will dictate your actions.
That's fair, but if I have morals on something, like let's say, for instance, right, someone's in a really bad way and they need some help. Morally, I want to help that person.
Sure.
But my principles know that if I give this, like let's say, when I say in a bad way, I mean like dope sick, right?
Okay.
So someone's real dope sick and they need some money. To me, morally, like emotionally, right? Like I want to help that person, but my principles understand me giving them money is not helping them. It's just assisting in their own self-destruction. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but your morals would also apply there too.
That's fair.
So the way that I see it is like the principle. It goes along with how when you listen to Andrew and these people say that you have to have a foundation for your morality. The reason why that's more important than for your principles is because their principles are my preferences. Like you can't say the same thing about morals. So the grounding foundation of what you believe in has to be true for you to have. Now you can come to that conclusion still and not hold that moral belief, but that's kind of the point. That's what guides you there. So, and that's why it's like important for society, for instance, to have morals more so than it is to be pragmatic about them applying those morals necessarily. If they don't hold the morals, they're not going to apply it at mass.
Right. No, absolutely. Yeah. See, but what I guess maybe I just operate out of like the wrong definition of those words. Like I can totally concede that.
It's a topic that I actually would like to argue against Andrew because he's made a claim that I think is false. Is that unless you are a Christian or believe in Christianity, then you can't follow Christian ethics in the same way. And I disagree. I think that you can follow Christian ethics. I think a secular society could exist under Christian ethics, actually. Like, I believe that the actual fundamental principles that guide you to God, that's what they're there for, is to guide you to Him, and they are good, and they are righteous. And people who are not righteous can follow them. The same way that us, when we're sinning, and we fall to, it's the same concept. Like, you can use Christian ethics to completely guide all of society, even if they're not Christians.
Well, I mean, like, look at America, for instance. Like, that's essentially how we were developed, you know?
Yeah. But the problem is now we're systemically trying to pull that away from people so they don't have the truth, or not truth, it's however they view it, in front of their face so often. It's not pushed on them because they consider it quote unquote propaganda, but they do it all the time with other stuff. But that's why I say I think it's important that these ethics exist, and it allows us to actually pull from no matter what we believe in, even if you don't believe in Christianity.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. We'll see. And you know, like for me, like I said, like I'm still on this walk, right? I'm still on this walk with Jesus. I'm still learning, you know.
Me too.
I'm still digging God. I still want to like get closer and learn God, and you know, for me, like I try to come at everything with the eyes of a child, but I do have like a basket of experience that I can bring with me on this that like God has already given me, right? I didn't take God's hand in that. What's up, Robert Whaley? Good to see you, man. Always good to see you, brother. But you know, like today having at least that same reference point that I can point back to, and I can go, this is where I base everything off of. For me, that's incredibly important. And like I'm getting better at that. You know, I'm really like I need to quit drinking, man. I mean, that's just the bottom line. Like I need
you're
to
right.
stop drinking. It's
You're right.
It's I don't want to say it's ruining my life, but it's definitely
ruining your potential.
It could, you know.
It's ruining your potential.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
sure.
I mean, and again, alcohol doesn't build anything; it destroys. That's just what it does inherently. You can drink it and it not destroy something, but you're not going to drink it and have a fence built by the end of it. At least not one that's going to stand for very long. I mean, I've worked in construction most of my life and watched guys that are alcoholics. You know, they'll work their ass off, but they're going to make so many mistakes. You're better off just not working them at all.
Yeah,
So it doesn't really help you build. It just helps you destroy.
You know, do you follow Made by Jim Bob?
See, I like watching him in debates and stuff, but I don't like watching his solo content nearly as much. I don't like. I like Jim Bob a lot when I see him in other places, but on his channel, he seems different.
Yeah, no, I can totally get that. Yeah,
Yeah.
He's real good content for me during the day to put on while I'm like working, because you know, like I don't agree with literally everything he says, but at the same time, like there's some good stuff in there.
He's a good debater.
And you know, I forget where I was going with that. Never mind.
That's all good. I just know that he's a good debater.
No, he is. He's very good. Yeah. Yes.
I was actually
absolutely.
surprised.
Absolutely. His Jordan Peterson
impression. Oh, yes. Oh, so my God. It's so good.
Oh, man. It's so
fun. No, but I got to say, like, I was actually very surprised at how much I liked Rob Noor. I remember when I first saw and heard him, his voice was turning me off. Like, because everyone judges certain things about people, right? We all have that in us.
Yeah.
His voice didn't do it for me at first, but then I started listening to him argue and debate, and I was like, this guy's really freaking good. I mean, as someone who did debate, like, a lot. Like, he's really, really good. So I started watching him more and more. And I actually enjoy listening to him argue with people more than I enjoy watching Andrew argue with people, by actually a large margin.
Yeah, me too. Because Rob's very good at recalling and then maintaining the point and keeping things structured.
Yeah.
And you can tell when he gets frustrated because he's trying to maintain that structure in the conversation.
Yes.
And then in order for people to use like wacko debate tactics, they have to try and break that structure down. And he keeps having to reel them back in. He's like, no.
He doesn't even hide it though.
Yeah.
He just shows it. And that's the thing I don't like. Like, that's the thing about in debates where, like, you talk about being bad faith. There's a lot of people who are like, oh, Andrew's bad faith. Andrew's bad faith. It's like, okay, well, there's two sides of every coin, and that side of that coin's pretty valid. If you look at it from their perspective, you're steamrolling them. You don't really let them get a word in edgewise, but you do expect the same in return. So it's kind of like, it's like how whenever we were talking to Ryan, it's like, I had to concede something because you were going so hard at him. I couldn't expect him even remotely to not shut down. And every single time I offered him that ground, he rejected it because he wanted to be a dick because he was getting defensive.
Right.
And you're not, and people are going to pull away that way. That's why I like the way Rob does it, because Rob is just up there and up front with it. You either like it or you don't like it. And Andrew's got that like sneaky coy, like, I'm just going to make you feel stupid so that you get mad at me. The same way I am actually mad at you right now, but I'm not going to let anyone else see that I'm mad.
Correct. Yeah.
Sure.
Hey, Corey, welcome in, brother.
Hello, guys. How y'all doing? How y'all doing today?
Good, dude. How are you?
Oh, you know, just enjoying a good conversation.
Yeah, man.
Oh wait, there's another conversation going on? That's good.
No, just y'all.
I was joking.
Man, single dads, you know, it's funny. I've seen you a lot in Rob's chat. I think one night me and you had a little back and forth with super chats trying to get the last one in.
I won 2 nights in a row when I took my my crown and I walked away.
You did. I was like, fuck, man.
I stayed up way too late and ended up getting 2 hours of sleep before I had to go paint a whole house.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure, dude. For sure.
That was a regret, but it was fun.
Hey, Robert saw your name on there, bro. The Robert Whaley fan club. That's awesome.
I thought he would enjoy that. Robert, I'm a huge fan of Robert.
Yeah, man.
Well, I thought it was funny because my name was Stay Home Dads in that channel, but he kept calling me Single Dads Club. So the next day I just changed my name to Single Dads Club, and he never missed it. He never missed a beat or even noticed it. Yeah, my name was Stay Home Dads on YouTube for like 12 years.
Oh, Stay at Home Dads, and then we moved to Single Dads Club. Okay,
I changed it to Single Dads Club because he kept calling me Single Dads Club.
Yeah, fair enough. Nah, like my comment earlier, I think you're a really good debater. Single Dads Club.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, like especially your interactions with is it Tom Briss?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought you did very well.
Okay, well, no, it's good to hear. My problem isn't that I think I'm a bad debater; it's that I don't know when to shut the fuck up. Because again, I'm autistic, and it's very hard for me to know when I've spent my time in the conversation and need to pass it to somebody else.
Well, I mean, I guess that's a reasonable problem to have. Not the worst. You could be bad faith.
I try not to be.
Yeah.
I mean, I
Seems
conceded
like-
an entire argument to Ryan just to get him to calm down, and I didn't want to do that. So I'd say that I'm probably one of the most good faith.
Yeah. I definitely went off the rails last night.
I'm gonna have to go back and listen. I've been having problems with my Spectrum, and since it's tied to my phone, it's just a conundrum.
Yeah.
The lower class went off on like non-stop, like
Oh, I was so mad.
pillow boy.
Dude, there was an element of like I was actually mad, but I was also like I had a couple friends over and they were sitting on my couch over here and they were listening to everything and we were just fucking dying. Every time I put the thing down, I'd say some other shit. They'd start laughing. I'd have to mute it because like I didn't want it to be like a show. Like I wanted to, I don't know, like I was actually mad, but it was this balancing act of like, I'm showing out for my friends. We're all drunk having a good time, but I'm also like, fuck you, Ryan. You know what I mean?
Was there any like reason or rationale to it? Like,
He's just angry.
It really just comes down to like people who have no idea what they're talking about, asserting things that they have no idea about, and that was.
So you know what it really was? I can give it to you even easier. Soft man bad.
Yes, 100%.
Soft man bad.
Yeah.
But specific topic around it, or did
Jess, I have to mention, based on what you just said, like I understand your pain because of yours, because of your stream today. I actually have now been up for 39 hours. I tried to sleep for like 3 or 4 hours after being on a panel in yours. Never managed to get any sleep, so I'm in the same boat. Don't feel bad.
Oof.
Yeah.
I'll
And
do
I'm at
my
work.
best to keep some money flowing in your channel. Hey guys, give me just a second. I'll be right back.
Well, you're good. All right, with that, let's go ahead and say some really bad slurs. No, I'm just kidding.
And now I don't know. Is Streamlabs? Do they have a pretty strict terms of service?
Well, this is YouTube. I don't think it has anything to do with Streamlabs.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's through Streamlabs, but it gets displayed on YouTube, and YouTube's the one that you have to worry about. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Because I had put a little. I had a donation to Rob, and it had the word "gay" in there, and I just didn't think he wanted to mess with it. So I was like, "Well, damn, I forget that YouTube has a very strict terms of service."
Well, not very. I'd say TikTok has very strict because you can't say certain words that are just simple. Like, I mean, I don't even feel like saying them because now my brain is just like, yeah, you probably shouldn't just say them just to say them. But like,
yeah,
it's a lot more strict than YouTube. YouTube's not the greatest, but you don't have a lot of free speech platforms these days. Freedom of speech is kind of a myth.
Yeah. It's also, especially if it's tied to sponsors, you kind of have to please them. And
exactly. Yep. That's why Twitch sucks so much. Because they're beholden to very strict guidelines due to very strict sponsors.
Yep. And it's like if you want to have your, leg in that type of market, you kind of have to please them more than please the audience.
Yeah. I guess it just depends on the way you look at it, Abe. I'm not going to say that it's not because I haven't really had a true channel or done any kind of content or anything. I'm just kind of going by what I've seen, what I've heard, the discussions that I've had, that Twitch is worse and TikTok is worse than YouTube as far as getting TOS and getting bought for that. Unless, obviously, you lean left. So, like, the left-leaning people aren't going to get bought for violating TOS as long as they're left-leaning. If that makes sense.
Fair.
That's the way I've seen it. At least.
I think you have the prime example of didn't Hassan get 1-day suspension not that long ago.
Yeah. For absolutely, like, something that should have gotten him banned for much longer than that. Like, Destiny had to go through the absolute ringer and be accused of a whole bunch of shit and do a whole lot of things wrong before they even consider taking him off the platform.
Yep.
And that's only because, again, he's more of like a quote-unquote center left in his own mind and in, I guess, his sphere. So since he doesn't claim the liberal leftist ideology out loud, like proudly, I would say that that's probably what, because it's not like he's advertising it, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
He's just defending it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess there is a difference between the promotion of it and the defending of it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. That makes sense.
David Hogg, how many dudes did his dad have to blow to get him into Harvard? That is so good. That is so good.
Not enough from keeping him from getting kicked off the DNC, obviously.
Oh my lord.
Yeah, the DNC is having a fit, taking their people they want to bring into their little community.
Well, of course, because they can't pick a white dude.
Well, you seen the fat chick that's supposed to be the male engager, or the person that's supposed to bring more men into the DNC?
Yeah, I have. Yeah. She goes, I love frat boys. Like, I bet you do.
Are you talking about that one video that Rob was showing?
Yeah.
With the very effeminate men talking about going full-throated for Kamala?
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god, that's still one of the funniest videos I think I've ever seen. And then watching Rob react to it was arguably one of the greatest things.
But it just shows you they don't know what they're talking about, or they don't know how to engage with, I guess, that section of men.
Well, no, men, because again, what they're breeding aren't men; they're masculinized women.
Yeah,
with a dick.
Fair. Yeah,
like, I mean, let's just call a spade a spade. Like, I mean, there's a reason why you're visibly and physically repulsed when you have these discussions with them, even if you try not to be.
Yeah.
Because your nature is to want to punch them, but they're so effeminate that you actually feel like you're hitting a woman, or you think that you would be hitting a woman. You know, like in your mind, like that's how it goes. Like you might not actually want to or physically assault someone, but everyone knows the inclination to want to smack someone that they don't respect.
Oh yeah.
Yo, Scott, that's crazy. Are you serious? He said recently YouTube struck a channel for something that offended someone in another country using the other country.
That is so funny.
That's wild.
I mean, it doesn't surprise me.
It's kind of like YouTube needed a reason, and they found their reason, and so they're like, get them out of here.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they do.
Yeah,
that's what they do. Like, if they thought that you had a message that you were preaching and profiting off of that wasn't beneficial to them in some way, they try to demonetize you any chance they got, because you're not necessarily bringing them the money that they want.
Well, you know what's stupid to me, right? Is that sounds like, from a business perspective, that seems so counterproductive to actually making money, unless the reason they're doing it is so they can keep every dime that they make off of your channel. And if that's the case, then
yes, I would argue that is probably a good component of it. And I'd say that the fact that they're propagating narratives and ideas in society allows them to essentially increase the amount of revenue they can have year on in, the more that they propagate those beliefs, and they have the creators that are more in those spaces until they saturate the entire market and they have to find some new way to make money.
It also kind of fits your ESG argument yesterday, where is it better to have someone like Steven Crowder on, or is it better to keep like companies like BlackRock and State Street and these other like financial institutions happy?
Yeah, no, I agree. And I think that these financial institutions being happy breeds complacency, because I think that they could do some severe damage to our way of life. But the problem is they already are. So.
No, absolutely. Well, and that's why, like, a cultural pushback is so necessary right now. You know?
I agree.
Like, I don't
agree.
I don't want to tell other people how they need to live their lives, but this way of life that I'm trying to chase right now, I want to show people how much good it does for me. Does that make sense? Corey, you're muted. What's up? Welcome back in, brother.
Well, let me tell you that I need to learn how to use my phone for this.
Oh no, you're good, dude.
I keep trying to leave the chat when I'm looking at the chat, and I keep forgetting I need to hit the X and not the back because it brings me back to the YouTube.
Yeah, and it would. I would think that like they should probably have some kind of way to be able to stay in the chat and talking and stuff.
Yeah, it's fine. It is what it is. I'm just trying to get used. It's just more so I'm just trying to get used to it. Like I said, I don't do this sort of thing. You and Jess kind of allowed me to, I guess, do it and not feel weird about it.
What were you saying, Scott? Say it again. Say what again? Sorry. My bad, brother.
Yeah, repeat yourself, Daddy. I was just waiting for Ryan to call you.
Yeah. So Scott, what I was trying to say was, I don't want to tell other people how they need to live their lives. What I want to do is follow this path and then show people how much good it's done in my life, if that makes sense, right? So I don't want to be the arbiter of what other people do. I want to be the salesman, if that makes sense.
Well, yeah, okay, but if you're selling something that you know is packaged in a way that is going to do X and Y thing, aren't you still being the arbiter essentially? Aren't you facilitating the arbiter?
Well, I'm not making a decision on someone else's behalf.
You wouldn't be making the decision even if you were pushing it and forcing it or trying to force it. You wouldn't be making the decision. They'd still have to ultimately make the decision.
Fair. That's fair.
I think a lot of people get bogged down in the idea that like missionaries, for instance, weren't an important part of Christianity. So I actually would say that it's more someone's mission to call someone else to God if they can. Obviously, doing it by force or coercion is going to lead to bad outcomes, but it doesn't mean that all of the outcomes are going to be bad necessarily.
Yeah. For me, I do my best to operate just speaking on like my own personal experience. That's just
Absolutely.
what I'm efficient at, right? Where like when I'm talking to somebody else about things like God and like how God has made such a thank you. Yeah, okay, cool. Just making sure, because sometimes like conceptually I can't really when I try to word things, I don't know if like people don't look at things the same way my brain does, right? So I just want to make sure that the message has gotten across. That's the only reason I was asking.
That's another reason why I like to add little points here and there, even if they're not things that I hold really seriously. I like to have those contentious points added in so that way people can see other angles of what you're looking at, so it's more defined.
Yeah, correct. Yeah. And you know, I mean, that's a good point, man. I didn't think about that. You know, like missionary work is very important, and it helped a lot of people.
It was.
Like
It helped Christianity. It helped Christianity become the world's leading religion, essentially, if you want to look at it that way.
Yeah. What year is it? You know what I mean? You know, like it's 2025 AD, the year of our Lord, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's.
I mean, well, even that's the funny thing about it is even a lot of these countries that subscribe to Christianity at mass and have mass populations that are Christian, they don't even have the same calendar, which I find to be funny.
Really?
Yeah, well, I mean, think about it. Like, I mean, not all of these, the Eastern nations actually abide by the same calendar as us. There's a lot of people in China that are Christians.
Huh. I didn't think about that.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's just a thought.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not incredibly cultured. If you haven't been able to tell. You know?
I'm only minorly cultured, so it's okay.
Yeah. I'm working on that, right? Like, you know, I like to see things from different perspectives and hear, you know, how different people is. Yeah, leading by example is the common phrase. People often confuse people being leaders, though. Yeah, see, so I don't want to be a leader. You know, like that's not something I want to adorn myself with. I just want to walk with God. And hey, dude, I totally respect it. I totally respect that. I just want to walk with God and show other people. Robert Whaley, welcome back, my man. Good to see you. I just want to show other people how this walk with God has done so much for me, right? Because I mean, like, you know, at its face value on paper, the situation that I'm in right now is not like 100% ideal. You know what I mean? It's not. But compared to where I was before, that's where all of my gratitude comes from. My gratitude comes from where, like, it was God had someone there to throw the ladder down at the exact moment for me to climb out of the hole, right? And I'm just incredibly grateful for that, you know. And I know, like, it's just gonna get better from here.
I'm
right?
still in the hole, so you're doing better than me, and I'm older than you, and I have 2 kids, so I'm still trying to claw my way out of it.
Hey, dude, I'll be straight up, man. Like, I don't even, I can't even comprehend having that level of responsibility, and you're making it. You know, you're still here.
Well, I mean,
You're still swinging.
I'll say that if it wasn't for my newfound faith, I wouldn't be here. That I can tell you truthfully.
Yeah.
It saved me in a way that I would say nothing else could, not even my own kids' birth.
Yeah, 100%, man.
Because now I believe inherently that these thoughts and feelings that I've always had ever since I was young are evil. They're not good thoughts. They're not my own thoughts necessarily. I don't necessarily have to subscribe to the belief that I'm mentally unwell in the same sense that somebody else would be like, oh, well, you need therapy. It's like, well, therapy didn't do anything. But legitimately, one conversation with God made me feel like there was a reason that I should be here.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, that's so for me, I feel like that the power behind the statement you just made right there is so huge, because for me, like, I mean, and me and you are the same age, so we come from the same, like, you know, era essentially, where
2 years.
when I
2
was,
years.
oh damn, Robert, that's a fat loss, dude. I can't even imagine.
I've never had that much at one time.
Yeah, I was gonna say, dude, like, it'd take me 3 years to make that much money. But no, for me, right, like, I came from that era where the pharmaceutical company was essentially like using the youth and, like, my age group and your age group as guinea pigs for a bunch of medications that they prescribe now. You know, like, there's medications they had prescribed me back then that they're not legally allowed to give children anymore. You know what I mean? So
yeah, same thing for me. I was prescribed the highest dosage instant release Ritalin back in the day. And I'll put it to you this way: you can't even get it for any medical purposes, for scientific purposes, like even research purposes. Like they don't allow them to make it anymore. Like,
yeah,
that's how dangerous it is. And it was what they prescribed me at like 8 years old.
Right, dude. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. They put me on Wellbutrin, Zoloft. What was it? Risperidone.
Zoloft is bad. Wellbutrin has had both. I mean, it's had some good, some bad.
Like, you know, and my grandmother, she's been in the medical, like, not in the medical field, sorry. She broke her neck in like the early 80s. So she's been in and out of doctors for, you know, at that point it was like a couple decades. So oh man, dude, that's so terrible, bro. Oh, I can't even imagine, dude. Yeah. Oh, hold on. Here's Scott. What's been happening lately, we're seeing the fall of an era of the leftist activists pushing Democrats' ideology and its failures. People are looking to God again. It's like a renaissance now. Exactly, dude. Exactly. And see, like, that's why, you know, societally, I really think it's important for everybody to push for a good, decent society. And that word decent has been so muddied by these people, man.
Well,
like,
it's because at the end of the day, like, as someone who was a self-proclaimed atheist for many, many, many years, I argued for atheism for many, many, many years. I can say confidently that it's because when you're talking about the greater sense of self and you look at the world and you see that there is nothing greater than you, it's very hard for you to posture why something should matter above something else if you don't see it that way, which is why secular society is so attractive, especially to people with a brain. Because at the end of the day, a lot of what Christianity is relies on an emotion and a feeling first. Because if you can't attain that, if you can't find a way to have that relationship and that feeling, then you're never going to be able to bring it to its logical conclusion for yourself. So there's a lot of people that get that muddied because it's about what makes them happy. And it's very hard for God to make you happy if your relationship with him isn't real.
Yeah. No, correct. Absolutely. And that's the hard thing, right? And there's like the friction point there of you can't make someone have a relationship with God. That's a seed that you have to plant, or you can plant the seed, but they have to water that and take care of that and nurture that.
Yeah, of course.
Go, right? Like
that was to do the work.
Yeah, that was my case. You know, like the relationship with God for me was not. It wasn't the kind of thing that I guess before I had any kind of a relationship with God, the way I looked at that kind of thing was, well, it's very easy for you to just kind of, you know, you can just say, oh, well, something bad's happening. I'm just not going to worry about that and go on with my day. And that's not what it is at all. Like,
no.
You know, I think my biggest thing was I had this, which is crazy to use this term, but I had this like apostasy from my atheism. And
what is that? I'm sorry. What does that mean?
Apostasy is like just a sudden rejection of all of your prior ideals, right? When it comes to
okay.
Yeah, so I had this like really, and it all came down to kind of something you were just touching on earlier. Hold on, let me read some chats real quick. Robert Whaley, he says, but at the same time as that was going on, I was working a friend of the family's goat farm to help him out after his wife had a stroke for very little money, and I was taking care of my father and aunt also. Dude, that's insane, bro. Yeah, God put you through a tribulation there, man, but you came out on top, didn't you? Like you are a very well-adjusted man. Like that's
not easy to do, and not in today's society, especially.
Right.
Where the idea of being a man is already bad.
Yeah, dude, that's like big kudos for that, bro. That's insane. Like I couldn't even.
I think that's the hardest part for me. I mean, they could have experimented with me on many drugs as they want, but when they tell me that my nature to want to do X, Y, and Z thing is bad, and they wonder why I sat myself in a room and played video games for 20 years and didn't care about anything. Well, it's not because I was addicted to a video game. It's because I wanted to escape the reality of this mundane existence where I was told that I wasn't important and I wasn't valuable, and that one day I would grow up to be bad.
Yeah. Well, you know, so for me in my head, I had this, like it was the selfishness and the self-centeredness, right? Everything revolves around me. You know, exactly. I had this idea, which like I still believe this to a degree, right? But not in the same way. So back then it was like everything in the world is created in my head. So I'm the one that governs this. I'm the one that decides this. I mean, I was crazy, man. I was out of my mind, right? And
well, no, it's the only logical conclusion to secularism.
Right. Yeah. And I forget exactly what happened, but I just had this immediate like awakening to the fact of how insignificant that I am. And that's what opened me up to the concept of God. That was like the first step, right? Like I realized I don't have control over anything. I am just, you know, this small grain of sand on this beach. I am, you know, I'm nothing compared to everything that's out there. I have no concept of all that's out there. Nobody does, right? Like we are so tiny in the grand scheme of things. And that was the first thing that opened me up to God and how like truly vast God is, you know?
Yeah. Well, all of what you're touching on is exactly why that 12-step program works to begin with. That 12-step program isn't a thing that really fixes addictions. At the end of the day, it really tries to push you to follow a higher power and to believe in something bigger than yourself. Because the moment that you start thinking about only yourself, the materialism and the addiction to the feeling and the high that you're getting is significantly devalued in your own mind than that relationship with your father or your creator. Like it's very easy to ignore that until you have it. And then when you realize that it can be something that is just as good, if not better than that high you were getting, it's easy for you to stay clean. If that makes sense.
Well, yeah, there's that. But I will say one of the biggest things it did for me was So I didn't just immediately jump into this God concept with the 12
Oh, of course not.
like so that was a slow, gradual process. The 12 steps is a very like practical set of things that you can put into action on a consistent basis. You know, so
Absolutely.
like, for me,
I'm just saying it's all rooted in this belief in something bigger than yourself.
right. You know, that's where kind of the what's the word I'm looking for? The kind of like altruistic nature of it comes down to.
Yeah.
Dude, I could not imagine if it was 80 fucking degrees in my apartment right now, Robert Whaley. Holy, bro.
It's 80 degrees where I'm washing dishes right now.
Yeah, he was saying it was like 100 something earlier, right? Like that's insane.
Yeah.
And I'm like I'm kind of a huskier guy, so I'd be sweating bullets right now, dude.
Where are you from, lower class?
I was born in Tampa Bay, Florida,
Uh-huh.
and then now I'm in Birmingham, Alabama.
Well, that is a very interesting shift.
What happened?
I said that is a very interesting shift in locale.
No, a buddy of mine that I grew up with, that I used to get high with, he moved up here. I want to say like 2015. Now
Yeah.
he went the Jesus route straight, like right out of the gate. He immediately got into. He was in a real Christian place.
Good man.
In over by like the capital of the state, Montgomery.
Yeah.
And that was just incredibly good for him. Like it got him in touch with God, got him a relationship, and like put him on a walk with
That's
Jesus.
amazing.
He still takes it today. He's an ordained minister. He joined the
I'm
Air
jealous.
Force. Like he's just coming back from being stationed over in the UK.
Jesus.
So like his whole life turned around. Well, anyway, so 3 years after he had moved up here, you know, I was just in a really bad way. I like literally woke up in a bush, and my family called me to let me know, hey, Trevor reached out to us. You know, I was criminally trespassed from their house.
Oh no.
Like I was a really like terrible person, dude. God's done a lot in my life. And they called me and they were like, hey, Trevor reached out to us. Here's the deal. We can take you up to Alabama. We can get you in somewhere. If you don't go with us tomorrow morning, never speak to us again.
Oh man, that sucks.
That was the ultimatum they gave me, right? But here's the thing, like I was the one that caused that division and that broken relationship, right? Like they did so much for me growing up, like fucking saving me from my like the situation that I was in with with my mom and everything, right? So I completely destroyed the relationship I had with them, and they were just at a point where it was like, look, the only thing that you can do, like there's a group called Al-Anon, which is entirely about people dealing with an alcoholic, and they work the 12 steps in their own way, but the focus on that is like being able to let someone go and cut them off, because see, because you can't force somebody to get right. You can't do it.
No.
Like, that's something someone has to do internally, and you can love someone to death. That's the way they describe it, So like you love somebody, you keep enabling them, you keep, letting them use you. That's going to hurt them in the long run. Mm-hmm. So that was essentially where they came from with it. They were like, look, we love you. You need to go up to Alabama and take this opportunity, or don't ever speak to us again. That was like, I want to say it was like the very end of March in 2018. And then April Fool's Day, funny enough, they came and they picked me up. I freaking stunk, dude. I had this big like trash bag full of moldy clothes, and it was like sweat mold. Smelled fucking terrible, dude. Oh, dude, I was in a bad way. And
I've been. Hey, I'm not judging you. It's just damn, that's rough.
Yeah. But so I jumped in the car and came up here, and I kind of struggled a little bit for the first 6 months when I was up here. But when I finally like got some traction, and God put the right people at the right time in the right place, I just shut up and started to listen. I realized like I'm insignificant. I don't have control over all of this, obviously. Otherwise, I'd be in, a big house with a good job and, a family and all this. Like, I was, just a straight degenerate from my toes to the top of my head,
Yeah.
And everything just worked out the way it needed to work out. I built a relationship with God just about a year ago. Like, I really started moving towards Jesus. That's for me. Like, over the last 7 years, I've developed like a sense of principles that I agree with, and Jesus, the Christ, he represents those principles, and it's a very consistent thing. It's something where like I believe very heavily in these principles, and that's a very consistent thing that I can point back to, so those principles don't shift.
No, absolutely.
Yeah.
That makes perfect sense.
Yeah. But that's the long and short of it, man. Now I'm just still building everything back, bro. Getting everything right.
Well, touching on, I guess, the actual topic here of like repentance, I'm going to also mention something that you said, which I think is a dangerous thing for people to say and believe. As someone who has the propensity to have these thoughts that would otherwise have me no longer on this planet. It's very dangerous for you to say I was a bad person, right? Because at the end of the day, if you're a bad person, you are a bad person. You're not changing your nature. And I don't know if you've heard the Southern idiom of God don't make no junk, right?
Yeah.
The concept behind that is you were never a bad person. Just because you committed bad actions and did bad things, it did not make you inherently a bad person. And if you view yourself that way, I'd say it sends a dangerous message. When you're sitting here having these discussions, if you happen to have one person that comes in here and they start thinking they're a bad person, that's going to create this false confidence in themselves that they might be able to do something to change that, right? But when the reality is they don't need to change who they are, they need to change what they're doing and how they're treating people. Because you would never be able to get sober, have a relationship with someone, care about someone, sit here and have an open dialogue with someone. You wouldn't be able to do these things inherently if you were a bad person. You wouldn't be capable of it. You'd shut some part of yourself down. Something else would happen as a result. So I think it's important in the sense of repentance that like that's the whole point of that, right? Is that you're asking for yourself to be absolved for the things that you've done. You're accepting that you've done bad things, but you're not saying that you're a bad person. You're not making that claim, not to God at least. Even if you think that way about yourself, I mean, He's there to save you from yourself. Am I making sense?
No, that makes
you are
perfect sense.
Sorry. I was gonna respond to that for just a second, but then Jess said she clipped everything between me and Ryan.
Oh my God, I want to see that clip so freaking bad.
Yeah.
Oh my God, dude, we need to get Discords. Like, you need to get me on the. I want to start debating these people. I swear, dude. Like, I feel pretty good. Like, I really wanted to debate Ryan yesterday, but at the same time, all I cared about was trying to have you taken from the ledge because you seemed like you wanted to jump every time.
Yeah. Oh, dude, I was so hot, dude. I was so
I'm
mad.
so mad.
What is it that provoked it?
What's up, Corey?
I guess. Was it a comment that provoked it? Was it like?
It was just a line of logic he was using, because he was speaking from this. What's up? Are we not, man? Good to see you, bro. Yeah. So Scott, or what he said is the thing leftists hate is our ability to go back to our roots, to remember what works in a happier time. They want us to forget that. Correct.
Yep.
Correct.
True.
Sorry, where was I at?
I was just asking, like, was it a topic that provoked it, or like, was it something he was doing, or?
Yeah, I mean, it was immigration. If I remember correctly, like he was coming from this perspective where it'd be much better just to throw handcuffs on him and put him in a detention center while they sit and wait for their deportation, rather than just sending them back to their home country. Like, to me, the logic there is fucking crazy. Because he has no idea what it's like in these detention centers.
No.
I would say it's pretty easily, I would compare it to probably something like jail, right? Like, it's going to be like jail. And if it's like jail, because they're not putting these people in a fucking Ritz-Carlton. You know what I mean? Like, these are detention facilities. What's a jail? It's a detention facility,
Mhm.
right? So the logic there to come at me, like the way he was coming about it was, I'm so much better of a person to believe that they should go into like what's essentially a jail before just going back home. Like how does someone? And then I was also, very admittedly, I was absolutely trashed out of my mind last night. So that didn't help at all. It like that kind of logic just it made me fucking angry. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
By the way, I just wanted to go ahead and say, Are We Not Men, best mod.
Oh yeah, for sure, dude, for sure. And he's already said like when it comes time to it, he's like gonna make my emotes and stuff. He makes the best
hell yeah.
emotes, dude. Are We Not Men makes the best emotes. I have not seen anyone make them better. Some say he's the best. You know what I mean?
Well, I think that is an insane realm of logic to say it's better to lock people in a box and have them wait on their trial than to just send them home.
Yeah.
What up, N-word?
That name, I love that name.
Oh yeah, it's one of my favorite names. I am never not gonna say it.
See, Robert Whaley. Oh, perfect. Yeah, Jess. Jess is gonna start a debate panel at least one day a week. All right.
Oh
let's
hell
go.
yes.
Yeah. So I'm doing one right now on Saturdays. We had it yesterday. It was the first one, Jess. If you ever want to jump in before you kick your stream off, it's like the town hall debate, right? I'm gonna get the artwork and the whole theme and everything down for it. It's still in a work in progress there, but
It's very benevolent.
You're absolutely based.
It's very benevolent of you to allow a woman to debate in space.
Dude, Jess will pair someone up, bro.
I was gonna say, and plus, women make good moderators.
I was just messing with her.
Yeah, so I will actually. I will make Are We Not Men. Are We Not Men, you good to be a mod? You okay with that?
He's a good mod.
Yeah, he is a good mod, dude. N-word, welcome, brother. Good to see you again, my man.
Not like an
Probably
N-word
one
in
of the
the
greatest
chat.
names. Yeah, probably one of the greatest names on YouTube.
Yeah. There we go. Are We Not Men? You have your wrench, my friend. Yeah.
Cool.
All right, I got 5 mods now. I'm gonna chill.
I was gonna say, I think that's solid. I think that's a solid mod.
Abe told me don't have too many mods too quickly. But yeah, I do. I'm aware, Scott. Yeah, no, he's great, bro.
Well, you have some people that just by proxy.
Hell yeah. That's how you do it, bro.
You guys show dominance.
Yeah. But no, wanted to touch back on this comment, Robert. I saw this one earlier. There's very stiff penalties for entering other countries illegally. Exactly, dude. So like for me, the way I look at things, right? Like I'm not like a, incarceration connoisseur. Like I can't tell you like, all the things that a lot of people would want to be told about it because, every pod in every jail is different, let alone every jail being different, right?
Yeah.
But I can promise you one thing. It is much more humane just to throw them on a plane and take them the fuck back to their home country than it is to lock them up for however long the process would be for them to go through all the trials and all that shit. So
and to pay them if they self-deport.
What was that? Sorry.
I was gonna say, and think about paying them to self-deport. Like that's a very generous notion.
Oh, I agree.
Yeah, 100%.
Because they take that amount of money and then go back to their own country, and that's a decent amount of money converted into whatever place they came from.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I don't understand like how people can't take the moral high ground with that idea, right? Like my thing is, I'm like, and I may sound like a liberal here. I don't have anything against the people who are coming here illegally. I get why they did it. And to a large degree, the last administration was fucking incentivizing them to come.
Oh
here.
yeah.
So I feel
Well, that's not a
bad
liberal
for
belief.
these folks.
No.
Well, what it's the bleeding heart. I feel bad for them, right?
No,
But
that's
then-
America.
100%.
We're naturally that way. We're naturally that way. There's nothing wrong with you caring about someone else because they want a better life the same way that you would. There's
Yeah.
nothing wrong inherently with that. Not by American standards.
And
Yeah.
it's not really a leftist concept.
Exactly.
I mean, that's fair. That's fair. I just it's
Because,
it's,
I mean-
it's an emotional appeal, right? Like that's the
Exactly.
way
Yeah.
So
Because they're ruling the emotional landscape right now. So the idea that
That's right.
well, I believe this is true, that it's an appeal to an emotion. It's like, oh, well, that's our point.
boy, that
It's like, no,
pendulum
it's not.
go winging back in the opposite direction. Let me tell you,
Yeah, let's hope it stays swinging though.
it's a slow, steady swing, which is good. And that's why, like, you know, they it seems like first. You can't take the moral high ground on keeping a bunch of they don't have the moral high ground on keeping the immigrants here. And then second, what they're calling for is people to get locked up in a jail essentially while they await this due process thing. When if you just send them home, they're going to be fine. If someone climbs through my window, they're getting the smoke. Though it's different.
That's
if
true.
yeah, 100%.
I mean, I guess we're being very generous with giving them a plane ride home, and there's
what
other
I'm
countries
saying.
that would do so much worse.
That's what I'm saying. you
But
know?
logistically, you're also going to extend. Logically, you're going to extend that same belief of the window situation to if that person was invited in your home and then started destroying your property. That invitation's rescinded. It doesn't matter what you said before. It doesn't matter what you agreed to before. They were already not welcome. They were already a guest.
Yeah.
So the problem is it goes in line with what Arnold Schwarzenegger said in that interview. Even when you come here legally, you're a guest in this country.
Yep.
You have to appreciate this country for what it is.
Yep.
And that's kind of where I think that people are failing to understand is that you don't need empathy for people who don't have empathy for your people.
That's true.
It's going to get you a bad deal. You're going to get a bad relationship. You're essentially simping for another group of people based on their race. It's the same concept. You're not getting anything of value out of it, and you're giving them everything of value.
Yeah, I mean that's
I know that nobody here is going to disagree with that necessarily. But
Sorry, my buddy came in. Pull up bricks in. Your invitation has been revoked. You are now 100%. Yeah. Dummies could have been paid $1,000 to self-deport and have a chance to come back legally. Yeah, 100%. And now you have, if you didn't go home, now you literally have no chance of ever coming back here legally. That's crazy to me. Why would you give that up?
well, I would say maybe they don't believe it. Like it's very easy to say that this is true, but like, how are they to believe that if they self-deport, for instance, and get this money, that they'll have a chance to come back? How do they believe that we would honor that?
I mean, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah. These are things that you think about whenever you're considering debating these topics because they are points they will bring up.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's very true. Didn't think about that.
It's probably
Yeah,
off topic, but I'd pay him in Chuck E. Cheese coins.
There you go. Yeah. $1,000 in Monopoly money. Anyway.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Yep. All right. So, they would have had money and an option later. This would probably fix people. Yeah. I mean, dude, I feel like if they weren't incentivized to come here from the last administration, they wouldn't have come here. At least to that degree. Like, there's no way. There were entire caravans, millions of people pouring over the border.
The phone app too, like what is it, the CBP-1? Like it's like not only allowing them to come in, but then giving them resources while they're here.
Right.
It's insanity.
Yeah, 100%, man. It's crazy. You know?
It's the due process for me.
What's up?
I said it's the due process for me.
Which
What
is a
is-
fair
I don't-
argument.
I don't want them to have due process.
And I think that's a fair argument too.
Well, yeah. See, like, if someone comes here legally, you get due process. If you
Sure.
come here illegally, it's much more humane just to have you go back home than it is for you to spend time in a jail. You know?
No, I mean, I don't disagree with that. I think that the talking point itself is fine, but the problem is he was so bogged down on the constitutional amendment that until you get past that, which is why I try to concede that point to him, and then just debate the fact that I think that unless you have a complete moral foundation and grounding and rooted in Christianity, I was just going to go down the Andrew rabbit hole to flush out and beat his argument, because that's all he cares about is saying that, oh, well, this amendment means that this is true. It's like, okay, why is it true? Why do you believe that it's true? Why do you think that it should be enforced? Like, just going down that whole rabbit hole. But he wasn't going to engage with anything, and I already knew that.
Yeah. No, 100%.
Is
I mean,
this Ryan? The Ryan guy?
Yeah,
Okay.
radical coder.
Yeah, radical.
Okay. Yeah. The guy that Rob's gonna debate on the 28th,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, I'm
okay.
gonna tear him to pieces, dude. He's so bad at debate because well, you know what sucks, dude, is I've had some pretty good conversations with him, and we've had some good back and forth before. But the last 2 times I've been on a panel, I don't want to count last night. So let's say aside from last night, the last time that I debated with him, he was just so bad faith and like dismissive of any evidence. It wasn't good enough to be used in the debate, and like all this other bull crap. And it was like, man, you know, like I had respect for you in the way that you discussed things. Now you're obviously just trying to like generate content and get clout. Like that's all you're trying to do. You know what I mean? I was
Now, does he have a fairly big channel?
not at all, I don't think.
Okay.
Here, let's see.
Because I never know the popularity of some people debating. I know like Destiny and Pisco have a fairly decent sized audience, but some of the other, I guess, left leaning debaters, I'm not too familiar with. Like I've seen a couple of them, but I don't know their popularity.
Yeah, he gets he's got 776 subs. His views range though, I'll give him that. On some of his videos he's gotten almost 1,000. But then other videos he gets, oh, okay, here's one. His protest stream got like 500.
People are probably actually looking for that though.
Yeah. Oh, dude, yeah. The streams I've done the best on were the riot streams, like doing riot.
Some insanity.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, man. Watching some of those streams, it was just pure insanity. It just
Pisco.
You know the debate that I really want to do, lower class.
What's that?
Ryan and what's his name? Soy Pill versus me and you. I think that would be fun.
Oh,
I'd be down.
Yeah, I think that would be a lot of. I think that'd be a lot of fun because I know they're both people that I want to debate.
No drinking.
I know they like debate. Yeah, right. Yeah, seriously, lower class. Yeah.
Hey guys, hold on. Scott's saying there's a ruffling sound coming from someone on the panel, and it's real distracting. I don't know who that might be.
I'm on mute for a couple seconds. See if it's me.
All right, I'll keep talking. I mean, it could possibly be me. I don't even know. That's what.
I mean, I'm on
Scott-
mobile, so it's probably me.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, if the phone's moving around and all that, or whatever.
No, the phone's sitting still. I have an earpiece in.
Got it. Okay. Inward says it's single dad. All right. Yeah, it is you.
It's you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just mute myself in between talking.
Bro, I mean, that would probably help. That's what I try to do, especially when Charlie starts barking and stuff. But, yeah.
Damn, you gotta let Charlie bark, man.
I do.
You gotta let him talk, man.
Oh, I do. Yeah.
He's got some interesting opinions.
He does, bro.
The Neo Yahtzee pugs, you know, that's what you gotta watch out for.
Yeah, he definitely puts his hand up whenever I'm playing with him. He'll go. You know what I mean?
They've been brainwashed for years, man. I'm glad you're saving this one.
Yeah, I love that little bastard. He's such a good boy. What's up, Bubba? You all right? You okay? No, yeah, I think I'm gonna start like we'll start actually like reading into Genesis at about 6. I think that
Okay.
would be that'd be a good time. It's been a great conversation so far. But yeah, anyway, to touch back on that single dads, I'd totally be down. What would be the topic, you think?
I could pretty much willingly argue them about anything. So
Yeah.
for me, it's just about the opportunity to make them look silly.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
So I would actually prefer it to be something that you'd be more well versed in personally. So that way it'd make it easier for us. Because again, for me, it's more about the semantics of the debate than it is the actual argument. So
Yeah. I would like.
I love arguing semantics. I love it. I can't help it. It's just so
Oh,
much
me
fun.
too. See, I would go into healthcare. Like I would debate healthcare easily. I can make them look like absolute morons talking about.
That would probably be a topic I know a lot less on, but it's not like I can't familiarize myself before arguing with someone.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Healthcare can, I guess, encompass a lot.
Yeah,
That would be interesting.
What's up, Ashton?
What
How you
up,
doing, bro?
dude?
I think it would actually be a really, really interesting debate. I had that thought after we were done with Ryan yesterday. I was just like, man, I think if lower class wasn't drinking, he'd be a fun debate partner against these people.
Yeah.
And I was thinking him and First Amender, but I don't really want two people that are that bad faith in the same debate.
Yeah.
Because like First Amender, in my opinion, is way more egregious with his stuff than what's his name, Ryan is. Even though Ryan's pretty bad faith.
I haven't actually like watched any of First Amender's stuff.
You're
I've
not
seen him
missing
debate-
anything.
I've seen him debate one person one time, and he was just cringe, bro.
Yeah, I'd say in my opinion, it's like if you took Destiny and you crossed him with Ben Shapiro. Like that's the mentality that I see in him, and it kind of sounds like him too.
Gosh. Ashton wants to debate Duck and First Amender 1v1. First Offender, yeah.
I'll debate you 1v1.
Yeah, we can do that another time. I didn't really want to get too far into a debate with this one, just because.
Oh no, I don't want to do that right now. I'm working. I was just saying in general. I'll gladly debate Ashton.
Thanks, Jess. I appreciate it. It'll be fun. I was so mad, dude. I was so fucking mad, man.
I actually think that's what our side is missing. I think that our side is missing a lot more people that debate each other. It's just one side versus the other when there's just already so much contention between the sides in the same arguments.
Well, the left do like. I have noticed they do debate each other about some things, but typically what it comes down to is like really like the big contentious option, the big contentious topics of the time, right? Like Israel, Gaza, and Ukraine. Well, the left doesn't really diverge on Ukraine, but shit like that, where there's they have radicals on both sides of a topic in their own party, and they hate each other. That's why, like, I hate the fact that.
Yeah, Rob with First Amender was hilarious.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Same. Yeah, I agree. That was the only debate I've ever seen him in. That was the one where he had like the trans hearts, right? But like the background behind him was like a revolving like heart thing, and it was just so annoying, dude. It was like, come on, bro, like. Why wouldn't you just engage with the conversation? And
I don't know. Once I learned that you're exchanging nude and illicit photos and stuff with an underage girl, I kind of check out on caring or respecting any part of what you could have possibly be. So.
See, I didn't know any of that, dude. Fuck that guy.
Yeah, no. He was like 19 or 20 or something like that, exchanging nudes with some girl that he met online when they were like 16 or 17. It was like two of them or something like that.
Yeah. See, I'm not with that, dude.
That seems to be a real problem with content creators.
Yeah.
I guess just the access of YouTube and other apps like that where the age ranges are so wide. But damn, come on, man.
It's pretty intense.
'Cause I remember when I was probably like 5 or 6 years ago, there was like inside the Pokemon community, a lot of their streamers were getting hit with a lot of PDF situations.
Which, I mean, it's a running trend, you know. I'm not saying that there isn't that stuff on our side of the aisle as well, but it's when it comes to content creators, it's like the lefties are monumentally more apt to be sex pests.
You can't do anything about minors being on social media. In a perfect world, I would say no, minors shouldn't exist in most spaces where adults congregate. But
Yeah.
I know for a fact that the liberties required to restrict for all Americans in order to restrict the rights of minors, quote unquote, would be too severe, and nobody
Yeah.
would ever go for it. Not even the people in this space.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the only way to practically do that would to have something like a digital ID be in place, and
Nobody wants that.
That would be
Right.
insane.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like
Yeah.
that's some real deal 1984 shit right there. So,
Well, nobody wants their whole family to be doxxed because of an opinion that they hold and they discuss online or in a debate room or in a safe space even for themselves, however they view that to be.
yeah.
I don't think anybody really wants to have to risk their families. Like me, I'm not afraid if somebody wants to pull up on me. I'll gladly scrap with someone. I don't care. It's more so I have 2 daughters to think about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like what happens when they pull up to your house and you're not there, but your family's there.
And then there's
Well,
also
I'm separated, so like she's with her mom. So it's like it's not like they couldn't find that information out. I'm already
Oh,
not
well,
going to
true.
be there.
True. That's very much true as well.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm not that much of a degenerate. You know what I mean? Like I have my own like forms of degeneracy but like my thing is like I don't flaunt that, right? Like I don't want that to be part of who I am. I want those things about me to change because they bring detriment to my life, right?
Yeah.
And for me, like if I could flaunt, not necessarily like me, you know, meeting up to some moral and principled expectation of my life, but more or less like my true earnest effort of trying to adhere those principles to my life. Like that's what I'd want to flaunt, right? Because like I know I'm never gonna live up to any kind of expectation I have of myself. Like I'm a human being, bro. I'm a natural born sinner. Like I'm not trying to make an excuse for it, and I'm not trying to downplay it when I say that, but like for me, in order for me to grow just personally as an individual, I have to be very careful not to bog myself down with the things that I do wrong.
Yeah.
You know, like that's why Jesus died on the cross. Like Jesus died on the cross because I am a sinner, right?
Yep.
And that's tying back into repentance is doing my very best to change those things in my life that are causing me this detriment. You know, like
Oh yeah.
doing the very best I can to walk away from those things. And you know, maybe I'll get to a point at some point where I do it a lot better than I do it now, you know, and
Oh, yeah.
I think I will. But I will forever be imperfect. And there is an element of me being able to allot myself some grace because God's the one who gives me the grace, right?
Mhm.
But if I bog myself down, and kind of touching back on what Single Dads Club was talking about earlier, where if I get it into my head too much that I am a bad person, that's going to keep me from growing in the future.
Yep.
You know, me. Like I said, I can't speak for anybody else. I just know when I'm all wrapped up in my head and I'm, you know, resentful at myself for things that I've done, like I can't do anything about the things that I've done in the past. Like it's over, it's been done. I have to drop it, you know.
Oh, yeah.
But knowing that God, yeah, man, Ashton, you too, brother. I'm grateful to call you a friend, bro. I'm glad I got to meet you. Hold on, N-word, my bad, dude. The problem is, since C19, kids have had unfettered access. A principal in my town was caught spying on kids' Chromebooks supplied by the school.
Oh,
That is fucking disgusting, dude.
Yeah, oh yeah. I heard a couple cases like that where it like teachers were going well outside of the realm of their normal school duties and like accessing the film that some of the laptops take of them doing their work.
Yeah. See, like I have this idea in my head, and I don't know if this is.
I wanted to respond to that.
I don't know if this will come to fruition or anything, but I have this idea in my head that when I have kids, I'm going to teach them everything they need to know about guns, like gun safety, responsibility, how to shoot proper. You know, I'm going to teach them everything that they're going to need to know so they can understand the kind of responsibility they hold in their hands when they hold that tool in their hands.
Yep.
You know, and I feel like I was taught that by my granddad growing up. I was taught that by him, and it really kind of like, you know, it showed me like the power that you have with that tool in your hand. Like that's the thing. Like I have such a high respect for guns. I barely ever touch them. You know what I mean? Like if I'm going out to like, you know, Hoover Tack or something, like, or the FOP, like if I'm going out to a range around here and I'm shooting, that's one thing. But aside from that, like here's the way I see it, right? So I go and I buy hollow points, okay? And I buy those hollow points with the idea that I hope I never, ever, ever have to shoot these bullets. You know what I mean? Like when it comes to FMJs, right? Those are target practice rounds, as far as I'm concerned. But you know, when it comes to like critical duty, you know, critical defense, those. Sorry. These. I don't ever want to have to use one of these things.
Oh yeah.
I don't ever want to have to use them. You know what I mean?
But they're there.
Because I don't want to take someone else's life. But the thing is, like, I am ready and prepared for in case I ever do have to. You know, in case that situation arises, right? Like I feel like that's the most responsible middle ground when it comes to guns. I have a great respect for them. That's why I barely lay my hands on them. You know, and I feel like if that was stressed more in society today, then there'd be a lot less quote unquote gun violence, right?
I agree.
At least.
I wanted to say something, but you went off on that too. I wanted to respond to the talking about kids with unfettered access. I'd say that's more of a symptom. That's more of a symptom of like two larger problems, and that if you're talking about people who are doing bad things to kids or, you know, gross things to kids, these predators, all you're doing is just adding another avenue for them to be able to do it. These predators are still going to do these things regardless if they didn't have access to these technologies. Like, it really wouldn't matter if they were or weren't. They're still going to look at them in the gym locker room. They're still going to try to have these inappropriate relationships with them regardless. So, like, I like to look at it as, like, a lock keeps honest people honest. It doesn't keep a bad person out, right? It's only there to keep a good person honest. The bad person's going to get through that lock.
Yep.
Because they want that bad thing.
This is kind of a analogy, but you could say gun-free zones are going to keep the good people from having guns, but it's not going to prevent the bad people from abusing it.
Well, yeah, dude. I mean, it's literally like
it's the same point. It's exactly the same point. Yeah.
It's like an average of 5% of gun crime done in America is done with a legal gun. 5%. The rest is done with illegal guns. So, like, well, hold on. Let me get the exact number here, so I'm not talking out the side of my ass. Okay. What percentage of gun crime is done with legally owned guns? All All right.
Yeah, I'll say be careful about bad faith debaters when you're arguing this topic too, because a lot of people will try to conflate and say, "Oh, well, registered guns are what I'm actually looking for." It's like, no, because people are still going to use registered guns to commit crimes who didn't own those registered guns. So, I would say that's a better way to look into that. Would be, legal versus illegal.
Yeah. So I can't find an exact number, but it's saying research suggests that a relatively small percentage of firearms used in crimes are obtained through legal channels. All right, yeah, here we go. 93%. Well, this is ATF.gov. Okay. Hold on. %. All right. Few gun crime possessors bought their guns directly from FFLs. Okay, that's not what I'm looking for. Hold on. Crime. Officer safety, geographic patterns. Where's looking for the actual statistic on here. Crime guns. Damn. I can't find it. I know it's a very small percentage of guns that are actually used in gun crime or obtained legally. It's a very, very small percentage. And what that shows me is, yes, you can concede the fact that if you were to take those guns out of people's hands, you would lower the amount of crime by a certain amount. But then I promise that's immediately followed with more gun crime. Because now the people who actually have like illegal guns have unfettered access to your money, right?
Mm-hmm.
Up in Canada, what was it that if someone breaks into your house? Hold on, there's something in private chat. Avery, oh shit, dude, what's up, Avery?
Bro, I just sent you a really good educational link. That guy summarizes everything in like 6-7 minutes, and it's indisputable.
Okay. I'll definitely.
It's awesome.
I'll definitely check that out. For sure, man.
You should be able to play that.
Oh, you guys want to watch this on stream?
I'm down.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't violate YouTube, does it?
I don't think
No,
so.
it's a YouTube video.
Oh, well, that was a dumb question.
No, you're good.
We'll watch this and then we'll get into the Bible. How's that sound, guys?
That's perfect.
That sounds good.
All right, just a sec. Let me delete this.
Assault rifle. Hi everybody, I'm Bill Whittle and this is the Firewall. You know, every time there's a shooting in America, our moral betters on the left immediately ammo up the assault rifle of their rhetorical arsenal, namely, our
My man said our moral betters on the left.
Yeah,
I like
this
this
guy's
guy
awesome.
already, bro.
Yeah.
I like this guy already.
country's sick, twisted obsession with personal firearms, our adolescent psychosexual, dangerous and frankly embarrassing when facing our European film critic friends, American gun culture. So, hopping over to the ever-reliable Wikipedia, for example, we discovered that when it comes to per capita gun ownership, the USA does in fact top the list in glory. When measured as the number of guns per 100 residents, the US comes in first at 90. 90 guns per 100 residents. Evidence for the progressives on the left that they do in fact live in the murder capital of the world, because when it comes to gun ownership, America is number one with a bullet, with by far the highest per capita gun ownership in the world. 90 guns per 100 people is half again more than the number 2 spot held by Serbia with 58. Now, all we have to do to prove the left-wing progressive weenie case for banning guns is to do a quick search for the per capita murder rate. And sure enough, leading the number 2 country, again by about half again more, with 90 murders per 100,000 people is Honduras. Socialist gun-controlled Honduras. Because even though America has by far the highest per capita gun ownership rate, we do not have the highest per capita murder rate. And unfortunately for the progressive leftist argument, we're not second either. Or third. In fact, when it comes to per capita murders, Team USA didn't even make the top 5. As a matter of fact, we didn't even make the top 10, or the top 20, or the top 30, or the top 40. We're not in the top 50 per capita murders. Gun Culture America is not in the top 60 nations in terms of per capita murders, or the top 70, or even the top 80.
Damn.
Or the top 90. Of the 218 nations and territories listed for per capita murders, the United States of America, Murderville, USA, did not break the top 100. We are, with 4.7 murders per 100,000 people in 2012, number 111. 111th place puts us near the top of the bottom half of all the nations and territories in the world when it comes to total per capita murders, and virtually all, if not all, of those nations ranked higher than us are big state socialist utopias with stringent gun control laws. How tragically disappointing that must be for our moral superiors, and unfortunately for the left, it gets a lot worse, because 111th place, America's murder rate of 4.7 per 100,000 citizens, is artificially much higher than it should be, because it includes so many deadly, murderous, toxic places, like number 1 on the list of highly gun-controlled, democratically governed since the Stone Age murder pits like Detroit, Michigan. Detroit, with strict gun control laws, has a per capita murder rate of 54.6 murders per 100,000 citizens. If Detroit were its own country, it would just beat Venezuela for second as the most murderous country in the world, behind Honduras. America's 111th place, 4.7 murder per 100,000 people, also includes, in order, democratically controlled, heavily gun-controlled New Orleans with 53.2 murders per 100,000, St. Louis with 35.5, Baltimore with 34.9, Newark with 34.4, Oakland with 31.8, followed by Stockton 23.7, Kansas City 22.6, Philadelphia 21.5, Cleveland 21.3, Memphis 20.2, and Atlanta 19.0, and of course Chicago with 18.5 murders per 100,000 people per year.
What's up, Rude? Good to see you, man. Thanks for stopping in, bro.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Does this make anyone else feel like saying a slur? No, I'm
America's
just
per capita average of 4.7 murders includes all of these high crime areas. The first city to appear in gun mad Texas is Dallas, which isn't even in the top 20. America's overall average of 4.7 is as low as it is because of places like Plano, Texas. It's the last city on the list with a murder rate of 0.4 4. Now, having been to Plano, Texas several times, I can tell you with confidence that virtually every home in Plano, Texas has an entire arsenal of AR-15 assault rifles, semi-automatic shotguns, 30-06 hunting rifles. They got 45s, 357s, they got 38s, they've got 9mm. They have an assortment of 22s for the kids to practice with, not to mention every species of tomahawk, bowie knife, hunting knife, jackknife, bayonet, switchblade. They've got pointy rocks, they've got sharp sticks. The per capita murder rate in Gun Nut Central is 0.4 per 100,000. If the United States of America as a nation had the same murder rate as Plano, Texas, we would not be 111 out of 218. We'd be 211 out of 218, well below Switzerland at 0.6, half of Germany, Spain, and Denmark at 0.8 murders, and well below half of New Zealand, the Netherlands, Austria, Italy, France, and Australia. If all of America had the murder rate of the gun nut capital of gun culture USA, Plano, Texas, then America's per capita murder rate would be 1/4 of those murderous, violent, rampaging, death-worshipping Belgians with their horrific 1.6 murders per 100,000. So maybe it's not the guns. Maybe it's the people holding the guns.
Isn't this awesome?
We now return you to your regularly scheduled programming.
That was a great video. Oh man,
That was
Yeah.
that was incredible.
Timeless.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. No, for sure. Thanks, dude. Avery, that was a good put on, man. I appreciate that one.
That made me want to celebrate by shooting a bullet through a ballot.
Those crazed, murderous, bloodthirsty Belgians. that killed me, bro. That killed me.
Right?
All right.
Yeah, Bill Whittle, man. Awesome guy. I don't know where he went. I used to love watching his stuff.
All right. You guys ready to get into the Bible study?
I'm ready.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Yeah. Oh, wait, hold on. First, Abe Dinkus with another home run. It's a problem of the heart of mankind. Based. Absolutely based. All right, boys. Let's get into it. Stop me at any point. We're starting with Genesis 1, man. We're starting in the beginning. God created the heavens and the earth. Now the earth was formless and empty. Darkness was over the surface of the deep, and the Spirit of God was hovering over the waters. And God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. God saw that the light was good, and he separated the light from the darkness. God called the light day, and darkness night. And there was evening, and there was morning, the first day. And God said, "Let there be a vault between the waters to separate water from water." So God made the vault and separated the water under the vault from the water above it. And it was so. God called the vault sky. And there was evening, and there was morning, the second day. And God said, "Let the water under the sky be gathered to one place, and let the dry ground appear." And it was so. God called the dry ground land, and the gathered waters he called seas. And God saw that it was good. And God said, "Let the trees produce vegetation, seed-bearing plants and trees on the land that bear fruit with seed in it, according to their various kinds." And it was so. The land produced vegetation, plants bearing seed according to their kinds, and trees bearing fruit with seed in it, according to their kinds. And God saw that it was good. And there was evening, and there was morning, the third day. And God said, "Let there be lights in the vault of the sky to separate the day from the night, and let them serve as signs to mark sacred times, days and years, and let them be lights in the vault of the sky to give light on the earth." And it was so. God made two great lights, the greater light to govern the day, and the lesser light to govern the night. He also made the stars. God set them in the vault of the sky to give light on the earth, to govern the day and the night, and to separate light from darkness. And God saw that it was good. And there was evening, and there was morning, the fourth day. And God said, "Let the water teem with living creatures, and let birds fly above the earth across the vault of the sky." So God created the great creatures of the sea and every living thing with which the water teems and that moves about in it, according to their kinds, and every winged bird according to its kind. and God saw that it was good. God blessed them and said, "Be fruitful and increase the number, and fill the water in the seas, and let the birds increase on the earth." And there was evening and there was morning, the fifth day. And God said, "Let the land produce living creatures according to their kinds, the livestock, the creatures that move along the ground, and the wild animals, each according to its kind." And it was so. God made the wild animals according to their kinds, the livestock according to their kinds, and all creatures that move along the ground according to their kinds. God saw that it was good. Then God said, "Let us make mankind in our image, in our likeness, so that they may rule over the fish in the sea and the birds in the sky, over the livestock and all the wild animals, and over all the creatures that move along the ground." So God created mankind in his own image. In the image of God, he created them. Male and female, he created them. God blessed them and said, "Be fruitful and increase in number. Fill the earth and subdue it. Rule over the fish in the sea, the birds in the sky, and every other living creature that moves on the ground." Then God said, "I give you every seed-bearing plant on the face of the whole earth, and every tree that has fruit with seed in it. They will be yours for food. And all the beasts of the earth, and all the birds in the sky, and all the creatures that move along the ground, everything that has the breath of life in it, I will give green plant for food." And it was so. God saw all that he had made, and it was very good. And there was evening and there was morning, the sixth day. Anything to add there, boys? Hello?
I was gonna say, keep going. I'm enjoying it.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry,
Perfect.
I'm in the
Can you hear
middle
me?
of working too, so I was taking the chance to get some stuff done while I was listening.
No, you're all good, man. You're all good. Yeah. We'll keep going.
Hey, can you hear me? Can I get a mic check?
Yep. We can hear you, bro.
Okay, so I want to point some out. This is kind of a personal opinion. It's not I don't really have like a whole bunch of evidence to prove this, but it's just based on reading the Bible a lot when I was younger, and then reading it more and more as I got older. So in Jeremiah, it says that to God, a day is 1,000 years is a day unto God, and a day is unto 1,000 years. So when it says that God made this on the first day, this on the second day, this on the third day, the way I interpret that is those are years. That's 1,000 years. So he did the first section over 1,000 years, second section over 1,000 years. That's my interpretation. And then, and when it says that God said, "Make man and woman in our image," the way I interpret that is that, like, God already made humans, and then it didn't work out too good. So then he made Adam and Eve like the best version, It's the way I kind of visualize that.
I can see that. I mean, like I'm personally, I'm subscribed to the belief that the earth is billions and billions and billions of years old, right? Like I
yeah, probably more than
personally
likely, yeah,
believe that.
100%.
So I can't speak on what the Bible is saying with this, and they don't. What's up, Balsania? Welcome in, brother. I don't know what they're implying, what kind of like timelines or anything they're talking about, but
Yeah, I'm with you on the Earth being like really old or way older than what what we probably know.
right.
But this section of like this version of creation of human, like our version with the thinner skin and the weaker bones, and we're not so good at harsh elements like we used to be, like old humans were. This version is probably fairly young. And also when with the Genesis section here, I'm like, 1,000 years, it would seem to make sense that if Earth was being like rebuilt after some kind of destructive war, that tore Earth up, a day seems kind of humorous. But if its interpretation, like Jeremiah says, is to God, a day is 1,000 years, well, then it would make a lot more sense. Like, God probably spent like 7,000 years fixing everything,
Or 6-7 billion years, however long it was. I mean,
but if God's outside of time, then our interpretation of time is just like a uses to help understanding. But it's not really God's version of time.
I was actually about to say exactly that. That I think that it's not a 1-to-1 comparison. when you say that a
No.
man said that 1 day is 1,000 years to God, I think it's just the concept that God doesn't see 1 day as a day or even 1,000 years. They used a number that would be, unimaginable to them back then. 1,000 of anything, it's a lot, So it's like
Yeah.
That's
they
true.
use that as just like a marker of time. So I would say that there is an infinite possibility of how long that time could have actually been, considering, as he said, God is outside time, like 100%.
Yeah, that's true. I agree with that. That's a good point.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, and we don't know. This is a book written by men that weren't around when God was doing this. So, however the word went from God to person to paper is the only context that we really have of it in that degree. Yeah.
Right.
All right, let's keep it going, boys. All right, so Genesis 2. Thus the heavens and the earth were completed in all their vast array. By the seventh day, God had finished the work he had been doing. So on the seventh day, he rested from all his work. Then God blessed the seventh day and made it holy, because on it he rested from all the work of creating that he had done. This is the account of the heavens and the earth when they were created, when the Lord God made the earth and the heavens. Now, no shrub had yet appeared on the earth, and no plant had yet sprung up. For the Lord God had not sent rain on the earth, and there was no one to work the ground, but streams came up from the earth and watered the whole surface of the ground. Then the Lord God formed a man from the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and the man became a living being. Now the Lord God had planted a garden in the east, in Eden, and there he put the man he had formed. The Lord God made all kinds of trees grow out of the ground, trees that were pleased to the eye and good for food. In the middle of the garden were the tree of life and the tree of knowledge and good and evil. So I do want to say, one like theory that I heard before, and this was before like I was Christian or anything, was when it talks about how the Lord God formed a man from the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life. What they were like, what some theories, and I'm not speaking from a biblical perspective here, but what I'm saying is some theories is what that meant was when he breathed into his nostrils, your nostrils go up into your sinuses, and your prefrontal cortex, which is the thing that really separates us from the beasts on the earth. What they were saying that was like a metaphor for was he was breathing into the nostrils, giving us the separation between us and the beast. Like all of our critical thought and everything that happens in the prefrontal cortex. I don't know if that's true.
It's kind of a neat point. Yeah, it's like it's like we became self-aware, so we're not like an ape or any other animal. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a very interesting take I heard one time.
That's a neat take. I like that.
Yeah.
I don't know how much this is true. I've also heard that there's translations with the word, I believe Adam and Eve, that suggests more than one human. I don't necessarily think it changes the story. And I'm not saying I believe it. I've just heard with translations of the word Adam and Eve through, I guess, Arabic, or not Arabic, but Hebrew to Greek to German, that the translation could potentially mean something different than man or woman, like a as in singular.
Yeah. Well, when Cain killed Abel and Cain disappeared, Cain went to the land of Nod to find a wife. So clearly there was other people there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. This is a good point, Abe. It says, be careful, though, not to equate the Bible to Jesus. It is God's word, but not the word in Genesis. Yeah. Where in Genesis it talks about there was the word and the word was good. That's from what I've been told before, that when they say the word, that's Jesus, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's as far as my no sweat, bro. No sweat.
It'll also be interesting since we fall in more of the Christian nomination and not the Jewish nomination. I want to say there are some kind of interesting references toward either a coming of Christ or a multiple aspect when it comes to not only God, but God and Jesus.
Yeah. I
probably describe that poorly, but I think as Christians we'll kind of notice it.
dude, I'm really looking forward to this, bro. Like this could go on. We could read through the entire Bible or just keep going.
I'm gonna be honest. If you do that, I'll be here.
Let's go, dude. I mean,
Yeah,
that's what I
I'm
want to do.
interested.
Yeah.
Like that's what I want to do.
I'll be here when I'm
Um,
available.
By the way, I do want to shout out Robert Whaley. And this is not me asking for donations, but I want to shout out the fact that he paid my, like, in the donations that he sent, he has paid basically the first month. Like my first bill was paid today for StreamYard. He paid the first month of this stream.
Oh, shout
Oh,
out.
that's so cool.
So like
Yeah.
massive W to Robert Whaley. I just want to make that very clear. Like
Oh, that's awesome.
this stream is up. He is essentially paid for this stream to be up. You know what I mean?
That's so
Um,
cool. Heck yeah.
Yeah, Abe, absolutely, bro. You are always welcome, my friend. Whenever it's convenient for you, bro, you're always welcome, dude. Always, bro. Yeah. So you don't no need to apologize for not jumping in whenever it's convenient, man. I mean, like, the door's there for you, bro. You can come in whenever you want, my friend.
Yeah, provide some wisdom on us.
Yeah. Also, Orthodoxy will have much to say on this topic. See, now that's one thing that I wasn't aware of, when, like, before I even had any kind of idea on the Bible or anything like that. When I saw the word, when they talk about the word in Genesis, I always equated that to the Bible. And it was like, well, the Bible was back then and yada yada yada, but yeah, what I was taught by some friends of mine was that, like, when they speak about the word as, like, the noun, right, the proper noun, the word, they're talking about Jesus himself.
Hmm.
And he's always been around. Like he
That's
took
what I
material
was taught
form.
growing up.
Yeah, he took material form in the New Genesis or in the New Testament. But in Genesis, when they reference the word, that's what they're essentially talking about. All right, let's keep it going, boys. Now, the Lord God had planted a garden in the east in Eden. There he put him in that he had formed. The Lord God made all kinds of trees grow out of the ground, trees that were pleasing to the eye and good for food. In the middle of the garden, there were the tree of life and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. A river watering the garden flowed from Eden. From there, it was separated into 4 headwaters. The name of the first is the Pishon. It winds through the entire land of Havilah, where there is gold. The gold of that land is good. Aromatic resin and onyx are also there. Interesting. Okay. The name of the second river is the Gihon. It winds through the entire land of Cush. So Mesopotamia. Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say this seems like it's describing like the 2 large rivers we have over there in the Mesopotamian area.
Yep. And the name of the third river is the Tigris. It runs along the east side of Asher, and the 4th river is the Euphrates. Okay.
There's a lot of people that believe that the Garden of Eden was somewhere in Ethiopia.
I could see that, especially like the way they describe, especially the rivers, that being the key indicator for where we
I think
could find.
Euphrates is still there.
Yeah,
Says the Tigris.
I was going to say the Tigris, the Euphrates.
The Pishon and the Gihon. Do they just call those something else today? Is that, or are they just not rivers?
Well, that could be believable because I mean, when like different nations are going to call the rivers different things, and so it really depends if, I guess, the name of those rivers carried on with, certain nations that may have not made it.
I'm sure there's some information out there on it.
Yeah, for sure.
Because I mean, modern day Russia used to be called the Soviet Union and Prussia, Prussa. So
yeah,
Well,
yeah.
I was gonna say Prussia and like Prussia starts in like the eastern, like more. I guess I wouldn't say it's kind of the more eastern outline of Europe. So it's not like they started deep in Russian territory. It's kind of like they moved their way, I guess, more east as the empire, their empire grew.
Yeah.
So, Abe, that's a very, like, I agree. I'm trying to do the exact same thing. That's why, like, when I'm going through this, because I'm not, like, well read. I think that, like, I'm trying to put a big emphasis on not making any definitive claims about what I'm reading. And I would love to have people who actually like are more well read on, like yourself, right? A big thing that so I was afraid of doing something like this because I didn't want it to be irresponsible. Like I didn't want to be irresponsible with doing something like this. And what Jim Bob told me was, as long as I'm showcasing this as me learning and then having other people learn, and at no point do I ever come across as some form of authority figure or knowledgeable on the topic. As long as I do that, there's nothing wrong with it. So
Yeah.
And I was gonna say, I'll add, it's kind of like when you're trying to have an honest, you kind like an honest relationship with God and with Jesus. It's kind of like if you're doing that honestly, even if you're doing it kind of the wrong way, do you think Jesus would fault you for that?
No.
Yeah, and see that's kind of how I feel about the different nominations. I don't know, some of them are a little wild, so I won't say
Yeah.
that for every nomination, but it's kind of like it would be hard for me to imagine a merciful God that would kind of punish you for having an honest relationship with him, even if it may not be the way that he wanted.
Well,
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of people don't even try to learn anything about the scripture or the Bible or anything, because if they don't know everything, they don't want to learn anything because they don't want to be wrong, because they don't want to sound like an idiot or anything.
Yep, that's true too.
And yeah, that's a huge holdback for people even trying to learn, is because they're afraid to be wrong.
Hmm.
And that's where I'm coming from. Is I'm not afraid to look dumb, and I'm very open about the fact that I really am not well read on any of this, and I don't know that much. And that's the whole reason I'm doing this, is so I can learn. And then I feel like I haven't seen anybody else come at it from the perspective of like, hey, I want to learn this, so let's let's all read through this together and we can talk about these kinds of things. I haven't seen that done, and I feel like to me,
No.
my perspective on it is this, right? Like, I don't have any expectations on this channel. I have no idea where this is going to go, what's going to happen. This has been an incredibly fun thing to do. It's something that has started to like honestly mean a lot to me. Like, I look forward when I wake up to like, oh, okay, I'm going to start streaming today, especially like to Wednesdays and Sundays. And I feel like if at any point one is helped by this, it's the fattest W I could possibly ask for, right? If one person sees this and they turn their life over to God, like that's a gold trophy. I don't need anything else than that, But even if that doesn't happen, bro, this is still something that it's a good time. It's fun doing it, and I feel like we all have some really good conversations here, and I have a great chat, dude. You guys are the fucking bomb. Thank you so much. God bless you guys. I'm so grateful that God has put all of you in my life.
Oh yeah.
Seriously, thank you guys. All right, I'm all goosebumped up now, bro. Let's keep going. You know what I mean? All right. Okay. So the Lord God took the man and put him in the Garden of Eden and to work on it and take care of it. And the Lord God commanded the man, "You are free to eat from any tree in the garden, but you must not eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. For when you eat from it, you will certainly die." The Lord God said, "It is not good for the man to be alone. I will make a helper suitable for him." Now the Lord God had formed out of the ground all the wild animals and all the birds in the sky. He brought them to a man to see what he would name them. And whatever the man called each living creature, that was its name. So the man gave names to all the livestock, the birds in the sky, and all the wild animals. But for Adam, no suitable helper was found. So Lord God caused the man to fall.
I want to point some out right here.
Yeah.
So you remember earlier in Genesis 1 where it said that God formed every fowl of the air and every fish of the sea. In Genesis 1, already said God already did all that.
Yeah.
Well, so it's like, why is he saying he did it again? Well, what I've come across that I think is a valid answer to that question is that God made, like, either the males or the females or something like that. And then, God's doing his thing. And of course, there's so much you could go into with the timeline and everything, but whatever. So, but then God's making them all in front of Adam, like, do you think this bird would make a good wife? Do you think this fish would make a good wife? And Adam's like, no.
Yeah.
And so at the end it says that there was no good suitable helpmate to be found. Adam's like, what the heck is this God guy doing? He just made a tiger and asked me if that'd make a good wife. What the heck? So it kind of shows the humor in God.
Yeah.
No, that's a very good point. And it's almost like when you have a kid and he doesn't quite understand it. So the way you kind of add a little silly element into it when you're teaching it, so that way it's easier for them to grasp the concept behind it.
Yeah, and also maybe even for your own humor, you know what I mean?
No, that's true too.
Like, whatever, you know, kind of shows the humor of God. I like that.
Now that is interesting.
What's that little note next to Adam?
Says or
Or
the
the-
man.
Okay, that's fair. I should have guessed that.
Yeah. All right, where were we at?
Ding.
Helpmate.
21.
21. Okay. So the Lord God caused the man to fall into a deep sleep. Yeah. And while he was sleeping, he took one of the man's ribs, or took part of the man's side, and then closed up the place with flesh. Then the Lord God made a woman from the rib he had taken out of the man, and brought her to the man. The man said, now this is now bone of my bones and flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman, for she was taken out of man. That is why a man leaves his father and mother and is united to his wife, and they become one flesh. Adam and his wife were both naked, and they felt no shame. Notice how he didn't blow the breath of life up into her nose.
Yep.
That's a good point.
Just saying.
I mean, is that misogynist or whatever? Like,
Bro, I'm going off
it's
the
a good point,
context
bro.
given, my friend. I'm going off the context given.
Well, it says that God made Adam God made Adam over Eve. So, and it makes you wonder, and like life, it makes you wonder if most females, they are more on the emotional side, which is fine for loving children and all, but it makes you wonder if maybe the breath of life was logic. You
Yeah.
know, being more on the logical side.
That could definitely make sense.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, 100%. That's what I was. Oh no, you're good, Jess. Welcome back. I'm glad to have you back. Paul Sonia host, man. That's hilarious. All right. The fall. Now the serpent was more crafty than any of the wild animals the Lord God had made. He said to the woman, did God really say you must not eat from any tree in the garden? The woman said to the serpent, we may eat fruit from the trees in the garden, but God did say you must not eat fruit from the tree that is in the middle of the garden, and you must not touch it or you will die. You will not certainly die. And the serpent said to the woman, for God knows that when you eat from it, your eyes will be opened and you will be like God, knowing good and evil. When the woman saw that the fruit of the tree was good for food and pleasing to the eye, and also desirable for gaining wisdom, she took some and ate it. She also gave some to her husband who was with her, and he ate it. Then the eyes of both of them were open, and they realized they were naked, so they sewed fig leaves together and made coverings for themselves. So my thing here, right, is when he's saying like partaking from the fruit of knowledge, what it seems like. And this is kind of an abstract concept. I'm not speaking definitively here. I want to make that very clear. But what it seems like is partaking in the fruit of knowledge is equating like looking at knowledge and the chase of knowledge is what gives people that God complex. It gives people that idea that they are God, right? For God knows that when you eat from it, your eyes will be opened and you will be like God, knowing good and evil, right? Like that's
partaking could be doing
like.
an action. It could be it doesn't necessarily mean you literally ate a piece of fruit. It could be partaking in the fruit of knowledge, like the fruit of good and evil. There's no fruit called good and evil. The fruit of good, so partaking, for all we know, could have been doing an action, taking some kind of action that God told us not to do.
Yep. And I guess the easiest and simplest way to conceptualize that is by saying, well, it's a fruit on a tree, and them noticing it and eating it is what I guess is an easier way to explain than to have to then go out and lay what they did wrong, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's like, and maybe it was bad, and God didn't want to tell, in the Bible, tell them what the bad deed they did, because then other people might want to do it too.
Yeah. Yep.
And so, and also, the Bible's meant to be PG-13 for the most part, so that way you can read the stories to your children. So God isn't trying to give any children bad ideas.
Exactly. But you're right. It's kind of like it's like when people do bad things. Sometimes it's for attention, and so when you notice it and say, "Don't do bad things," it just leads to other more bad things being done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, absolutely.
And something that's kind of funny, it says they sewed up fig leaves and put them around them. If you've ever put fig leaves on your skin, it creates a rash. So they covered up their genitals with leaves that created a rash. I know that was embarrassing. God shows up and you're all red all over down there.
I will say, in a biological sense, like I guess so when this was written so long ago, I know that there's some biological behaviorists that believe that we have a prey and predator relationship with snakes and large reptiles, and so it almost seems like it's being mirrored into the Bible as well. Even though the Bible, I guess, formed this concept way before the behavior biologists. So it's interesting that even way back then they created this predator prey relationship between humans and snakes.
Agreed. I also want to point out, like, look, man, if a snake just started talking to you, you'd freak out.
Oh yeah.
But if it was some reptilian humanoid, some kind of alien creature that just showed up in the garden when God wasn't there and to entice them to do something they shouldn't have been doing, I mean,
that would make sense. I guess it could be.
Because then you might talk to that thing because you're like, who are you? You
Well,
look like, kind of like a human a little bit.
You got a similarity to you.
Yeah, you're standing just like me on 2 feet. I don't know.
But I've heard biologists talk about this. It's like the why a lot of people have dragon in their mythology is because it's supposed to represent the things that early humans were scared of, and one of those
Right.
aspects is the snake.
Yeah.
Yep.
Also, fire, flying, other stuff like that.
Yeah, and a lot of different religions, even Eastern religions like Chinese cultures and stuff, the snake is associated with either neutrality or evil. There's parables in Buddhism that talk about the serpent in your midst.
Yep.
We all just inherently know what that means. It's not good.
No. I mean, you can see it in a lot of, I guess, even later mythologies. Because I mean, you see it in kind of Norse mythology with the, I guess, world bearer, world bringer, whatever that giant snake is.
Mm-hmm.
Just an interesting concept of the fact that I guess the Bible was able to pinpoint a thought process that biologists are just now thinking and discussing.
Yeah.
The relationship between man and snake.
For sure.
That's an interesting concept. All right, we're at 8, yeah?
Yep.
All right. Then the man and his wife heard the sound of the Lord God as he was walking in the garden in the cool of the day, and they hid from the Lord God among the trees of the garden. But the Lord God called to the man, "Where are you?" He answered, "I heard you in the garden, and I was afraid because I was naked, so I hid." And he said, "Who told you that you were naked? Have you eaten from the tree that I commanded you not to eat from?" The man said, "The woman you put here with me, she gave me some fruit from the tree, and I ate it."
Threw her under the bus.
Yeah. And the Lord God said to the woman, "What is this you've done?" She said, "The serpent deceived me, and I ate." So it's just a buck passing contest at this point. So the Lord God said to the serpent, "Because you have done this, cursed are you above all livestock and all wild animals, and you will crawl on your belly, and you will eat dust all the days of your life. And I will put enmity between you and the woman, between your offspring and hers, and he will crush your head and you will strike his heel. To the woman he said, I will make your pains in childbearing very severe. With painful labor you will give birth to children. Your desire will be for your husband, and he will rule over you. To Adam he said, because you listened to your wife and ate fruit from a tree from about which I commanded you, you must not eat from it. Cursed is the ground because of you. Through painful toil, you will eat food from it all the days of your life. It will produce thorns and thistles for you, and you will eat the plants of the field. By the sweat of your brow, you will eat your food until you return to the ground, since from it you were taken. For dust you are, and to dust you will return. Adam named his wife Eve because she would become the mother of all the living. The Lord God made garments of skin for Adam and his wife and clothed them. And the Lord God said, the man has now become like one of us, knowing good and evil. He must not be allowed to reach out his hand and take also from the tree of life and eat and live forever. So the Lord God banished him from the Garden of Eden to work the ground from which he had been taken. After he drove the man out, he placed on the east side of the Garden of Eden cherubim and flaming sword flashing back and forth to guard the way to the tree of life.
And the concept of the cherubim are very scary concepts.
Yeah. Cherubim. Let's see.
You should pull up a graphic of the cherubim. The cherubim looks really creepy.
Yeah.
Oh. So. Oh. It's pretty cool looking.
Well, it almost makes you think that maybe we weren't able to rationalize what we were looking at.
Yeah.
I mean, if the tree of knowledge was an actual fruit or something like that, which I personally think it could have been a tree, like a drug or something that they concocted and made, because it says they partook in the tree of knowledge. So it makes you wonder if they like smoked something like DMT or something and it woke them up, and then they realized they were naked when they woke back up, or came down or whatever.
Joe Rogan's podcast.
Well, I was going to say, I think another interesting concept is, so when we discovered the good and the bad, that's when we lost eternal life, and it's then mirrored later on through the first or the Second Testament, that Jesus came back and reestablished that eternal life through belief in Him, and it's kind of like when we don't have to deal with the good and the bad concept, we can eternally stay with God. But now that we rationalize that and we know what, I guess, good and evil is, there's a chance in which we can never be with God because we could reject Him because we know what good and evil is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, the way they describe the angels, it's intense. Or some angels.
Here we go. 1 second, boys. There it is. All right. All right, you guys ready for Genesis 4?
Oh, yeah.
Let's go! Adam made love to his wife Eve, and she became pregnant and gave birth to Cain. She said, with the help of the Lord, I have brought forth a man. Later, she gave birth to his brother Abel. Now, Abel kept flocks, and Cain worked the soil. In the course of time, Cain brought some of the fruits of the soil as an offering to the Lord. And Abel also brought an offering, fat portions from some of the firstborn of his livestock. The Lord looked with favor on Abel and his offering, but on Cain and his offering he did not look with favor. So Cain was very angry, and his face was downcast. Then the Lord said to Cain, why are you angry? Why is your face downcast? If you do what is right, will you not be accepted? But if you do not do what is right, sin is crouching at your door. It desires to have you, but you must rule over it. Sorry, guys.
Okay.
Now Cain said to his brother Abel, "Let's go out to the field." While they were in the field, Cain attacked his brother Abel and killed him. And then the Lord said to Cain, "Where is your brother Abel?" "I don't know," he replied. "Am I my brother's keeper?" The Lord said, "What have you done? Listen, your brother's blood cries out to me from the ground. Now you are under a curse and driven from the ground, which opened its mouth to receive your brother's blood from your hand. When you work the ground, it will no longer yield crops for you. You will be a restless wanderer of the earth." Cain said to the Lord, "My punishment is more than I can bear. Today you are driving me from the land, and I will be hidden from your presence. I will be a restless wanderer on the earth, and whoever finds me will kill me." But the Lord said to him, "Not so. Anyone who kills Cain will suffer vengeance sevenfold. Yes, 7 times over. Then the Lord put a mark on Cain so that no one who found him would kill him. So Cain went out from the Lord's presence and lived in the land of Nod, east of Eden. Okay, so the land of Nod is like wandering. So he doesn't actually really? That's what it's saying right here. Nod means wandering. Okay. Cain made love to his wife, and she became pregnant and gave birth to Enoch. Cain was then building a city, and he named it after his son Enoch. To Enoch was born Irad, and Irad was the father of Mehujael, and Mehujael was the father of Methuselah. Methusael, and Methusael was the father of Lamech. Lamech married 2 women, one named Ada and the other Zillah. Ada gave birth to Jabal, and he was the father of those who lived in tents to raise livestock. His brother's name was Jubal, and he was the father of all who played stringed instruments and pipes. Zillah also had a son, Tubal-Cain, who forged all kinds of tools out of bronze and iron. Tubal-Cain's sister was Naamah. Lamech said to his wives, Ada and Zillah, listen to me. Wives of Lamech, hear my words. I have killed a man for wounding me, a young man for injuring me. If Cain is avenged 7 times, then Lamech 77 times. Adam made love to his wife again, and she gave birth to a son and named him Seth. Seth probably means granted, is what that little note says, saying, God has granted me another child in place of Abel since Cain killed him. Seth also had a son, and he named him Enosh. At that time, people began to call on the name of the Lord. So they're multiplying now.
Oh, yeah. Pumping them out.
Yep. All right. From Adam to Noah. This is the written account of Adam's family line. When God created mankind, he made them in the likeness of God. He created them male and female and blessed them. And he named them mankind when they were created. When Adam had lived 130 years, he had a son in his own likeness, in his own image, and named him Seth. After Seth was born, Adam lived 800 years and had other sons and daughters. Together, Adam lived a total of 930 years, and then he died. When Seth lived 105 years, he became the father of Enosh. After he became the father of Enosh, Seth lived 807 years and had other sons and daughters. Altogether, Seth lived a total of 912 years, and then he died. When Enosh had lived 90 years, he became the father of Kenan. After he became the father of Kenan, Enosh lived 815 years and had other sons and daughters. Altogether, Enosh lived a total of 905 years, and then he died. When Kenan had lived 70 years, he became the father of Mahalalel. After he became the father of Mahalalel, Kenan lived 840 years and had other sons and daughters. Altogether, Kenan lived a total of 910 years, and then he died. When Mahalalel had lived 65 years, he became the father of Jared. After he became the father of Jared, Mahalalel lived 830 years and had other sons and daughters. Together, Mahalalel lived a total of 895 years, and then he died. When Jared had lived 162 years, he became the father of Enoch. After he became the father of Enoch, Jared lived 800 years and had other sons and daughters. Altogether, Jared lived a total of 962 years, and then he died. When Enoch lived 65 years, he became the father of Methuselah. After he became the father of Methuselah, Enoch walked faithfully with God 300 years and had other sons and daughters. Altogether, Enoch lived a total of 365 years. Enoch walked faithfully with God, and then he was no more because God took him away. When Methuselah had lived 100, go ahead. You better say something.
Well, I guess if I'm not mistaken, is Enoch mentioned twice or just once? Like, are there two separate Enochs that's been described, or just one?
Well, one was Enoch, and the other was Enosh.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So,
25, I think.
yeah. When Methuselah had lived 187 years, he became the father of Lamech. After he became the father of Lamech, Methuselah lived 782 years and had other sons and daughters. Altogether, Methuselah lived a total of 969 years, and then he died. When Lamech had lived 182 years, he had a son. He named him Noah and said, "He will comfort us in the labor and painful toil of our hands caused by the ground the Lord has cursed." After Noah was born, Lamech lived 595 years and had other sons and daughters. Together, Lamech lived a total of 777 years, and then he died. After Noah was 500 years old, he became the father of Shem, Ham, and Japheth.
You notice that Enoch was the only one it didn't say died.
Huh.
It says Enoch walked faithfully with God.
And then he was no more.
Then he was no more because God took him away.
Yeah, it's same with Elijah, right? He left on a chariot, so it makes you wonder if there's maybe more than one person that escaped death by some kind of supernatural means.
Because I guess specifically stated like each one that they had died, but then it has with Elijah and Enoch, it kind of gets what's the best way to say it? It not direct with the wording.
Oh, Abe, that's a good point, man. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, so Abe was saying it could be symbolic, but the concept of them breaking God's order. When God made them, he said it was good. After eating the tree of knowledge of good and evil, you have to think, if they are good, what's the only thing you can gain from the tree of good and evil?
Evil.
That's a pretty good
That's why
point.
Abe
I
needs to
didn't
be
even
here.
think about that.
That's good. I like that.
Yeah. That's good stuff, dude. All right. Wickedness in the world. When human beings began to increase in number on the earth and daughters were born to them, the sons of God saw that the daughters of humans were beautiful, and they married any of them they choose. Then the Lord said, "My spirit will not contend with humans forever, for they are mortal. Their days will be 120 years. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward, when the sons of God went to the daughters of humans and had children by them." So the Nephilim were made when the sons of God went to the daughters of humans and had children by them.
Yeah,
It makes you wonder if the first sons of God's the one that made like Adam and Eve, or had a part to play in making Adam and Eve. It says the gods said, "Let us create them in our image." It makes you wonder if those ones were the good ones, and then the ones that are described here are described in the book of Enoch, and they're called the Watchers, and I think those are like the bad ones.
And like I think they would breed together and create like I guess more bigger sized human. Like that.
Yeah, like their sperm was like screwed up or something.
I've heard people bring up how like they believe wholeheartedly that the Nephilim were giants.
Yeah, Nephilim definitely were giants, but they were like they were carnivore. They were what do you call people that eat people? They're cannibal giants. They would eat humans, and that's why they got wiped out. Yeah, they were cannibal giants.
Oh,
and then
they
I
just
think,
walk
I
around
think
and eat humans.
the book of Enoch is like goes a lot deeper into like I guess the Nephilim and that side of it. The Bible seems to kind of it tells you it happens, but then it's like it's painting a bigger picture, so it doesn't want to get lost in any one particular detail.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah,
sure.
Enoch is really detailed on this one subject. Also, like you think about Goliath was a giant, but I don't believe that Goliath was like Nephilim level giant. it was probably like a descendant of the Nephilim or something at some point.
And it makes sense because like it's like the Nephilim being the giants procreating with humans, and then you have kind of a hybrid mix, then mixing with more human, and then it could result in a situation of like Goliath, to where he's couple generations down of being a
Yeah.
Nephilim.
Yeah, he's only 8 foot instead of like 12 feet, or something.
Yeah. All right, so it's saying the Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward, when the sons of God went to the daughters of humans and had children by them. They were the heroes of old, men of renown. The Lord saw how great the wickedness of the human race had become on the earth, and that every inclination of the thoughts of the human heart was only evil all the time. The Lord regretted that he had made human beings on earth, and his heart was deeply troubled. So the Lord said, I will wipe from the face of the earth the human race I have created, and with them the animals, the birds, and the creatures that move along the ground, for I regret that I have made them. But Noah found favor in the eyes of the Lord. This is the account of Noah and his family. Noah was a righteous man, blameless among the people of his time, and he walked faithfully with God. Noah had 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Now the earth was corrupt in God's sight and was full of violence. God saw how corrupt the earth had become, for all the people on the earth had corrupted their ways. So God said to Noah, I'm going to put an end to all people, for the earth is filled with violence because of them. I am surely going to destroy both them and the earth. So make yourself an ark of cypress wood, make rooms in it, and coat it with pitch inside and out. This is how you're going to build it. The ark is going to be 300 cubits long, 50 cubits wide, and 30 cubits high. So this little marker right here is saying 450 feet long, 75 feet wide, 45 feet high. Okay. Make a roof for it, leaving below the roof and opening 1 cubit high all around. Put a door on the Put a door on the side of the ark and make a lower, middle, and upper decks. I'm going to bring floodwaters to the earth to destroy all life under the heavens, every creature that has the breath of life in it. Everything on earth will perish, but I will establish my covenant with you, and you will enter the ark, you and your sons and your wife and your sons' wives with you. You are going to bring into the ark 2 of all living creatures, male and female, to keep them alive with you. 2 of every kind of bird, of every kind of animal, and every kind of creature that moves along the ground will come to you to be kept alive. You are to take every kind of food that is to be eaten and store it away as food for you and for them. Noah did everything just as God commanded him. The Lord then said to Noah, go into the ark, you and your whole family, because I have found you righteous in this generation. Take with you 7 pairs of every kind of animal, a male and its mate, and 1 pair of every kind of unclean animal, a male and its mate, and also 7 pairs of every kind of bird, male and female, to keep their various kinds alive throughout the earth. 7 days from now, I will send rain on the earth for 40 days and 40 nights, and I will wipe from the face of the earth every living creature I have made. And God did all that the Lord commanded him. Noah was 600 years old when the floodwaters came onto the earth. And Noah and his sons and his wife and his sons' wives entered the ark to escape the waters of the flood. Pairs of clean and unclean animals, of birds, and of all creatures that move along the ground, male and female, came to Noah and entered his ark as God had commanded Noah. And after 7 days, the floodwaters came onto the earth. In the 600th year of Noah's life, on the 17th day of the 2nd month, on that day all the springs of the great deep burst forth, and the floodgates of the heavens were opened. The rain fell on the earth 40 days and 40 nights. On that very day,
So there's
Noah, go ahead.
So there's a lot of debate, like, or there used to be. I don't know so much anymore. I haven't kept up with it, but there used to be a lot of debate of whether or not it could actually rain for 40 days and 40 nights. Like, in what scenario could we have that much moisture in the sky for that to even be possible?
Yeah.
So Kent Hovind, he has a really good theory on this that I probably kind of I lean towards, and he believes that previous to Noah's Ark, that we had an ice dome around the earth, like encompassing the whole earth like a snow globe. And what would have caused it to be able to rain that long is a meteor or something smashing that ice dome, and the ice dome starts falling in, hitting the atmosphere, and lighting on fire. Because outside the atmosphere, it's freezing cold. No
Mhm.
ice is going to melt. So what his theory is that something smashed into this ice dome, and all the ice went to the north and the south poles, and that's why we still have ice there today, because water does conduct electricity. So he thinks that that's highly probable. And also knocking Earth off of its axis, because Earth is actually off its axis. Previous to whatever this flood scenario that happened, there were palm trees in the North and South Pole. Many, many years ago, they drilled down through the North and South Pole. They drilled right through the top of palm trees and even found DNA from woolly mammoths. So that means mammoths, their hair was like certain animals' hair, where the hair doesn't really keep heat in. It's
Yeah.
more for looks. It's decorative.
Yeah.
So, and there were beaches everywhere. There was palm trees, and the earth was luscious previous to the flood, because all of Earth got the same amount of sun, roughly. And now in the North Pole, if you're up there in the summer, it's daylight from June and July to August. It's daylight 24/7. It's daylight because Earth is no longer on the proper axis. So that's just something kind of to point out. I think it's pretty good, pretty interesting, you know.
Huh.
I think that's fair.
So this was-
I've heard another theory of like magnetic pole shifting, and so if like the magnetic pole shift like a few degrees to a certain way, it'll cause the Earth to rotate either faster or slower, which could cause massive flooding. And this is, I guess, who's ever writing this is trying to describe like the massive amounts of water shifting from like places getting flooded and stuff like that. But I think your explanation kind of hits it with the constant rain.
Yeah,
this
40
is-
days.
This is Abe told me to look up canopy theory, so I pulled that up. This is pretty interesting. So it says the canopy theory proposes that a layer of water vapor or ice crystals existed in Earth's upper atmosphere before the Great Flood, acting as a global
Right.
greenhouse and a shield against radiation. This canopy is believed to have provided the water for the flood when it collapsed, and also contributed to a uniformly warm, humid climate and potentially increased human longevity. So
That's it. That's the canopy theory. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay,
Yeah,
Yeah.
so like if there was an ice dome around Earth, the air pressure inside of Earth would have been much greater. Like the air would have been more pure, and it would have been pressurized. Have you ever seen where they take like what's it called, it's like a chamber where they put people when they come up from
The chamber, or not hyperbolic, but
something
it's like it's supposed to deprive you of like all your senses. and stuff
hyperbaric.
like
Hyperbaric. Yeah, it pressurizes your body and makes you get more air in your blood, so that way you can, because you're pressurized when you're underwater, when you're like 100 feet down,
Mhm.
and if you come up too fast, you get the bends that can kill you.
Yeah.
So
They divers deal with that. Like if you have to,
Yeah.
if you dive in water, you have to then, like if you're going to a place that's already submerged, as you're going down slowly, you have to then go into this chamber to like deregulate yourself. Or if you don't, and these two pressurized things meet, it could like just cause you to blow
Yeah.
up, stuff like that.
yeah, it can cause you to have blood vessels burst in your brain and stuff. Well, anyways, so imagine all of Earth is pressurized oxygen. You could dive down 100 feet underwater holding your breath. And because the air is so much more pure and more potent, you could last longer underwater. And then when you come up, you're less likely to get the bends. Also, and I think it was Australia. And this was ages ago, and I'd be curious if someone look up this article because I haven't seen it in a long time. This girl got bit by a poisonous snake, and they stuck her in a hyperbaric chamber because that's all they had nearby. They had no snake venom, no antivenom. So they stuck the girl in the hyperbaric chamber, and the snake venom didn't hurt her. She healed up and everything.
Wow.
So it would mean that like before the flood, snakes weren't even venomous. Like they couldn't hurt you if all of Earth was like a hyperbaric chamber. Another thing, you take a plant and you stick it in a hyperbaric chamber and it gets good sunlight or even artificial sunlight, the plant will grow way bigger. So it would explain why we have these massive trees in some parts of the world that are still standing those trees might have been here before the flood, or even like right after the flood. Like there's this thing called Devil's Peak or something like that in Wyoming, and for a long time we thought it was a big rock face, and just
Mhm.
recently they're like, yeah, that's a fossilized giant tree stump. That tree was probably like 1,000 feet high, something crazy.
No,
When
yeah,
you
yeah.
measure the diameter of this giant rock, it just if everything was like that before the flood, everything would have lived longer. Humans,
Mhm.
and your lizards. Lizards, they grow their whole life as long as they have
Yeah.
plenty of room to move around. Well, if you got a lizard that lives to be like 300-400 years old, that doggone thing's gonna be huge. Them
Oh,
Komodo
yeah.
dragons are gonna be a dinosaur, man. You could probably ride one. Like that
That's
was the time they were living in back then.
I was gonna say, and I think pertaining to the ark, I think we discovered evidence in the mountains of Turkey that they believe they may have found a petrified wood structure of what they believe to be the ark.
Yeah, similar dimensions.
Yeah. It's like you can look down and you can see kind of this weird assemblance of like pillars that have been petrified and I guess would now be fossilized. And so that's always interesting.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's
for sure.
I know this sounds crazy, but you got all this time to stream, make clips. Okay. Sorry, I missed that. Single dads, welcome back, bro. Good to see you. Good to see you. I spent a lot of time looking through maps on Google,
Mhm.
and I can't remember exactly where it is. Oh, 1 second.
But yeah, that was just me memeing on Jess based on that weird
Hey, dude, I'm
freak that
streaming.
was
Can I
like
call you
trying to
back?
hit on her. This guy was being really creepy and stuff, and then he kept making this point, being like, "Oh, you stream for 10 hours, but you love your family, right?" Like he was being so fucking weird, dude. I just thought it was funny.
I'm scrolling back, see
Yeah.
if I forget.
Mount Ararat is where they believe the ark is, or where it ended up. So let me see. Hold on. It came to rest on or near Mount Ararat. So let me.
Ararat.
Yeah.
Dude, you imagine getting off the ark, and now all of those cities that were built up, everyone's dead and been swept away, and you
Oh,
can
yeah.
just pick your own city.
That's pretty
You
wild,
can just
isn't it?
pick a whole kingdom, dude. You're like, all right, I guess that's where I'm going to start my family.
All right, where? Trying to find where it is they believe the ark was. Is this it right here? Here, hold on.
There's a museum near it. If you're looking at one in Turkey.
Yeah, hold on. Here,
There's
let me.
one in Tennessee too.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I think where they built a replica. It's supposed to be a 1-for-1 scale of the ark.
That's pretty cool.
I was gonna say that a coworker of mine told me that he went to there for some type of vacation. I was like, that's pretty cool.
If I'm not
I'd go
mistaken,
spend a day there.
this is it, right? Like isn't that where they think that the ark was? Right here. Is that right?
I would believe so. I mean, I knew it was near kind of the like the mountainous area and stuff like that. Because I know they used some type of radar and they seen it was so many feet underground. But to think about landing an ark on the top of a mountain.
Yeah, something as big as Mount Ararat. That's a
Yeah.
massive mountain. So absolutely like
It's crazy when you look at stuff like this, like today, like how you can just get on there and you can just look at it from your computer.
Yeah, from a satellite.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's fucking crazy. It's crazy.
Anyway, as we were back to what we were doing, having a little fun here, you know.
But that's not allowed. That's
Yeah,
not how Christianity. Fun is not allowed with God. Okay, He does not allow fun or civil liberties and freedoms.
Well, you got to have fun with this, right? Like, if you just read the whole Bible and you don't look up anything in it and you don't get any sense of perspective, it's just boring.
Yeah, if you don't get context for anything, it's boring. But I'd say it's even more
Yeah.
pertinent when you're discussing something that's your entire soul and being.
Right.
Yeah, you got to hit some rabbit trails. Otherwise, you're going to lose interest.
Okay.
That's why I like seeing other people's different perspectives. I don't want to sit in an echo chamber where everyone holds the same religious belief and ideal, because it gets impossible for you to really figure out how you feel about your own.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Dude, something that kind of made me like a major factor in me not really going to churches anymore, not hanging out with very many Christians anymore, is because I was never felt like I was welcome to question things or to even, I felt like if it wasn't talked about by the preacher or by the church, then I wasn't allowed to talk about it. If I wasn't just regurgitating
I'd
something
say
the
that's
preacher said.
Christianity wide, man. That's a Christianity wide problem, because when I was younger, I had the same issue because I was always, heavily autistic. So I questioned literally everything. If you don't tell me why I'm doing something, I'm not going to do a good job at it.
Oh yeah, man. If I'm not questioning something, I'm not even thinking about it. I'm not even interested in it.
And it works the same way, like even outside of religion. It's like in the 12 steps, there's a lot of people who they don't talk to anybody who isn't sober. They don't hang out with anybody who isn't sober, because they have this idea that if they were around people who, and I'm not saying everybody, but that kind of mindset definitely exists in that. Like it's just they feel like any kind of opposing idea on what those kind of things are would shake their own personal like belief and standing in what they believe in.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see it.
I want to respond to Rude because he said he's agnostic. I always like to say that agnostic is akin to being bisexual. It's like you either like dick or you like vagina. You're not really into both. You're gonna prefer one or the other, either which way. So it's like if you're agnostic, you're either atheist or you're religious.
Hey, bro, I'm agnostic. All right. I love the Bible, though. You can call me whatever the fuck you want, but I'm
Yeah, but I would
agnostic,
say that
dude.
you would lean in one direction more than the other. Was my point. Like
Oh yeah.
it's not
Well,
necessarily to say
Christianity
that
is
you.
my favorite one. You know.
Yeah, well, there you go. But I'm saying that means you lean more towards the religiosity rather than the belief that there is no such thing as God.
Yeah, like
Yeah. I
Avery,
mean,
I will say Avery is much more read on the Bible, knows a lot more about it than I do, and he knows what kind of like belief system that I come from, right? Like I'm very new to this whole thing. This is nothing that I've really like gotten into, deep dived into, or anything. You know, like the entire
Yeah.
time
I did when
Avery's
I was
known me,
young.
I've had a belief in God, but I haven't had like a specific kind of faith that I ascribe to. This is something that is like what I would consider a relatively recent development in my life.
I'm the
And
same way,
dude,
but
I
the
am all
opposite side of
for
that
it, man.
coin. I'm the same way, but the opposite side of that coin. So I spent a lot of time looking into researching one study and doing this from an informational standpoint as someone who was a self-proclaimed atheist for a very long time.
Yeah,
So I studied it more pragmatically so that way I could discuss these topics and refute them when I'm debating these, holier than thou people that I believe that just their head doesn't care
Yeah.
us. So in my mind, it was just a means to an end. And now that I've actually gotten some rooted foundation and belief in God, all that other stuff that I studied back then has come swirling in my head all at one time, and I don't know how to like sort through it.
You sound a little fuzzy, brother. You sound kind of hard to hear.
My bad. I'll fix it in a minute.
there you
You're
go.
good. So I'm kind of so what led me to do a lot of studying on the scripture was growing up in the church, and at some point just being like, hey, the way that most people treat one another is not godly at all. And then that led me to have a lot of questions regarding the Bible, questions in the Bible, and questions about how the Bible applies to life. A lot of times I didn't get very good answers for myself. So that led me away from the church, and then realizing how much foundation and how good it was for my heart to be familiar with the Bible, even if I don't call myself a Christian. And so I spent many years like researching a lot of stuff about the scripture, and then I realized I don't necessarily like, I'm not a Christian per se, but I love the Bible. I love Taoism. I love Hinduism. I like all of the Eastern religions. I love them. But I think my favorite is Christianity, right? It's got the most spread out, most applicable stuff, probably, uh, when you talk about full spectrum. Like
Yeah.
Taoism is how to help your heart and how to be happy with being a human being and be at peace. That is really important. Taoism and Christianity go really, really well together. One's a mentality and one's a belief system. They work great together.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know?
So Rude said some really base stuff here. So what he was saying is, atheists have a belief that they use to function in life, just as religious people do. It's just an opposing belief. And he said, I understand none of us really know anything, and I base my life on better understanding of what I can know. Absolutely, man. Like,
Amen.
so yeah, so for me, like, at least in my experience, my main kind of like drive towards Christianity and Jesus is just based primarily on like the value system that's inside of it. Like, I agree with the
Yeah.
value system that relies in that. So that's why, like, this is something that I want to chase. I want to continue to move forward in. I was an atheist for a long time. I completely understand where the atheist perspective comes from, right? But it was like when I found the concept of a higher power, that's what truly like changed my life. And then moving in the direction of Jesus has just been the most comfortable, and like I was already in that position to begin with. It's just now there's like a faith attached to it, It's been
Yeah.
it's been
I
incredible.
responded to his point in chat as well.
Even if if you don't really know exactly what direction or where to start when looking into this stuff, I would tell anybody they need to start Christianity, because Christianity is the foundation of America. And I think that for the most part, Christianity is a major factor in why America has done so well economically for so
Yeah.
long up until recently. But I would say like anybody should start with Christianity. You should go all in on Christianity. But at some point, there's going to be, if you start to really get into the nitty gritty details when you going through the Bible and everything, you may start to realize like where it has stuff that was taken from Egypt, where it has stuff that was taken from um, Eastern mysticism and stories that are similar with other religions that may be 2,000 years older than Christianity. And you start to really, that's where kind of where I am. But Christianity as a whole, I think it should be taught in schools. That's what I think.
I wouldn't say that I believe that it should be taught in schools because it already is taught in schools and it's very clinical. It takes away the relationship with God aspect and it puts it in a factual and argumentative basis. So it teaches you about all these religions like Christianity and the history of Christianity, but it does it in a way that paints it in a bad light. I think that you should bring some
Mm,
of the positive aspects of Christianity into the schools, prayer back into the schools, take time out of your day to acknowledge God. I
Yeah.
think those things are important, but I wouldn't necessarily, I would believe that Christianity being taught in school is already bad just from a historical standpoint because of the way they teach it.
Yeah.
yeah, you're right, man. Teachers suck today most of the time.
Well, there's
Yeah.
that, but
Even in
also
my generation, they did.
like school seems just so cold and lifeless when it comes to like teaching things on paper. And I don't mean to diss like education in that way, but it doesn't it school doesn't show, it never showed me how to do things practically, like in a day by day basis, right? And to
Yeah.
me that's what Christianity really represents, is like practical application of these things in a daily routine. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Um, for me, that's what it is. I could be completely wrong here, right? But that's
No,
what it really.
school is pretty lifeless.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's got it's
Just
just
got no
cold,
soul in it.
you know.
Yeah.
I mean, it's even worse for an inquisitive mind, someone who's just out there and actually wants to learn. Like, again, me being who I am, and it's very clear, I like to talk a lot. I like to argue a lot. So my desk was turned around. I was ostracized. I was treated like the weird kid, even though I was the one more interested in what they were trying to teach me than anyone else in that room.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, I can relate to that. I dropped out. I dropped out when I was 16.
So did
Yeah, I
I.
can understand that. I was in ninth grade. I had a 50% scholarship to Harvard on a debate scholarship already in the ninth grade, and I mean, I pissed that away, but they didn't exactly foster me for an education. It wasn't like, I mean, I was geared the opposite direction. It was like they wanted me out.
Hey, single dads, it's kind of hard to hear you. You're a little muffled. It sounds like you might be far away from the mic.
No, I'll fix it again. It's just my setup right now while I'm at work.
He's turning into a robot. Yeah, fixing it.
Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto. All right. All right. So we're in Genesis 7:11. In the 600th year of Noah's life, on the 17th day and on the second month, on that day, all the springs of the great deep burst forth, and the floodgates of the heavens were opened. And the rain fell on the earth 40 days and 40 nights. On that very day, Noah and his sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, together with his wife and the wives of his 3 sons, entered the ark. They had with them every wild animal according to its kind, and every bird according to its kind, everything with wings. Pairs of all creatures that have breath of life in them came to Noah and entered the ark. The animals going in were male and female of every living thing, as God had commanded Noah. Then the Lord shut him in. So it's funny how, like, they're talking about all the creatures that have the breath of life, and the only thing he hasn't given the breath of life to so far was Eve. Just saying.
I mean, yeah. Maybe they left it out. Maybe they forgot to write that in there.
Yeah.
I don't
For
know,
free.
man. That's interesting.
For 40 days, the flood kept coming on the earth, and as the waters increased, they lifted the ark high above the earth. The waters rose and increased greatly on the earth, and the ark floated on the surface of the water. They rose greatly on the earth, and all the high mountains under the entire heavens were covered. The waters rose and covered the mountains to a depth of more than 15 cubits. Cubits like a little more than a foot, right? Okay, so it's like just under 2 feet. Okay, so that's 23 feet. That's how high the waters got. Oh, they were 23 feet above the mountains. Holy, bro. All right. Every living thing that moved on land perished, birds, livestock, wild animals, all the creatures that swarm over the earth, and all mankind. Everything on dry land that had the breath of life in its nostrils died. Every living thing on the face of the earth was wiped out. People and animals and the creatures that move along the earth and the birds were wiped from the earth. Only Noah was left and those with him in the ark. The waters flooded the earth for 150 days.
Dude, did you know that almost every single religion has a story of Noah's Ark?
Yeah, with like a great circle around of like the flooding of Earth.
Yeah, the Asian countries, China, Japan, all of those countries have a version of Noah's Ark. They have a version of the story of Noah's Ark in Hawaii.
I think even well, this is kind of close in area, but the Mesopotamia like stories of the flood.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy. Well, I mean, if humans were based around this area, I guess it kind of makes sense that a story of the flood would get spread across the world.
Yeah, for sure. And if it's a fairly small family and they all go to different parts of the earth and start their own families, that's one of those stories they'll pass down.
Yep.
Rude,
So
I'm
we're
glad
not all
you're in here, man.
descendants.
I'm glad you made it today, Rude. That's fucking. He said, here, hold on. He said, due to the absence of the breath of life, kind of God's fault the inferior rib woman ate the fruit. That's funny as hell. All right. Let's go. Genesis 8. But God remembered Noah and all the wild animals and the livestock that were with him in the ark, and he sent a wind over the earth, and the waters receded. Now the springs of the deep and the floodgates of the heavens had been closed, and the rain had stopped falling from the sky. the water receded steadily from the earth. At the end of the 150 days, the water had gone down, and on the 17th day of the 7th month, the ark came to rest on the mountains of Ararat. The waters continued to recede until the 10th month, and on the first day of the 10th month, the tops of the mountains became visible. After 40 days, Noah opened a window he had made in the ark. And he sent out a raven, and it kept flying back and forth until the water had dried up from the earth. Then he sent out a dove to see if the water had receded from the surface of the ground. But the dove could find nowhere to perch because there was water all over the surface of the earth. So it returned to Noah in the ark. He reached out his hand and took the dove and brought it back to himself in the ark. He waited 7 more days and again sent out the dove from the ark. When the dove returned to him in the evening, there in its beak was a freshly plucked olive leaf. Then Noah knew that the water had receded from the earth. He waited 7 more days and sent the dove out again, but this time it did not return to him. By the first day of the first month, Noah's 601st year, the water had dried up from the earth. Noah then removed the covering from the ark and saw that the surface of the ground was dry. By the 27th day of the 2nd month, the earth was completely dry. Then God said to Noah, "Come out of the ark, you and your wife and your sons and their wives. Bring out every kind of living creature that is with you, the birds, the animals, and all the creatures that move along the ground, so they can multiply on the earth and be fruitful and increase in number on it." So Noah came out together with his sons and his wife and his sons' wives. All the animals and all the creatures that move along the ground and all the birds, everything that moves on land, came out of the ark, one kind after another. Then Noah built an altar to the Lord, and taking some of the clean animals and clean birds, he sacrificed burnt offerings on it. The Lord smelled the pleasing aroma and said in his heart, "Never again will I curse the ground because of humans, even though every inclination of the human heart is evil from childhood. And never again will I destroy all living creatures as I have done. As long as the earth endures, seed time and harvest, cold and heat, summer and winter, day and night will never cease."
Can you imagine what it would have been like to be building an ark and it's never rained before?
Yeah,
Like
that's
it-
wild.
That's
Look,
pretty wild.
how people look at you like you're building this big boat structure, and there's never been any rain at all.
Yeah.
And so everyone's looking at you like, why are you dedicating massive amounts of life to building this boat?
Yeah.
That
Like
is
what was he,
pretty-
600?
Yeah,
And then you think about it, like back then, if it never rained but everything was green and growing, then like there was probably just streams everywhere. You just want to go get water, you just walk to the stream. There's a stream over there, stream over there. You know?
another good way to look at this is you could also paint it as this is Noah's journey of following God. And so like everyone else is looking at him saying, you know, why are you wasting your time with that? Why are you doing this? But this is Noah himself walking with God.
Oh shit! Single
Mhm.
Dads Club fell out. Oh fuck! I didn't realize he was gone.
He said, knock, knock.
Yeah, come back in, dude. Sorry, I didn't realize you were gone. What's up, Charlie? You okay, Bubba?
Yeah,
My
what's,
bad, brother.
what's Charlie's opinion on this?
How do I sound?
He's snorting at it.
Do I sound-
It's general
Can you
approval.
hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Just trying to see if I sounded bad.
No, it sounds good, dude. It actually,
Okay.
it's clear. Yeah.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to make sure. I know how to make sure that doesn't happen anymore.
No, you're good, brother. All right. All right. God's covenant with Noah. Then God
I
blessed
just wanted
Noah.
to say one thing. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean I actually wanted to say something on that same topic you guys were talking about. I think it's no less crazy than when someone was trying to build a plane and no man had flown. Like we have several instances in history where that same concept exists. And I do think that it's funny because I think it's very indicative of the same concept of like how crazy it was for Noah to build an ark because he knew that he was about to be using that ark to float.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know, something that I like about the Mormons is the Mormons, they believe that you should have a certain amount of food, like 6 months or, you know, a couple years worth of food stored. And that's something they do that I think is probably like very good because in Matthew 24, which we went over in the past, but Matthew 24, it tells you that there will be, you know, tough times at some point down the road. Like, if the Antichrist is going to be here for 7 years, then you're going to have 7 years of tribulation. You probably want like 7 or 8 years of food. And when you look at the story of Joseph that was sold into Egypt by his brothers, well, one of the things that he told the Pharaoh at the time, he said, yeah, we need to have like this many years or this many months of food. We need to store it. And he's interpreting the Pharaoh's dream. And the Pharaoh's like, oh, okay, yeah, let's have that much food storage. And then later on, Joseph is selling the food back to his family, his brothers. They're like, wait, you're the right hand of the Pharaoh, you know? But there's a lot of scenarios in the Bible where pretty much the Bible's like pointing to you to be prepared, you know?
Yeah. You know, it's funny, like as we were reading through that, I kind of in my mind I had this idea of like, did it delineate how long he had everything together before the rain started? Did it like expound on that? Here, let me see real quick. I want to go back.
I would just Google it and see if there's an answer on how many years he built that.
Yeah, let me do that. All right.
Yeah, I'd be curious.
And he didn't really have a lot of help either.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, what, he had 2 boys and 3 boys and a 3
Yeah, but he wasn't building it with a feminist around, so I'm sure he made good time.
Yeah, I guess the nagging.
Okay, so
yeah.
What it's saying here is, according to the biblical narrative in Genesis 6 and 7, Noah spent approximately 100 years building the ark before the floodwaters came. This is based on the information that Noah was 500 years old when he began having sons, and 600 years old when the floodwaters came. The text indicates that his sons were already alive when God instructed him to build the ark, and that the flood occurred 100 years later.
So he spent a good portion of his life doing it, like 1/9 of his entire life doing it.
Yeah. So
right. So in modern times, it'd be like someone spending 10 years working on something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say it's a very good argument in the favor of age gap relationships.
Yeah.
Well, back then, apparently the wives could have children at like 200 years old. So I guess their health was great.
because they were worth it.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah. To me, like where my head goes is like Noah was the ultimate prepper. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He was like, all right, there ain't never been any water coming down from the ground. God told me some water's coming down, dude. So I got to get all these animals. I got to get all these several decades, about 60 years. Yeah. I got to get all these animals. I got to get all this food. I got to build this big boat. You know what I mean? He was just getting everything together. And then,
all neighbors laughing at him.
Yeah.
You imagine how much food they had to store in there? No, they didn't have to store that much. They were only up in the water for 100 and some days, right?
Yeah, I mean it's still a fair amount of food though.
Yeah, 3 months of food.
Yeah, for
4 months of food.
Every
for 8 people.
And then the
people. Oh, and all the animals. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's a lot of food.
You can't be animals. Moses
was the biblical Forrest Gump trying to become a shrimp boat captain.
Shrimp burgers, shrimp stew, shrimp and potatoes. Anyway, all right. We'll keep going. All right, God's covenant with Noah. Then God blessed Noah and his sons, saying to them, "Be fruitful and increase in number and fill the earth. The fear and dread of you will fall on the beasts of the earth and all the birds in the sky, on every creature that moves along the ground, and on the fish and all the sea. They are all given into your hands. Everything that lives and moves about will be food for you. Just as I gave you the green plants, I now give you everything. But you must not eat meat that has its lifeblood still in it. For your lifeblood, I will surely demand an accounting. I will demand an accounting from every animal and from each human being too. I will demand an accounting for the life of another human being." What does that mean when he says he demands an accounting?
We should look that up.
To give, I guess, the loose translation, I would probably say he must admit to it. Like there has to document's a bad word, but like.
I go to my brain goes to accountability.
Yeah, I guess that's fair. I think that's a good way of putting it.
Okay. So he's just saying there's going to be accountability for taking
Damn,
a
I'm
life.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he's talking about lifeblood, so it makes sense. And he's talking about I'm for human. You shouldn't eat meat that has its lifeblood still in it, and same is applied for you because you always pretty much have your lifeblood in you.
Yeah,
So it's basically saying you can't eat humans.
which
Got
is smart.
Yeah, I mean it's the
Well, it's
basis of
saying that you
morality.
can't
is
kill
the Bible.
you can't kill animal for no reason. There has to be
Yeah,
a
of
reason.
course. Yeah, of course, of
Yeah.
course.
You make the argument. He's also saying don't eat animals that are alive.
Yeah.
Like you kill them first and then eat them. So all the people that are
Mhm.
eating alive animals, no
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah. It goes on right after that where it says, "Whoever sheds human blood, by humans shall their blood be shed. For in the image of God has God made mankind." So that's like how powerful those 4 lines are. Think of every person in history that has been executed or killed for shedding blood.
Oh yeah.
Like that is an insane amount of people, my man.
Well, and
That's
plus during
crazy.
the time, that's common, and so it's like you need a profound statement to stop. What at the time is a very common thing to do.
Yeah, right. All right. As for you, be fruitful and increase in number, multiply on the earth and increase upon it. Then God said to Noah and to his sons with him, I now establish my covenant with you and with your descendants after you, and with every living creature that was with you, the birds, the livestock, and all the wild animals. All those that came out of the ark with you, every living creature on earth. I establish my covenant with you. Never again will all life be destroyed by the waters of a flood. Never again will there be a flood to destroy the earth. And God said, This is a sign of the covenant I am making between you and every living creature with you, a covenant for all generations to come. I have set my rainbow in the clouds, and it will be the sign of the covenant between me and the earth. Whenever I bring clouds over the earth and the rainbows appear in the clouds, I will remember my covenant between me and you and all living creatures of every kind. Never again will the waters become a flood to destroy all life. Whenever the rainbow appears in the clouds, I will see it and remember the everlasting covenant between God and all living creatures of every kind on the earth. So God said to Noah, This is the sign of the covenant I have established between me and all life on the earth.
So why we need to win back the rainbow?
100%, bro. Absolutely based, dude.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That symbolism, it's
I mean,
just
I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know because the before that we're starting talking about accountability, and I think accountability's gone. So I think we need to bag it up and fix that part first.
fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah. When I was younger, when I was a young kid, I had a Bible with a rainbow on it. It had pictures of Noah at the bottom of the rainbow with the ark, and the rainbow is coming out of the ark, shining into a mountain. A little blue Bible with
Oh,
Noah's Ark on it.
Abe put a good comment about the blood,
Yeah. Life is in the blood. Disease is also carried in the blood.
which is also kind of one of those double meanings of, hey, be careful eating animals that have lifeblood in it because it potentially carries disease.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Man, this is and by the way, dude, thank you, Ashton. I appreciate it, bro. I love these two, man. I'm a big fan of all this. Oh, Corey's gone. I'm really happy with how this is going, dude. Dude, and thank you guys for taking time out of your day to come on here and read the good word with me, man. Like seriously, you guys rock. I'm talking Single Dads Club, Avery, Corey Barton. Like, thank you guys for real, man. It is always
Yeah.
a pleasure, like hanging and talking with you guys, especially when like we can come up and do something productive and like it's.
Well,
Thank you.
we can go ahead and also extend the same thing to you, just having these kinds of spaces where people can do this in a constructive way, regardless of whether or not they're agnostic, atheist, like some of the other people that are in here. It's kind of important because, like I said before, when you have just a room full of people who agree with each other, it just creates a false dichotomy in what you believe in. It can either assure you falsely or deny you falsely.
Yeah. Well, and like that's such a good point, man, and that's why like I'm grateful to have Avery on here, because he's not a Christian, right? But he's still sitting in it with us. I mean, he's more knowledgeable on the Bible than I am, you know what I mean? But it's like you're saying, it's good to not have this become like, an echo chamber, right? Like, just there's all sorts of different perspectives, and being able to take all those perspectives, uh, to at least engage with them, is, for
Well,
me, it's
also,
very important.
you think about anybody who is agnostic or any other faith, if they're the type of person that can sit in and learn about the Bible and they're happy doing that, then it's not from a place of emotion or resentment, wherever their belief is. It's probably from a place of like research, and they're pretty strong in their opinion. And
Yeah.
it's not like an emotional, deny God, blah, 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 emotional BS, you know? So a
Uh,
lot of people in my experience that say they're atheists or whatever, they're really just filled with emotion. They're angry at somebody.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Rude Cunt Crab, for instance. I don't know if he's still listening, but he's been hanging out listening. He's not a Christian, but he's still hanging out listening, engaging with the conversation.
Yeah.
Like
That's more
that.
or less who I was like referring to with the agnosticism.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah,
And
absolutely.
more,
It's and I was saying
What
that.
up, dude?
Sorry,
Glad to hear, man.
I'll let you finish in a second. My point was more so of like, it's important that you have these discussions, and you can't have these discussions unless you do have people with different viewpoints. I
Yeah,
like that
yeah.
aspect of it, but it's important that you have someone that you bring people together to learn. It's not even necessarily about whether or not Christianity is the ultimate light and the end of the tunnel to save your salvation and all of this. It's not even really about that at the end of the day, especially when in this kind of sphere that we're in. It's important for everyone to learn.
yeah,
Yeah.
based,
And,
absolutely based.
and more people, I said this months ago to you, lower class, that more people there needs to be more places online for people to be able to discuss stuff that's important. There's so much polarizing BS out there in the world just to make everybody divided. But what can we all agree on? Well, most people can agree that biblical morality is the way to go. Most people can agree that our country needs more men that are knowledgeable. Most people can agree that schooling system's messed up. That's why everybody hates it. I mean, more people need to come together with what they agree on.
Yeah,
Well, I think that you created and presented a false premise because you basically said more people already agree. We need more people to come together and agree. I think the actual problem is that our society has become more and more secular over time. And we want to say, oh, well, all these new people are coming to Christianity, sure. But if you go back 40 years and see the amount of people who believed in God and the amount of people who didn't, it would embarrass you. Like, I mean, genuinely, it would humble your brain into realizing that we're on the downward spiral in America, at least, maybe not worldwide with Christianity. We kind of we've stopped the fall to the point where it's not going to where secularism is above Christianity, but we have to continue that push forward if we're going to actually get more people at least to wrap their head around Christian ethics, is my opinion.
yeah,
Yeah, that
100%.
was kind of my point, that more people need to have.
Understood. You just originally was just like the majority of people are Christian. I was like, okay, well, I would
I didn't
say that
say
like
that.
you
I don't
wouldn't.
believe I said
Okay,
that.
maybe I misheard. Maybe I misheard.
Yeah, yeah. I think. Correct me if I'm wrong, Avery, but what I think is like people of all different kind of ideals have agreement. There's a lot of overlap in agreement that people have with
Yeah.
things. And what he was kind of like pointing towards was more like, I think it's best to find out and focus on what people agree on versus what we disagree on.
Yep.
That's what you were saying, right, Avery?
Yeah, pretty
Yeah.
much, because there's a lot of divisiveness in the world. It's like, what can we all come together that we agree on, that unites us, helps us save our country?
And then we can
That makes
compromise
more
from
sense.
there.
That makes more sense. I wasn't trying to straw man your point. I think I just misunderstood it.
Yeah, yeah, no, it's
Yeah,
good.
it's
It's
fine.
good. Yeah. We're all good. I didn't think that. Yeah, Avery, single dads, he's very good faith, bro. Like he when I believe you definitely or genuinely like just misheard him, dude.
Yeah.
There's no issue there.
All good, man.
All right, so sons of Noah. The sons of Noah who came out of the ark were Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Ham was the father of Canaan. Sorry. Uh, these were the three sons of Noah, and from them came the people who were scattered over the whole earth. Noah, a man of the soil, proceeded to plant a vineyard. When he drank some of its wine, he became drunk and lay uncovered inside his tent. Ham, the father of Canaan, saw his father naked and took his two brothers outside. But Shem and Japheth took a garment and laid it across their shoulders. Then they walked in backward and covered their father's naked body. Their faces were turned the other way so they would not see their father naked. When Noah awoke from his wine and found out what his youngest son had done to him, he said, "Cursed be Canaan, the lowest of slaves will he be to his brothers," he said. "Praised be to the Lord, the God of Shem. May Canaan be the slave of Shem. May God extend Japhet's territory. May Japhet live in the tents of Shem, and may Canaan be the slave of Japhet." I wonder what.
That's what I was thinking. What happened? Let's find out.
I was going to say it kind of spiraled very quickly, but I think it's trying to put the emphasis on, like, because how God put emphasis on when Adam and Eve like covered themselves, like that was a very bad symbolic thing, and I wonder if it's trying to paint the same bad symbolic thing as, you know, the kids covering up Noah, or I guess the adults' sons covering up Noah.
Yeah.
But I will say this is also just dealing with the humans, so this may have been a bad thing that Noah did because I guess he was rash and still intoxicated by wine.
Yeah, he was hungover and he was like, "Oh, you're gonna be a slave for the rest of your life, you piece of crap," you know.
Poor Canaan. Unless this is supposed to represent something a little bit deeper and that I'm not understanding.
Yeah, maybe something
what I
more
was
nefarious happened.
That's what
like,
I'm saying.
like
Maybe
he
a
embarrassed
sexual
him or
connotation.
humiliate. Right. Or yeah, that, or even maybe he brought everybody in to look at his drunk dad, you know, or something.
Yeah.
Makes you
Yeah.
wonder.
But to be fair, it seemed like he was already drunk when they were in the tent. Then they left the tent and then came back into it.
Yeah, something happened there. The story
That-
don't quite
yeah.
add up. What'd they leave out?
So I think so. What it sounds like here, right, is it says he drank the wine and he became drunk and then laid uncovered inside of his tent. Ham, the father of Canaan, saw his father naked and told his two brothers outside.
Okay.
So instead of just
Or they
leaving him
came in.
alone in the tent, he went and he told the two brothers. So all three of them went inside and covered him up. But they all like took precaution to not. I guess. Oh, okay. I see what it is. So Ham saw his father naked. The other two didn't. They didn't see it because when they went inside, they kept their eyes away. It said they walked backwards. They walked in backwards, and their faces were turned away.
But why was Canaan?
Canaan's the son of Ham.
Okay. I see. I was gonna say, why was Canaan cursed? Is
So
Canaan the first person to see it, or was Ham the first person to see it?
Ham. It doesn't say Canaan.
I guess he's punishing Ham, or I guess he's punishing Canaan for Ham's transgression.
Yeah.
Okay.
Punishing his son.
Yeah.
Seems pretty rash.
Yeah, it is. It's pretty tough. For
Yeah.
sure.
Well, let's get the next one. There's some clarification on.
Yeah.
Let's
After the
see what
flood,
happened.
Noah lived 350 years. Noah lived a total of 950 years, and then he died.
So, man, he really spent like 1/9 of his entire life building that ark.
Oh yeah, 100%. That's wild. That's insane. All right. Oh, excuse me, guys. Sorry.
I would say it's not that wild when you look at the fact that the majority of us in America, for instance, spend at least 50% of our own lives building companies for other people to make them rich.
That's very true.
Yeah.
Fair.
Yeah, I mean, I'd actually say it's less crazy because he did something for something he inherently believes that's much larger than himself. So I actually think, if anything, it shows that he probably had a lot more dedication and devotion than probably anyone in modernity.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I can agree with that because you are right about that. I mean, people spend large portions of their life doing something that doesn't necessarily matter. So, in context, him spending 1/9 was superior than anything that people do now when building businesses or taking up large portions of their life that's outside of God.
Yeah. Hey, boys, give me just a second. Let me use the restroom.
I also don't. I feel like we probably won't get an explanation.
No, we'll never get an explanation at the end of
Yeah,
the day. But
because
that's why I like
that was
having these
wild.
conversations.
That was a wild little snippet, and then now we're moving on to the nations.
Yeah, no, that's why I was like,
Yeah.
it's important to have these conversations, especially for someone like me. Like, I'm the kind of person that likes to give pushback so that people can have discussions, whether or not I believe in what I'm saying or not. But in a
Yeah.
topic like this that is actually important to me, but I know so little about and I still need to learn, it's important for me because I get
Mhm.
to hear things that you guys will probably know that I don't because inherently I have ignored a lot more than I probably should have.
Yeah. Well, I mean, with that one, I think it's left up to more mystery than I know how to give input to. Because I take it there's some fundamental reason why Noah did it. I just can't, outside of I guess, the clothing aspect of it, I don't quite know. Well, or maybe it's supposed to be a representation of like his son's trying to hide his sins by putting the garment over him, and maybe that's why Adam and Eve putting on clothes is so bad is because it's an attempt to hide your sin or to hide your sin from God.
All right, I'm back.
So I just took a sec to look this up, and I think it should be looked further into. But here, I posted it in the chat. I can't read while I drive, but I'll send that over.
All right, Noah cursed Canaan because of Ham's disrespect and possibly sexual actions towards Noah while he was intoxicated and naked. While the Bible doesn't explicitly state what Ham did, the text suggests it was a shameful act that dishonored Noah. This dishonor led Noah to pronounce a curse on Canaan, Ham's son, rather than directly on Ham himself.
Because it was something great, like great enough to where he couldn't just punish Ham, but had to punish his entire, like I guess, generations.
Yeah. That's I mean, it must have been bad. Like,
Well,
Yeah.
I gave a deluded theory about it could be an attempt to like hide sin or some type of thing, but the sexuality thing, I think that hits a little different. I think it makes it kind of, because it's like what could be something very rash that you would curse your own generations afterwards. It had to have been something
Yeah, and it
grotesque and
says
wild.
that he was naked, so I think it's that part of the story is kind of meant to be assumed by adults,
Yeah,
you know,
but without revealing, too much
without
that
saying something. You want to be
yeah.
able to still read the story to your kid,
Yeah.
but you as an adult kind of can assume.
yeah. No, that's wild.
Yeah. Poor Canaan.
Yeah,
All right.
Dad's an
so,
idiot.
we're on Genesis 10 now. So the Table of Nations. This is the account of Shem, Ham, and Japheth, Noah's sons, who themselves had sons after the floods. The Japhethites, the son of Japhet, Gomer, Magog, Madai, Javan, Tubal, Meshech, and Tyrus. Hold on, Bubba. The sons of Gomer, Ashkenaz, Riphat, and Togarmah. The sons of Javan, Elisha, Tarshish, and Ketites, and the Rodanites. Some manuscripts of the Masoretic text and the Samaritan Pentateuch. Most manuscripts of the Masoretic text Dodanites. Okay, so it calls there's different names for these in interpretation. From these, the maritime peoples spread out into their territories by their clans within their nations, each with its own language. The Hamites, the sons of Ham, Cush, Egypt, Put, and Canaan. The sons of Cush, Seba, Havilah, Sabta, Ramah, and Sabateka. And then the sons of Ramah, Sheba, and Dedan. Cush was the father of Nimrod, who became a mighty warrior on the earth. He was a mighty hunter before the Lord. That is why it is said, like Nimrod, a mighty hunter before the Lord. The first centers of his kingdom were Babylon, Uruk, Akkad, and Calneh in Shinar. From that land he went to Assyria, where he built Nineveh, uh, Rehoboth Ir, Calah, and Resen, which is between Nineveh and Calah, which is a great city. Okay, so Resen is a great city between Nineveh and Calah. Egypt was the father of the Ludites, Anamites, Lehabites, Naphtahites, the Pathrusites, the Coslahites, from whom Philistines came, and the Caphtorites. Canaan was the father of Sidon, his firstborn, and of the Hittites, the Jebusites, the Amorites, the Girgashites, the Hivites, the Archites, Sinites, Arvadites, the Zemarites, and the Hamathites.
Most
Later-
of this chapter right here is pretty doggone boring.
Yeah,
Just
yeah,
FYI. If you're gonna get through it anyway, that's cool. I'm just letting you know.
yeah. It seems like it's kind of just describing how, like, as they had their children, they moved and like kind of became tribes as they settled into areas where they went. Right? Am I wrong there?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Later, the Canaanite clans scattered. Hold on, let me make sure. Oh, Single Dads is back out again. Oh, phone's over. Okay, cool. What up, dude? What up? All right. Later, the Canaanite clans scattered, and the borders of Canaan reached from Sidon towards Gerar as far as Gaza, and then towards Sodom, Gomorrah, Admah, and Zeboim, as well as Lasha. These are the sons of Ham by their clans and languages and their territories and nations. The Semites' sons were also born to Shem, whose older brother was Japhet. Shem was the ancestor of all sons of Eber. The sons of Shem are Elam, Ashur, Arphaxad, Lud, and Aram. The sons of Aram, Uz, Hul, Geter, and Meshech. Arphaxad was the father of Shelah, and Shelah the father of Eber. 2 sons were born to Eber. One was named Peleg, because in his time the earth was divided. The brother was named Joktan. Joktan was the father of Almadad, Shalef, Hazar-Maveth, Jerah, Hadaram, Uzal, Diklah, Obal, Abimael, Sheba, Ophir, Havilah, and Jobab. All these were the sons of Joktan.
You're doing a good job pronouncing these names.
I'm trying, bro.
Now you're killing it. I'm not gonna lie, you're killing it.
The region where they lived stretched from Meshah towards Sephar and the eastern hill country. These are the sons of Shem by the clans and languages in the territories and nations. These are the clans of Noah's sons according to their lines of descent within their nations. From these, the nations spread out all over the earth after the flood. All right. The Tower of Babel. Now the whole world had one language and a common speech. As people moved eastward, they found a plain in Shinar and settled there. They said to each other, "Come, let's make bricks and bake them thoroughly." They used brick instead of stone and tar for mortar. Then they said, "Come, let us build ourselves a city with a tower that reaches the heavens, so that we may make a name for ourselves. Otherwise, it will be scattered over the face of the whole earth." But the Lord came down to see the city and the tower that people were building. The Lord said, "If as one people speaking the same language they have begun to do this, then nothing they plan to do will be impossible for them. Come, let us go down and confuse their language so they will not understand each other." He said, "Bro, these guys are building this crazy tower. We got to go down there and like throw a wrench in the gears, you know?" So the Lord scattered them from there over all the earth, and they stopped building the city. This is why it was called Babel. Oh, it's okay. Babel is Hebrew for confused, because there the Lord confused the language of the whole world. From there the Lord scattered them over the face of the whole earth. From Shem to Abram. This is the account of Shem's family line. 2 years after the flood, when Shem was 100 years old, he became the father of Arphaxad. And after he became the father of Arphaxad, Shem lived 500 years and had other sons and daughters. When Arphaxad had lived 35 years, he became the father of Shelah. And after he became the father of Shelah, Arphaxad lived 403 years and had other sons and daughters. When Shelah had lived 30 years, he became the father of Eber. And when he became the father of Eber, Shelah lived 403 years and had other sons and daughters. When Eber had lived 34 years, he became the father of Peleg. And after he became the father of Peleg, Eber lived 430 years and had other sons and daughters. When Peleg lived 30 years, he became the father of Reu. And when he became the father of Reu, Peleg lived 209 years and had other sons and daughters. When Reu had lived 32 years, he became the father of Serug. After he became the father of Serug, Reu lived 207 years and had other sons and daughters. When Serug had lived 30 years, he became the father of Nahor. And after he became the father of Nahor, Serug lived 200 years and had other sons and daughters. When Nahor lived 29 years, he became the father of Terah. After he became the father of Terah, Nahor lived 119 years and had other sons and daughters. After Terah had lived 70 years, he became the father of Abram, Nahor, and Haran. So it is interesting how it seems like as time goes on, the amount of time lived by these people was less and less and less and less and less.
It's getting smaller and smaller. And
Yeah,
it seems like they're having children earlier and earlier.
right.
Yeah, it makes you wonder if the air is getting less dense now that there's not something holding it in or whatever. I don't know.
Well, I mean, this could explain like our bodies getting adapted to maybe a different standard of air based on the theory that you had presented.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that canopy theory was actually pretty cool, man.
There's like as more air is allowed to escape the atmosphere and it's not being held in as tight as it once was, it's like so now I guess we're not living for as long as we can. It's just getting smaller and smaller just because our bodies are getting more used to the available oxygen.
Right,
Yeah.
absolutely.
And if you look into people or if you ever watch any videos about people talking about being inside of a hyperbaric chamber, when you're inside of there, it feels like the air is being like forced into your lungs. And then when you're out here, you know, in normal nature, it's like you have to pull the air in.
Mm-hmm. I will also say, I guess another loose theory is it's just the closer you get to, I guess, the closer you get to like the people who wrote the Bible and they're able to go back, they can track, I guess, more accurate lifespans. And so the further they go back, the longer their lifespans they think were.
Mm-hmm.
Just on just general knowledge, it's like they get more realistic lifespans the closer they get to maybe the people who wrote the Bible, or I guess the Older Testament.
Yeah. Another thing to kind of think about is at the beginning of Earth, there was no impurities. There weren't impurities in the air. You know.
It was the perfect ideal spot.
Yeah, it's like being in a lab that's completely sterile. You know, there's nothing bad in there.
Yeah.
And then, of course, after we partake in the, I guess the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil, it's like the more disease and illness starts to enter the realm and being able to affect us as humans.
Yeah. So
harder to.
Yeah. So there's theories like that. Basically, like in those days, probably around the time of Noah, that when one kingdom was taking over another kingdom, they would take a dead body and they would stick it on a catapult and launch it into the castle and kill off everyone in the castle. Then they'd go in and invade it. And they would just launch dead animals and stuff. And there's theories that the angels that came down from the heavens, that they were messing around with making diseases, like creating viruses and stuff to take over parts of the earth, because you could just wipe everybody out and not even have to go to war with them. And the Book of Enoch, it talks about they were teaching them sorcery and steel work, how to make their own swords and tell the seasons by the stars and stuff like that.
Makes you think about Dr. Fauci.
About what?
Dr. Fauci.
Yeah,
based.
Yeah. So if they were creating diseases and stuff, that could have been a factor in what led to the shortened lifespan of humans too. Because previous to that, we didn't have to. Our bodies didn't have to fight anything off. It was just, bodies just chilling.
And to be fair, if like especially like with Cain and Abel, like dead bodies weren't a concept, And it's like as
Mhm.
their generations go on, you're seeing more and more dead bodies now available because of all the people that are having children. And so now disease is like right outside your door.
Mhm. Yep. More and more parasites and stuff from bad
Yep.
water and animals taking crap in the water and stuff like that. Yeah.
It is. That is an interesting concept. I to think of how warfare was done back then versus what it is today, just a vast difference in like obviously technology and everything, but it's just it's a very interesting concept to me that in today's warfare the way that we operate is when someone's killed, even if it's on the other side, like you account for them, you return dead soldiers and stuff to the other side. uh,
Mhm.
but back then they were like, all right, they're dead, launch them.
Yeah. Let's
You know what I
launch their
mean?
body over that castle and take it over.
I
Yeah,
mean, it
yeah,
probably wasn't until a lot later that we started actually burning bodies.
yeah,
I mean,
Yeah.
it's like either you knew them and you buried them because you wanted them, I guess, to return to, I guess, God. But if you didn't really care and you weren't really a believer, you would just leave it there.
right.
Yeah, also, like the stories of Jesus talking about people. If you don't, he's saying, if you don't get your act in order, you're gonna end up in Sheol or you're gonna end up in Hades. Well,
Mm-hmm.
back in the day, those were literal places outside of Jerusalem where if no one cared about you and you were a jerk your whole life and no one loved you, they would take your body out to a literal burn pit outside of Jerusalem.
Yep.
Those were literal, real places. They weren't some spiritual place that your spirit goes to burn because your spirit can't burn anyway. So Jesus was talking about like, look, you need to get your act in order, or you're gonna just go burn out there, and your bones are gonna be in there forever, for eternity.
Yep.
No one's gonna love you. No one's gonna remember you. So he's
Yeah.
telling them like quite literally, you need to get your life in order. Also, the other thing that's kind of funny, you think about back then, is they didn't have if they didn't have necessarily the best books on plants that are poisonous. Like
Oh,
imagine,
yeah.
your uncle's just walking along and eats the wrong mushroom and he just falls over dead.
Dude, you know
Like
what's
that.
funny? Go ahead. Sorry, my bad.
I'm just saying that's funny, dude. Like that probably happened. They're like, yeah, don't eat that one. Uncle Johnny, he fell over dead. He ate one of those.
Dude, I had a conversation about this a few months ago with a guy with our chef at La Fresca, and what he like we went through like the whole line of it where it was like, imagine how many humans died over the course of history trying and eating different things to develop
Yeah.
like this whole paradigm that we have of food now. Like we had to learn
Yeah.
that. It wasn't, we didn't have like a book or something. So just thinking of like how many people perished like over time just from like
Just because they didn't know
trying
any
to
better.
find out what is healthy to eat and what's not.
Yeah.
That's wild to me. All right, we'll get back to it. We're on Genesis 11:27. This is the account of Terah's family line. Terah became the father of Abram, Nahor, and Haran. Haran became the father of Lot. While his father Terah was still alive, Haran died in Ur of the Chaldeans, in the land of his birth. Abram and Nahor both married. The name of Abram's wife was Sarai, and the name of Nahor's wife was Milcah. She was the daughter of Haran and the father of both Milcah and Iscah. Now Sarai was childless because she was not able to conceive. Terah took his son Abram, his grandson Lot, son of Haran, and his daughter-in-law Sarai, the wife of his son Abram, and together they set out from Ur of the Chaldeans to go to Canaan. But when they came to Haran, they settled there. Terah lived 205 years, and he died in Haran. All right. The call of Abram. The Lord had said to Abram, "Go from your country, your people, and your father's household to the land I will show you. I will make you into a great nation, and I will bless you. I will make your name great, and you will be a blessing. I will bless those who bless you, and whoever curses you, I will curse. And all the people on the all peoples on earth will be blessed through you. So Abram went as the Lord had told him, and Lot went with him. Abram was 75 years old when he set out from Haran. He took his wife Sarai, his nephew Lot, all the possessions they had accumulated, and the people they had acquired in Haran, and they set out for the land of Canaan, and they arrived there. Abram traveled through the land as far as the site of the green tree of Moreh and Shechem. At that time, the Canaanites were in the land. The Lord appeared to Abram and said, "To your offspring I will give this land." So he built an altar there to the Lord who had appeared to him. From there he went on toward the hills east of Bethel and pitched his tent, with Bethel on the west and Ai on the east. There he built an altar to the Lord and called on the name of the Lord. Then Abram set out and continued towards Negev. Abram in Egypt. Now there was a famine in the land, but Abram went down to Egypt to live there for a while because his famine was severe. As he was about to enter Egypt, he said to his wife Sarai, "I know what a beautiful woman you are. When the Egyptians see you, they will say, 'This is his wife.' Then they will kill me, but let you live. Say you are my sister, so that I will be treated well for your sake, and my life will be spared because of you." When Abram came to Egypt, the Egyptians saw Sarai was a very beautiful woman. And when Pharaoh's officials saw her, they praised her to Pharaoh, but she was taken into his palace. He treated Abram well for her sake, but Abram acquired sheep and cattle, male and female donkeys, male and female servants, and camels. So wait, hold on. Where did like these pharaohs and stuff in Egypt come from? Like what part of the lineage that we've gone through, what part of that went to Egypt? I'm just curious. It didn't really like expound on that at all.
I think it did kind of say, I forget which blood, or I guess which group moved to Egypt, but one of them had a son that was Egypt, and I take it all the Egyptians must come from the one son that was from Egypt. Because like when you were doing the reading of the names, I'm pretty sure there was one that had 3 sons, and one of the names of the sons was Egypt.
In Genesis.
I don't know. It's worth looking up. I'm kind of the same questions.
Well, that's wild. Okay. I can't. It's not really expounding on that.
Um, if you could, after you get done looking that up, go back to the list of like names, and let's see if we can track. Because I'm pretty sure I read that the word Egypt as one of the names of the sons, and so that would leave me to believe that the Egyptians they're referencing is a delineation of the said person named Egypt.
Because they definitely came from Noah, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, at this point here, they're talking about like a pharaoh, and the pharaoh had a crush on his wife.
Because I assume this is a couple 1,000 year or 1,000 years at least of lineage. Because we're at Abraham now.
Okay, no, it's so they were descendants of Ham.
Okay, yep.
Yeah, so Ham's descendants are traditionally associated with regions in Africa and parts of the Middle East. Some of his prominent descendants and associated groups include Cush, which is connected to the region of Nubia, which is modern Sudan and South Egypt, and then Nimrod, came from Babylon and Nineveh. Mizraim linked to Egypt. Put linked with Libya, and then Canaan were the Canaanites, and they were essentially living in Israel.
Okay,
Okay.
so this is more the northern top of Africa lineage.
Yeah. Africa, Middle East, like that whole area. Japhet is European and Mediterraneans, is what it's saying here, and then
Okay.
Shem were Semitics. So like that was all the Hebrews.
Yep.
That's northwest Iran, Assyria, Syria, Mesopotamia, modern Iraq. That's Shem. All right, cool. Sounds good, man. I want to know who the brave soul is that ate first.
I will say that's a wild concept.
I just saw that comment, dude. That's hilarious, bro.
And did he survive after the first eating of it?
Yeah. What a ledge. All right. Abram in Egypt. So famine on the land, went down to Egypt, lived there for a while. He was about to enter. He told her when, yeah. Okay. He treated Abram well for her sake, and Abram acquired sheep and cattle, male and female donkeys, male and female servants, and camels. But the Lord inflicted serious diseases on Pharaoh and his households because of Abram's wife Sarai. So Pharaoh summoned Abram. "What have you done to me?" he said. "Why didn't you tell me she was your wife? Why did you say she is my sister so that I took her to be my wife? Now then, here is your wife. Take her and go." Then Pharaoh gave orders about Abram and his men, and they sent him on his way with his wife and everything he had. Wow. He got like a good side of that deal there, dude. That's crazy.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's probably the only way it would have worked out with him keeping somewhat of his life or freedom.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. But it is interesting how like they essentially like brought a curse onto him. He found out he lied. That's where the curse came from, and he goes, "Just go."
Yeah, just
it's
get out of here.
instead of like, no, you're done, buddy. You're not leaving here.
They don't want more.
Yeah.
They don't want more curses.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, it's just funny how that worked out. All right. So Abram went up from Egypt to the Negev with his wife and everything he had, and Lot went with him. Abram had become very wealthy in livestock and in silver and gold. From the Negev, he went from place to place until he came to Bethel, to the place between Bethel and Ai, where his tent had been earlier, and where he had first built an altar. There Abram called on the name of the Lord. Now Lot, who was moving about with Abram, also had flocks and herds and tents, but the land could not support them while they stayed together, for their possessions were so great that they were not able to stay together. And quarreling arose between Abram's herders and Lot's. The Canaanites and Perizzites were also living in the land at that time. So Abram said to Lot, "Let's not have any quarreling between you and me, or between your herders and mine, for we are close relatives. Is not the whole land before you? Let's part company. If you go to the left, I'll go to the right. If you go to the right, I'll go to the left." Lot looked around and saw the whole plain of Jordan towards Zoar as well watered, like the garden of the Lord and the land of Egypt. This was before the Lord destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah. So Lot chose for himself the whole plain of the Jordan and set out toward the east. The two men parted company. Abram lived in the land of Canaan, while Lot lived among the cities of the plain, and pitched his tents near Sodom. Now the people of Sodom were wicked and were sinning greatly against the Lord. The Lord said to Abram after Lot had parted from him, "Look around where you are, to the north, to the south, to the east, and the west. All the land that you will see I give you and your offspring forever. I will make your offspring like the dust of the earth, so that if anyone could count the dust, then your offspring could be counted. So walk through the length and breadth of the land, for I am giving it to you." So Abram went to live near the great trees of Mamre at Hebron, where he pitched his tents. There he built an altar to the Lord. At the time where Amraphel was king of Shinar, Arioch, king of Elasar, Kedorlaomer, is that how you pronounce that?
That sounds the closest.
Yeah, Kedorlaomer, king of Elam, and Tidal, king of Goyim. These kings went to war against Berah, king of Sodom, Bershah, king of Gomorrah, Shinab, king of Admah, Shemabir, king of Zeboim, and king of Bela, that is Zoar. All these later kings joined forces with the valley of Siddim, that is the Dead Sea Valley. For 12 years, they had been subject to Chedorlaomer, but in the 13th year, they rebelled. In the 14th year, Chedorlaomer and the kings allied with him went out to defeat the Raphites in Ashtaroth, Karnaim, and Zuzites in Ham, and the Emites in Shaveh Kiriatham, and the Horites in the hill country of Seir, as far as El Paran near the desert. Then they turned back and went to En Mishpat, that is Kadesh, and they conquered the whole territory of the Amalekites, as well as the Amorites who were living in Hazazon Tamar. Then the king of Sodom, the king of Gomorrah, the king of Admah, and the king of Zeboim, and the king of Bela marched out and drew up their battle lines in the valley of Siddim against Kedorlaomer, king of Elam, Tidal, king of Goyim, Amraphel, king of Shinar, and Arioch, king of Elasar, 4 kings against 5. Now the valley of Siddim was full of tar pits, and when the kings of Sodom and Gomorrah fled, some of the men fell into them, and the rest fled to the hills. The 4 kings seized all the goods of Sodom and Gomorrah and all their food. Then they went away. They also carried off Abram's nephew Lot and his possessions, since he was living in Sodom. A man who had escaped came and reported this to Abram the Hebrew. Now Abram was living near the great trees of Mamre the Amorite, brother of Eshcol and Aner, all of whom were allied against Abram. When Abram heard that his relative had been taken captive, he called out the 318 trained men born in his household and went in pursuit as far as Dan. During the night, Abram divided his men to attack them, and he routed them, pursuing them as far as Hobah, north of Damascus. He recovered all the goods and brought back his relative Lot and his possessions, together with the women and the other people. After Abram returned after defeating Chedorlaomer, and the kings allied with him, the king of Sodom came out to meet him in the valley of Shaveh. The Melchizedek, king of Salem, brought out bread and wine. He was priest of God Most High and blessed Abram, saying, "Blessed be Abram by God Most High, creator of heaven and earth, and praise be to God Most High, who delivered your enemies into your hand."
A lot
Then
of war.
Huh?
I said it. I said it. It's painting a very vivid picture of a lot of war going on.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah. That's what it's showing. Then Abram gave him 1/10 of everything. The king of Sodom said to Abram, "Give me the people and keep the goods for yourself." But Abram said to the king of Sodom, "With raised hand I have sworn an oath to the Lord God Most High, creator of heaven and earth, that I will accept nothing belonging to you, not even a thread of the strap of a sandal, so that you will never be able to say, 'I made Abram rich.' I will accept nothing but what my men have eaten, and the share that belongs to the men who went with me to Ener, Eshcol, and Mamre. Let them have their share." He said, "I don't want nothing from you, bro. I don't want nothing from you." Oh, wait, what's in private chat? Is someone here? Ashton, what's up, my brother?
Hey, what's up, Gooshies? How y'all doing?
Doing good, man. Sorry. I've been reading, so I didn't see that you were in backstage. My bad, homie.
No, brother, you're good. You're good. I was listening to you preach.
I'm just reading the word, man. I ain't preaching. No.
He's killing some pronunciation.
If you're reading the word, then you're preaching. It doesn't matter who you are, if you're a pastor or not. If you're reading the word to help others understand it, you are preaching the gospel and spreading the word of Christ.
Fair, man. Yeah, but I'm also reading this so I can understand it too. You know what I mean? I'm a newbie.
You might be a newbie, but you're still a goodie.
Hey, let's go. All right. The Lord's covenant with Abram. After this, the word of the Lord came to Abram in a vision. "Do not be afraid, Abram. I am your shield, your very great reward." But Abram said, "Sovereign Lord, what can you give me, since I remain childless, and the one who will inherit my estate is Eliezer of Damascus. And Abram said, "You have given me no children, so a servant in my household will be my heir." Then the word of the Lord came to him, "This man will not be your heir, but a son who is your own flesh and blood will be your heir." He took him outside and said, "Look up at the sky and count the stars, if indeed you can count them." Sorry about that, guys.
You're good.
Then he said to him, "So shall your offspring be." Abram believed the Lord, and he credited it to him as righteousness. He also said to him, "I am the Lord who brought you out of Ur and the Chaldeans to give you this land and take possession of it." But Abram said, "Sovereign Lord, how can I know that I will gain possession of it?" So the Lord said unto him, "Bring me a heifer, a goat, and a ram, each 3 years old, along with a dove and a young pigeon." Abram brought all these to him, cut them in two, and arranged the halves opposite each other. The birds, however, he did not cut in half. The birds of prey came down on the carcasses, but Abram drove them away. As the sun was setting, Abram fell into a deep sleep, and a thick and dreadful darkness came over him. Then the Lord said to him, "Know for certain that for 400 years your descendants will be strangers in a country not their own, and that they will be enslaved and mistreated there. But I will punish the nation as they serve I will punish the nation they serve as slaves, and afterward they will come out with great possessions. You, however, will go to your ancestors in peace and be buried at a good old age. In the 4th generation, your descendants will come back here, and the sin of the Amorites has not yet reached its full measure." So he's kind of just giving him a prophecy, right? Like he's saying, look, your kids are going to be treated really bad. Everyone in your family is going to be treated really bad for 400 years. But then I'm going to come back and punish this nation that treats them that way, and your family will come out enriched, right? That's what he's saying, yeah?
Can I just ask one question?
Yeah.
Corey, is your name really Big Rainbow?
Yeah. It is.
Okay. I'm sorry. I was listening to every word you said lower class, but then I looked over at Corey's fucking thing and it said Big Rainbow. I'm like, what the fuck? It's fucking.
He changed it right as we were reading, or like right after we finished reading through the story of Noah's Ark.
I accidentally refreshed the
Yeah.
page and it kicked me out. So I was like, well, dang, now I got to think of a useful nickname. And I was like, okay, there we go.
Rainbow. Oh fuck! No, I wanted to come on real quick, lower class. I can't stay too long because it's late and I'm fucking exhausted. I took the kids to an amusement park today and I'm fucking sunburnt like holy hell out here.
Oh yeah, I bet, dude.
I wanted to put a voice of reason into the commerce of the stream. You're doing a great job, sir. You are, and I'm telling you that you are doing an amazing job at helping understand this from somebody who does not know the Bible at all. You are literally helping me understand these stories a lot easier.
Hey, dude, that's great because I don't know the Bible almost at all either.
Yeah, I don't know lick of anything. I put it in chat. The only verse that I can remember ever is Psalms 2:12. And that's one of my favorite verses just because it was what my grandfather used to yell at me and my uncle when we were being bad and being angry with each other. So he would always say, go read your Psalms. And he would look right at me. Psalms 2:12, go. And we'd have to sit there and read it until we calmed down, until we wouldn't fight anymore.
Man, dude, you know what you just told me, Ashton?
What?
That my channel is a W, because that's what I
Your
want.
channel is a W. I've been telling you that for like the past 2 or 3 weeks that I've been on here with you.
I know, man, but that's like the goal. Like, dude, that's what I've been saying, bro. Is if one person is helped with this channel, it's a fat W. That's amazing, bro. Thank you for telling me that, dude.
Yeah, for sure, dude. You're doing the Lord's work. You don't have to be a priest, a pastor. You don't have to be a preacher. You have to help people come to God and see the Word. That is what a preacher's job is. That is what the job of every Christian is, whether it be Orthodox, whether it be Baptist, whether it be, whatever all the other denominations are. Getting people to God is your mission as a Christian.
Yeah, dude. I mean, that's that's the game, bro. That's the game. You know what I mean?
Well, Romans 8:28 says, "All things work together for good for those who love God and are called according to His purpose."
Man,
Amen.
run it, boys.
Do me a favor, if you can, there, Avery. Pull up Psalms 2:12 for me because I can't do multi-screen when I'm on my
Oh,
phone.
I have it up right here, actually. So it's kiss the Son, lest he be angry, and you perish in the way when his wrath is kindled out a little, is kindled but a little. Blessed are all those that put their trust in him.
I got a
Yep.
question.
Have an answer.
When you say your channel, are you referring to just this specific show you're doing, or just your channel in general?
Channel in general, bro.
Okay,
I'd
so
say, yeah.
I told you yesterday after the open panel and during the open panel that you genuinely gave me an opportunity and the belief that I could possibly do something that I've always wanted to do, specifically because of you. Specifically, I've already told you that.
Bro, this is
You said
fat
one
W's
person.
left and right. I didn't even think about that single day.
Like I told you, like from the very beginning, your channel gave me like I'm not someone who feels they belong. Again, I will say I'm autistic until anyone understands that when they talk to me, they're not talking to an average human being. It's very important distinction for me.
Awesome.
Yeah, I don't know. That's debatable, but which I'm very good at, ironically. Now,
I like it.
I have to say that like it's for me, it's more so of like I didn't want to come from a place of arrogance, especially knowing that my nerves were all there. So like having you just give me the stage, essentially, I didn't even really need anything but that. I mean, I didn't know that, but you kind of made it easy for me to do, you know, and so like already inherently of itself, I think that it's a W just off of the fact that you've already helped one person. And sitting here while I'm working, and obviously my phone's overheating, so I'm going to go back to the YouTube side instead of the Streamlabs side. But like, I've been listening to every bit of this, and I'm picking up stuff that I've missed. I've read the Bible 7 times, like that I
Yeah.
remember. And it's like you making the distinction and going back and trying to find the family lineage and actually explore that aspect of it. Like just on this side alone, I think is extremely pertinent to a lot of people, even people who think they understand the Bible. Not even just so much in what's his name's case where he says he doesn't know it at all.
Me. Action. Hi.
Bro, you guys seriously made me feel so good, bro. Praise God, man. God is so good.
Well, I think a lot of this community that we have here and around here that is kind of like going back and forth around certain. I think it's very important to foster that, not just in a sense that everybody wants their comeuppance. Like I think that the idea behind it is good because people are here to learn, people are here to talk and share ideas. They're not necessarily here to try to compete with each other.
Yeah.
And I think that fostering that ideology in this space is probably far more important than like, oh, we're going to blood sport this baby. Like that's something that's fun to do and explore that as well. But I think that the sharing and the culmination of all the ideas together, even if we're not converting each other to a specific ideology, is extremely valuable. And your channel is one that fosters that.
Absolutely, man. Like, dude, so for me, the whole debate thing, just personally, it's like there's a time and a place for it. Right.
Yeah.
But for me, you know, I don't know the Bible almost at all. I'm very in a very similar position as Ashton is. Right. So that's why I'm doing this. Like I'm doing this. Yeah, this helps me. But to me, that's not necessarily a W. Right. Like,
well, it is. No, but it is. See, and that's actually the important distinction that you should make for yourself. Is it doesn't matter if you help any more people. If me and him are the only people that have this conversation with you again in the future, you're helping yourself. So at the very core, it's not like you're doing it selfishly either. You're doing it in the name of something much larger than yourself. So it's important. Yeah, exactly. It's important for you.
I have a verse that goes right along with this. It's Matthew 6:33 in the King James Version. That's all I got memorized. It's only King James Version. But it says, "But seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you."
Yeah, and that's the only reason I'm here to begin with.
You know what's funny, single is you said Livercast was the reason why you get on and do these now. What's funny is about what you just said. I had this exact same conversation with Rob Noir on an open, like a call-in night. I was debating. I was talking about like doing YouTube and stuff like that. Now, granted, I still haven't yet made a YouTube channel, but I was talking to him about doing debates and doing stuff like this. He rated Lower Classes channel the one night, and the
Oh,
next day
dude,
was an open panel. And I've been on Lower Classes. I rather watch Lower Class at this point than Rob or like Andrew Wilson. Like I missed all of the debate last night because I was on Lower Classes channel watching it.
Yeah, me
Because
too. Like, and that's how I've been doing it too. Like, I mean, I have other things that I could do other than let my phone die to sit here and listen to him talk about the Bible, right? I could do other things. Like, very, very clearly, I have other things that I have interest in, and that I could be doing, and I'm choosing to do this. And in my mind, I would much rather be on and sitting here having discussions or debates on your channel than watching someone else's, because I not only do I think it benefits your platform here, but I think it also benefits me, and that's kind of I'm here to try to make myself a better person too, not just a smarter person.
Yeah.
Dude, that makes me feel really good, guys. Seriously.
And this is the reason why I like you so much, Lower Class. And I am sure everybody on this panel and everybody in the chat room will agree with this. It's not the factor that you're a YouTuber and you've allowed us onto your platform. It's the factor of how humble you are as a person.
That goes with his life experience, though. If you hear his backstory in his life, it's no wonder why he has that mentality.
Yeah, but
I'm just very grateful, man. Like,
yeah,
you know,
and that's what I think all of us misfits are. It's literally
To come back from the addiction that you had, like not many people can say that just by itself.
yeah, but that's God, bro.
No, I know, but not a lot of people. Again, that's still you.
And I followed it. Yeah, no, I get
That's
that.
still you. That he gave you the free will. You could have easily not found him. Like it's actually far easier for you to avoid God and His grace than it is for you to find it and accept it.
Based. That's
exactly.
And I would say that's a very general statement that applies to a lot of folks, man.
Yeah,
You know what I
exactly. No, I mean it is the most important statement, because again, he gave you free will, because I mean he could have made you. He could have made you love him. He could have forced you to believe in him. But what would be the benefit of that? He gave you the ability to reject him.
He just
What's that story? Is it Jonah? I think it's Jonah who God told him to do something and he was like, no. And then got on a boat and then got swallowed up by a whale.
Yep.
It's like, and then he's like, all right, fine. I'll do it God once.
Yeah. Yeah, no, like I agree 110% with single dads, man. You're doing the Lord's work without knowing it. And you have helped me, you have helped other people on your channel as well. And it's a pleasure to have somebody that I know, if I get on their stream or I get on and talk to them, they're not gonna be like, well, you're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong about that. You're wrong. You literally go, okay, well then let's research it. Let's look into it. And you are humble about everything you do. And that's why we respect you so much. I mean, that's why I respect you so much. I can't speak for everybody. There is no mouse in my pocket. But you're humble and you're kind. That's the biggest fucking thing. You are, man. You don't have to try. You are. Like, you're a genuine good fucking dude. And I'm proud to say that you're one of my favorite streamers of all time.
Oh, bro, that dude, you guys got me fired up right now, bro.
I'm
fired up, man. That's awesome,
yeah.
dude. That feels so good, man. Seriously, dude.
I mean, it's the truth.
Yeah.
And like, for me, just from my perspective, I'm just having fun hanging out with the boys and reading and learning shit. That's like, to me, that's what it really comes down to for me, right? Like, I have a great time having you guys on and talking with you guys and sharing ideas and doing all this. And it helps me learn. And the fact that like that very simple concept is helping other people, dude, I couldn't ask for anything more, honestly, bro. That's what I was saying. Like, like I genuinely believe like God put Rob in my life at a specific time to inspire me to do something like this. And not even that this has some like massively insane great purpose or anything, right? Or like that it's ever even going to be something that's like, a main form of income or anything. Like none of that matters. What matters is that like it's given me something that has proven to be very good in my life. And the fact that it's brought so many good people into my life, and the fact that it's helped some folks, dude, is so massive right now, dude. Like, you guys have no idea how good that makes me feel. Like, I genuinely believe like this stream is a gift to me. How it is right now, it could not grow an audience, and I'm going to continue to do this just because it's a gift to me. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. 110%, man.
This is
Well,
To be fair, that's how you grow an audience.
yeah.
It's keep doing what you originally do, and it'll attract, the type of people that want to listen to it.
yeah.
What is it? I forget that one movie with the baseball, where it says if you build it, nerds will come.
Oh, Field of Dreams, dude.
Oh,
Yep.
Field of Dreams and then Bench Warmers.
Yeah,
Bench
I,
Warmers.
was gonna say, I think this one.
Yeah. If you build it, they will come. Yeah, no doubt, dude. That's like the Noah's Ark story, right? If you
Yep.
build it, they will come. Yeah. That's
Yeah.
incredible. That's incredible.
That's why.
Hey, how
that
good
was
is
my-
God, guys? Right? God's great, isn't he? Holy, bro. God's fantastic, man.
Single dads, you are a really good debater. Now, I'm not saying that to like fucking blow you up or anything like that, man. I watched your fucking debate with fucking Radical Coder last night. You are legit. Like, you had him on his toes the entire debate and
Well,
the entire argument.
Same thing with Thomas.
Dude, Commerce was fucking legit, and
Yeah.
he was still crushing them, dude.
I was like, damn, I'm able to do this. It's reasonable. It's consistent. I could.
I wish I could be as fucking knowledgeable as that dude is. Like, I wish I could come up with shit on the fly like that dude does. Like, I honestly do. Like, I think he could go on Sarah or fucking Verbal Combat, and I think he would wreck fucking face.
I agree with that.
Yeah. So, praise be to God, because he's the one that brought us all together. He brought us misfits together, and he showed us, he's like, hey, Ashton, you need to go watch Rob Noir. Rob Noir, you need to go send him to lower class. Lower class, you need to watch Rob Noir. You're going to now have all these people from Rob, and they're going to fucking boost you, and they're going to fucking humble you. But you're already humble. So guess what? We're going to boost you even more, and you're going to fucking help me get the word out better. And you have been.
Oh, baby base, dude.
Like, and my wife even said it the other day. She's like, what are you doing now? I'm like, oh, hanging out lower class's channel. She goes, oh my God, you and lower class. She goes, you guys are like best friends already, and you don't even know each other.
Hell yeah, dude. Brother,
Like,
Dude,
guys,
that's
like-
how everybody used to meet and like be friends back in the day. You'd get on Xbox Live and like hang out with your boys.
yeah.
Dude, it was how we met friends when we were kids, man. You didn't
Yeah,
just fucking.
man, I miss those days.
So,
We went outside. We started playing outside in the parks and shit, and we'd see somebody we liked. We'd walk up to, hey man, I want to be your friend. Cool, I want to be your friend. All right, cool. Let's go play. Let's go do something. You know, and that's what it
man,
feels
that
like. It's a
childlike.
genuine interaction.
Yeah.
hey, Single Dads Club is saying you gave him a nice ego boost there.
Good, you deserve
how
it.
he can like because he is, bro. He's a fantastic debater. I
He
would really
is,
like
dude.
to see him go on one of the big like debate platforms and really fucking like have at it, dude. Because he's clutch, man.
I want to see him go on Rotten Tomato in an open panel with like me, Abe, and you against like Radical Coder. Well, I know Melanie can't go on there now, but like Radical Coder, Duck, and all those guys, dude, he would mop the floor with them.
I mean,
Yeah, I would like for him to meet Doug.
I've never seen a dude come onto a stream and be like, let's argue about vegetarianism and just start rattling off with point after point, and it's like consistent. Like, that dude is fucking legit. He's a force, and I guarantee you, dude, if he would start a channel and he would start a YouTube, he would be the next fucking Rob, or like the next fucking Jim.
Single Dads Club, you have a catchy name too, bro.
Oh yeah.
And plus, he's a dad. Like, he takes care of his kids. Like, come on. That's what we need in the world. We need more dads in the world. We need more people like lower class. Even though he's not a dad yet, he's still like the fun-loving uncle that everybody lets into the house because you know your kids are going to get in trouble with him. But you know damn well if anything happens to those kids, lower class is going to be the one in your corner going, I tried to stop them, but they didn't listen.
Yeah. See, they let me back in the house again because they know the silverware ain't going to go missing. You know what I'm saying?
Hey,
Dude,
lower
I would-
class, you can still, if you want to, you can still be a single dad.
Fair. I hope not though. You know what I mean? I like whatever woman I decide to spend the rest of my life with, that God brings her whenever He decides to bring her. I want to have like a true bond and raise raise children with that woman. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So
I know what we now need to do, Avery. Since you're in Alabama, and you know lower class on a personal level, we need to hook this man up with a lady.
Well, dude,
oh, dude,
honestly, I
no, no,
couldn't
no, no,
even
no, no, no,
find
no, no.
one
Hey,
for myself.
Ashton,
Oh, well,
I don't. I would be
sorry, I
happy
called.
to find someone through the church, right? Like that's
Yeah.
where I want to find a woman.
I couldn't even find one for myself. I work all the time. Ask lower class
Yeah.
how much I
You,
work.
you definitely need a woman with a foundation.
There's like
Yeah, you definitely. I remember you saying that about that. Are you like an over the road trucker, Avery?
Yeah, I work 70 hours a week all day.
Jeez.
What do you normally drive? Is it like what, I'm not trying to pry too much into your personal life, but like, are you in like hazmat? Or are you in?
Oh, you're good. I run a flatbed, and then I got a truck with a sleeper on it, and all the bells and whistles. I got microwave, mini fridge, TV, all that good stuff.
No, are you your own like subcontractor, or like you own the truck, or are you working for somebody?
I work for a company.
Oh, there you go. Fuck yeah, man.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
single dads, dude. Like all it takes now that you have the comfort to be able to get on and debate and hash out conversation with folks online. Now you just like need a direction to go, right? Like Verbal
I'll help
Combat
you.
VK on Fridays. If you went in that, dude, I mean, like I've only been over on Speakeasies like on one of his panels once, and it wasn't even VK. And like they're all a bunch of really cool dudes.
Yeah.
What it really comes down to is just they just want you to be yourself, right? Like you go on, be authentically yourself, and hang out. Like that's the only thing they really care about, dude. I had a really good time talking with them. I debated Bricky. I beat the bricks off of Bricky, in that debate.
Dude, I beat my first time ever on Speakeasy's panel. I beat Angry Beaver and got his soul taken on a Verbal Combat, and I didn't even know what the hell I was doing.
Fatality, yeah, man.
Dude, I'm telling you, I think single dads would be a force to be reckoned with. And I'm telling you, if he does do this, this is my solemn promise to you, my guy. If you need help with research, I've got you. No joke. I will gladly help you do any research that you would fucking need. And I would fucking get on Streamlabs with you. I'll get on fucking Discord with you. We will fucking grind and we will turn you into the next fucking better than Andrew Wilson.
I will say, Andrew's got a certain level of patience with him too. That's very underrated.
Yeah, dude.
Even Abe just said it. Even Abe just agreed with it. Haha, he could, yeah. And Abe's on fucking Speakeasy all the fucking time, dude.
Yeah. It's very true.
Like
Single
you need
dad,
a team.
Abe is real tied in with the debate community around here. He
Abe's
knows all these guys. He's a fantastic debater himself. Definitely recommend. I would, if I were you, single dads here. You know what? Hold on. Let me.
He did say he follows Speakeasy, but like even with a big team, you don't need a big team when you have that level already built into you. You already have the patience. You already have the fucking knowledge. You just need somebody to fucking help you fine tune that direction, like Lower Class said. Like, I think we could start a debate team, boys.
I'm totally down. So like what I've been wanting to do is to keep the town hall thing going. So on Saturdays, that'll be the
town hall.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm telling you, this Wednesday and Sunday stuff that you're doing, man, I love it. I can't stop watching it.
Yeah.
I'm loving it.
So just so you know, single dads, that's the link to Abe's channel. Dude, highly recommend his channel, bro. He's got some good panels going on over there. I think I've only been on one of them so far. It's probably just like a timing thing, but yeah, dude, it's always a good conversation, man. Highly recommend it, bro.
I'll have to go and follow that one. You said that's Abe's channel?
Oh, cool. Abe, yeah. Abe Dinkus, yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, definitely. I think I have Abe on there. If not, I'm definitely gonna have to add him.
Well,
yeah, that's dude. You're a force to be reckoned with, my guy. Like I I got shaky there whenever I was listening to the vegetarian argument. I was like, dude, I don't even think I can fucking stump this guy with an argument.
Yeah, because I was understanding it. I think was the key thing as well. It's like when I witnessed. I think you were on there, Alwine, but it was on the Raging Tomatoes and Bryce J and Schoolboy HQ versus those other two guys. It's like it got past the point I couldn't understand it no more. So I didn't know if they were sounded like they were debating good, but with that vegetarian argument, I got it. It made sense. I was able to follow it.
And I think that's another thing too, why I like Lower Class more than I like the other channels that I've been watching, is it's not so fucking intelligent to where you need to pull out another phone or a tablet just to understand what the fuck he's saying. Lower Class has that ability to like, okay, this is what this means. And he explains it and you can understand it at the lamest of terms. Not saying Lower Class is dumb. Don't think I'm saying that at all, Lower Class, because you're fucking.
No, but I am though.
You're not though. That's the fucking scary part. You say you are, but that fucking
I feel like
tism
I
is-
am sometimes, dude. Let me tell you.
Well, I will say it's better. It's better to know you're dumb and know you can get smarter than to think you're smart and never get smarter than that.
Yeah, and cap yourself. I mean, that's kind of how I look at it, right? Like, I feel like when I go into things in life, I really genuinely, if it's something that I don't know about, I try to go into it with the eyes of a child. You know what I mean? Just like I don't have experience here. I'm keeping my mind open. I'm willing to learn. Even stuff I have experience with, right? You know, like I have a pretty good bit of wine knowledge, and you know, I've served it. I've served for some pretty like prestigious restaurateurs, right? And oh, Avery, you had to jump out for a second? No sweat, dude. But even still, bro, like I keep my mind open, and when it comes to like restaurant service, I keep my mind open and I'm willing to hear out what other people have to say. You know what I mean? Because I'm like, regardless of what it is in life, no matter the level of expertise, if I can learn something, I'm going to walk away from every engagement with a W, you know?
Oh yeah.
There was a quote, I can't remember who said the quote, but perfection is the end all be all for science, or perfection is the end all be all for anything. I don't ever want to be perfect because then I have no room to fully achieve what I want to do.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's the kind of like feeling that I always get from you, Lower Class. Is like you don't ever want to be perfect and you admit when you're wrong, but you have a fucking knowledge behind you that is fucking impeccable, dude. You do the research, you do the grinding. So
I do my best, brother. You know what I'm saying?
you do a very good job, brother.
I appreciate that, cuz. For real.
But
my heart's all warm right now, bro. This has been fantastic, dude.
Well, isn't this what it's supposed to be about, though?
Yeah, I was just about to say.
Coming together, you know.
Yeah, man.
This is I guess this would technically be the definition of a congregate.
Yeah.
This is the definition of what a community should be.
Yeah. Now, I do want to say, like, I ideally, this would never be anything to replace like actual church and liturgy, right? Like, and I don't want that to ever come off as something like that, even though it's on Wednesdays and Sundays. Still, like, you know, I'm a big proponent of like going to church and doing the thing at your local, you know, at your local church, and then this is just something to do for fun and to learn and like really kind of, you know, vibe with it. I hope I haven't come off in a way that makes it seem like this is going to replace church for anybody, because I don't want that to even be the case.
Yeah.
This is, you know what I call this? And this is like the way I look at it. I still go to church on Sundays. Like I'm starting to go to church more now because of you doing these. Because I can now understand what the pastor is saying.
Yeah.
Because of you going through it and explaining it and talking about it and like everybody kind of helping talk about it. Now I don't feel like a moron sitting in the pews going, what the fuck does that mean? What is he talking about?
Yeah.
Now I can listen to it and be like, oh yeah, so that's what that means. Like that's what I call it. I think this is more of like a Bible study for us and for the audience. You still go to church, you still get your sermons, you still get your lessons. But when you come on here, it allows you to have an open format to talk about the things that you don't understand about the word. And that's what is powerful, man. That's what brings people to God. You don't preach it to them, you talk it to them. You help them understand where God is in their heart. And then they open that door, and then you have another follower. You have another brother in Christ or another sister in Christ. And that's what the name of the game is, boys. It's not fucking dollar bills. It's Christ.
Yeah,
Yep.
dude.
I
Exactly.
mean, any day spent in following God is a good day well spent.
Yeah, for
Exactly.
sure.
Fucking men, dude.
100%, dude. 100%. I completely agree.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna hop back. I'm gonna listen to it because my fucking back is killing me, dude. We went to an amusement park today with the kiddos.
Oh,
Dude, I am redder than a fucking lobster right now. My back is on fire.
Oh, dude. Hey, get some aloe, bro. That stuff works for real.
oh yeah.
My boss is actually my one sales lead. I call her tonight whenever I got home. I'm like, hey, Jen, I know you have like 3 big aloe vera plants in your house. Can I snag a piece of that?
Yeah, buddy. That's
Yeah.
the good stuff right there, man.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. I'm gonna lather that bitch up tomorrow morning as soon as I get into work.
Yeah, dude. That's like coming from Florida, dude, growing up on the beach, like aloe is huge.
Oh yes.
Aloe is your best friend whenever you're a white dude.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yep.
But all right, boys. I'm gonna head back to the chat and I'm gonna listen to the good word from Lower Class and Big Rainbow.
Yeah.
But
Let's
you
go,
guys be
brother.
blessed.
Let's go, dude. Dude, I'm fired up right now, man. This is
Bro,
awesome.
let's get it.
Yeah, man. Come on, dude. All right. Let's see. Okay, so we were reading about how he was letting Abram know that for 400 years his descendants will be treated as slaves and really bad. And then after they go through that 400 years, God was telling him that that he's going to punish the people that treated them that way, and then they're going to come out with great possessions. You, however, will go to your ancestors in peace and be buried at a good old age. In the 4th generation, your descendants will come back here, for the sin of the Amorites has not yet reached its full measure. When the sun had set and darkness had fallen, a smoking fire pot with a blazing torch appeared and passed between the pieces. On that day, the Lord made a covenant with Abram and said, to your descendants, I will give this land, from the Wadi of Egypt to the great river, the Euphrates, the land of the Kenites, Kezanites, and Cadmonites, Hittites, Perizzites, Raphalites, the Amorites, Canaanites, Girgashites, and the Jebusites. All right, Hagar and Ishmael. Now Sarai, Abram's wife, had bore him no children, but she had an Egyptian slave named Hagar. And she said to Abram, the Lord has kept me from having children. Go sleep with my slave. Perhaps I can build a family through her. Abram agreed with what Sarai said. So after Abram had been living in Canaan for 10 years, Sarai, his wife, took her Egyptian slave Hagar and gave her to her husband to be his wife. He slept with Hagar and she conceived. When she knew she was pregnant, she began to despise her mistress. Then Sarai said to Abram, you are responsible for the wrong I am suffering. I put my slave in your arms, and now that she knows she is pregnant, she despises me. May the Lord judge between you and me. Your slave is in your hands, Abram said. Do with her whatever you think is best. Then Sarai mistreated Hagar, and she fled from her. The angel of the Lord found Hagar near a spring in the desert. It was the spring that is beside the road to Shur. And he said, Hagar, slave of Sarai, where have you come from, and where are you going? I'm running away from my mistress Sarai, she answered. Then the angel of the Lord told her, go back to your mistress and submit to her. The angel added, I will increase your descendants so much that they will be too numerous to count. The angel of the Lord also said to her, you are now pregnant, and you will give birth to a son. You shall name him Ishmael, for the Lord has heard of your misery. He will be a wild donkey of a man. His hand will be against everyone, and everyone's hand against him, and he will live in hostility toward all his brothers. She gave this name to the Lord who spoke to her, you are the God who sees me. For she said, I have now seen the one who sees me. That is why the well was called Bir Lahai Roi. It is still there between Kadesh and Bered. So Hagar bore Abram a son, and Abram gave the name Ishmael to the son she had born. Abram was 86 years old when Hagar bore him Ishmael. The covenant of circumcision. Do you have anything to add there, Corey?
No, I was going to say that one was pretty straightforward.
Yeah, right on. All right. When Abram was 99 years old, the Lord appeared to him and said, I am God Almighty. Walk before me faithfully and be blameless. Then I will make my covenant between me and you and will greatly increase your numbers. Abram fell face down, and God said to him, As for me, this is my covenant with you. You will be the father of many nations. No longer will you be called Abram. Your name will be Abraham. For I have made you a father of many nations. What does Abraham mean? Oh, father of many. Okay. I will make you very fruitful. I will make nations of you, and kings will come from you. I will establish my covenant as an everlasting covenant between me and you and your descendants after you for the generations to come, to be your God and the God of your descendants after you. The whole land of Canaan, where you now reside as a foreigner, I will give as an everlasting possession to you and your descendants after you, and I will be their God. Then God said to Abraham, As for you, you must keep my covenant, you and your descendants after you for the generations to come. This is my covenant with you and your descendants after you, the covenant you are to keep. Every male among you shall be circumcised. You are to undergo circumcision, and it will be the sign of the covenant between me and you. For the generations to come, every male among you who is 8 days old must be circumcised, including those born in your household or bought with money from a foreigner, those who are not your offspring. Whether born in your household or bought with your money, they must be circumcised. My covenant in your flesh is to be an everlasting covenant. Any uncircumcised male who has not been circumcised in the flesh will be cut off from his people. He has broken my covenant. God also said to Abraham, As for Sarai, your wife, you are no longer to call her Sarai. Her name will be Sarah. I will bless her and will surely give you a son by her. I will bless her so that she will be the mother of nations. Kings of peoples will come from her. Abraham fell face down. He laughed, and he said to himself, Will a son be born to a man 100 years old? Will Sarah bear a child at the age of 90? And Abraham said to God, If only Ishmael might live under your blessing. Then God said, Yes, but your wife Sarah will bear you a son. You will call him Isaac. Isaac means he laughs. I will establish my covenant with him as an everlasting covenant for his descendants after him. And as for Ishmael, I have heard you. I will surely bless him. I will make him fruitful and will greatly increase his numbers. He will be the father of 12 rulers, and I will make him into a great nation. But my covenant will establish with Isaac, whom Sarah will bear to you by this time next year. When he had finished speaking with Abraham, God went up from him. On that very day, Abraham took his son Ishmael and all those born of his household or bought with his money, every male in his household, and circumcised them as God told him. Ooh! Ouch!
I was going to say, do you notice that it's no longer an outward sacrifice, but it's now being turned into an inward sacrifice?
Yes, yeah.
Like you're no longer sacrificing an animal, you're now sacrificing a part of yourself.
Yeah, that's an interesting observation there, brother. Yeah. Huh. See, this is the kind of stuff like, and this is why I'm glad I have like someone like you on here who can catch stuff that I don't catch. You know what I mean? Because like reading through this, like all I could think about is how terrible that must have felt, and you saw like an underlying message there that I missed. You know,
it's kind of one of those things to where a lot of people would miss it because like when you get caught up in the gruesome or the gory aspect of it, and you're like, oh, this sounds terrible. But it's like when you think of it as more of a sacrifice of self, it's like, okay, well now you're no longer needing animal sacrifice. You're now making an inward sacrifice, and then you see that into, I guess, the concept of the second covenant I guess Jesus fulfills, or Jesus fulfills the first covenant. You see kind of a different meaning of sacrifice.
Yeah.
And then it's like Jesus fulfills that sacrifice. You just have to accept that gift from him, meaning that it's no longer, I guess, an outward sacrifice or an inward sacrifice. It's just you accepting the blessing that Jesus performed or did the sacrifice.
Yeah.
The sacrifice done to him. So now we no longer have to do like sacrificial stuff and that type of behavior like you see in the Old Testament.
Dude, that's clutch. Because does this concept carry through? Does it like gradually like turn towards personal sacrifice until it gets to the point of talking about Jesus towards the end of the Old Testament? See, I don't know this stuff. That's why I'm asking.
No, I think that's a fair question. It's kind of like now I think there may still be, I guess, food sacrifices and stuff like that to God, but I think it starts to, I guess, tilt it more toward you're performing the sacrifice, like you're performing the sacrifice on yourself, but it's not really you performing it on yourself. It's you performing it on your offspring and stuff like that. And then so that line will be carried. And then when you get to Jesus, it's no longer, I guess, it's more just you with a sacrifice. It's like you know, you'll carry all your sacrifices and then you'll do it in the name of Jesus Christ who allowed you to no longer have to make sacrifices. You just have to accept his. And so it does seem like it kind of starts to paint it toward more of a self-sacrifice than an outward sacrifice.
Dude, that's deep, dude. I didn't like I wouldn't have picked up that. I'm very glad you brought that up, man.
Well, it's kind of, I forget where I got. I think I learned a little bit of it from Jordan Peterson, like early Jordan Peterson when he used to do his biblical series. Because
Yeah.
he was always fascinated with Christianity, even though I don't directly think he's Christian. I think he's kind of more of a I believe it because it doesn't make sense to believe anything else type of mindset. And I think that's fair. I think you still have to accept Jesus Christ, which I don't think he has, but I think he's able to, I guess, look through a lens of a more psychological understanding of it. And so the self-sacrifice is kind of an element that you see all throughout the biblical series.
Yeah.
And so it just kind of transforms the closer you get to more modern times.
Absolutely.
Because I want to say, like people used to sacrifice sons and stuff like that.
Right.
Like you sacrifice your firstborn son and stuff like that. And so there's a wild history of sacrifice to the Bible.
No, there 100%. I know that much. Not in the sense of where like I can call back and name exactly where they are.
Yeah,
that's like a running theme in the Old Testament.
I was going to say I feel like we'll probably run into some, you know, firstborns being sacrificed. I think that's still somewhat something we'll run into, but I do know there's a sacrifice element that just follows the Bible all the way through.
Yeah.
And then it kind of, I don't want to say it stops because you still make sacrifices for Jesus. But because I guess following his covenant, that would be your sacrifice to him, and accepting his gift would be, I guess, your way around having to sacrifice something in the name of God, because your sacrifice has already been fulfilled. It's like if Jesus never died for us, there would still have to be some type of sacrifice that we would have to make to God.
Yeah. Yeah. I sorry, my knee's starting to kind of.
Oh, you good? You good?
I apologize. All right, so let's. How about this? I'll read up to Genesis 20, and then I'm probably gonna lay down and elevate my leg for a little bit.
That's
and get some
perfect.
stuff out. Yeah, I think that's a good like kind of pin to put in this, and then we can hit back on it on Wednesday. Are you gonna be around on Wednesday, bro?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Nice. Let's do it, dude. All right, so Abraham was 99 years old when he was circumcised, and his son Ishmael was 13. Abraham and his son Ishmael were both circumcised on that day, and every male in Abraham's household, including both born in his household or bought from a foreigner, was circumcised with him.
I will also say it's kind of like you see how it heavy focuses on men.
Yeah.
I would think the aspect of the sacrifice for women would either be A, childbirth, or B, the consistency of a period.
Yes. Yeah. Because that was the curse that he put on Eve for eating the apple.
Yeah, and it's so like so now. I guess men have to honor the sacrifice, and I think with childbearing being so dangerous, or the fact that you can lose your child, that was kind of the sacrifice that women had to play. You're good.
Hold on, Charlie. Charlie hooked up my the cord to my headphones here. But yeah, no, that totally makes sense. This is the thing that we're giving up because, you know, and just to be like frank about it, like what they say, Charlie, you can't step on my knee, buddy. You can't step on my knee. Okay, there you go, good boy. To be frank about it, like, you know, they say circumcision kills a lot of the sensitivity in that area down there.
Yep.
And it lowers the intensity of
Yeah.
the thing, right? So that is the element of sacrifice, I suppose.
That you're committing to God.
Correct. Yes.
Yep. Yeah. And so it also paints as you're not necessarily having sex for pleasure. You're having sex for doing what God commands you to do, and that's to have children.
Right. Oh no, inward. You got a phone call and missed 14 chapters.
It'd be like that. And to be fair, you miss a lot because like in Genesis, it's kind of it's not hyper focusing on detail, so it's trying to paint you some type of image of, hey, a lot's happening. We're leading you up to certain characters like Noah, like Abraham, where it stops to focus on the details.
Yeah, absolutely. Inward though, thanks for sticking around, man. I'm glad you're still here, bro. All right. You know what's funny? So I look at Inward's name. I look at it in two different ways. Obviously, like funny meme, right?
Yeah.
But then also like inward, like looking inward. You know.
Oh, that's a good. Yeah.
I don't know if that's what he meant by that, but there's some. That's your tag name is an onion, dude. There's lots of layers to it.
It's the more you peel back, the more it makes you kind of question.
Right. Yeah, you know, it's pretty cool. All right. Genesis 18, the three visitors. The Lord appeared to Abraham near the great trees of Mamre when he was sitting at the entrance to his tent in the heat of the day. Abraham looked up and saw three men standing nearby. When he saw them, he hurried from the entrance of his tent to meet them and bowed low to the ground. He said, "If I have found favor in your eyes, my Lord, do not pass your servant by. Let a little water be brought, and then you may all wash your feet and rest under this tree. Let me get you something to eat so you can be refreshed and then go on your way. Now, now that you have come to your servant." "Very well," they answered. "Do as you say." So Abraham hurried into the tent to Sarah. "Quick," he said, "get 3 seahs." That's probably about 36 pounds or 16 kilos. Got it. "Of the finest flour, and knead it and bake some bread." Then he ran to the herd and selected a choice, tender calf and gave it to a servant who hurried to prepare it. He then brought some curds and milk and the calf that had been prepared and set all these before them. While they ate, he stood near them under a tree. "Where's your wife Sarah?" they asked him. "There in the tent." Then one of them said, "I will surely return to you about this time next year, and Sarah your wife will have a son." Now Sarah was listening at the entrance of the tent, which was behind him. Abraham and Sarah were already very old, and Sarah was past the age of childbearing. So Sarah laughed to herself as she thought, "After I am worn out and my Lord is old, will I now have this pleasure?" Then the Lord said to Abraham, "Why did Sarah laugh and say, 'Will I really have a child now that I am old?' Is anything too hard for the Lord? I will return to you at the appointed time next year, and Sarah will have a son. Sarah was afraid, so she lied and said, I did not laugh. But he said, yes, you did laugh.
And that's interesting. Sarah directly lying to God.
Yeah. Which is funny because the name Isaac, which is going to be the kid that they had, Isaac means he laughed.
Yeah, which is also wild because it's like Isaac's name is a representation of the story in which he kind of came from. Like,
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
they didn't think, oh, I'm too old to have children. And then in the same, and then they have a child named he laughed, which is what they did think when everyone told them that they would have a child. That's a funny play on word.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's pretty cool, man. I like it. It's interesting for sure. All right. Abraham pleads for Sodom. When the men got up to leave, they looked down towards Sodom, and Abraham walked along with them to see them on their way. Then the Lord said, shall I hide from Abraham what I am about to do? Abraham will surely become a great and powerful nation, and all nations on earth will be blessed through him. For I have chosen him so that he will direct his children and his household after him to keep the way of the Lord by doing what is right and just, so that the Lord will bring about for Abraham what he has promised him. Then the Lord said, the outcry against Sodom and Gomorrah is so great and their sin so grievous that I will go down and see if what they have done is as bad as the outcry that has reached me. If not, I will know. The men turned away and went towards Sodom. Oh, all right, Charlie, I got to let you down, buddy. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
But
He's
no.
Yeah, sorry, brother. But the men turned away and went towards Sodom, but Abraham remained standing before the Lord. Then Abraham approached him and said, will you sweep away the righteous with the wicked? What if there are 50 righteous people in the city?
Okay, hang on. So when I was talking, I think 2 days ago, I mentioned the Blackstone's formulation. This is kind of the pretext of what ultimately turns into our justice system.
Really?
Yep. So the way, I believe they're having the conversation of, well, how many righteous people is worth it or is one righteous person worth it to save if I could take out 50 wicked people? And
Yeah.
so they're weighing, or they're having, I guess, a dialogue between each other in which they're weighing, what is fair when it comes to the killing of innocents versus the killing of the wicked.
Yeah, yeah. How many good people will suffer to get rid of the bad?
Exactly. Even if
Yeah.
the bad is in great numbers, and so I think later on, someone with the last name Blackstone ends up writing a formulation that is based off this, I guess, this section of Bible verses,
Wow.
which ultimately then turns into our justice system.
That's insane. I
Yeah.
definitely want to deep dive on that a little bit at some point. Like maybe even sometime this week.
Well, I was going to say, depending on Wednesday, since we're wrapping up just 2 chapters ahead, maybe we can, before we read some more chapters of Genesis, we can maybe do a deep dive of like Blackstone formulation, and then stuff before that's biblically related to this kind of understanding of what's fair when it comes to innocent and wicked.
Yeah, so here, hold on. Let me get my notepad real quick. Where's come on, man. All right. 1 second. Bring up the notepad. All right. So we're talking Genesis 18:23. All right. Save that. Yeah, a little notepad. I'm gonna start like plugging in a bunch of these, plugging in verses that I want to.
Oh yeah, because
I think that'd be a good idea.
I was going to say, and then once we start reading similar but maybe a little bit different, as things change or we reach new, I guess, new covenants, we can then look back at the old covenant and be like, well, now this covenant's a little bit different, or now it's kind of went from one way to then being another way. because
Yeah.
this covenant comes from a lot harsher times than our covenant comes from.
Right. So it seems like the world is rife with sin at this point, and there's kind of an anarchy. Is
Yep.
what it seems like.
It's kind of everything's trying to take shape, and it's like God us be careful because it's quickly to go out of hand. And so that's
Yeah.
probably why you see more intervention, but it's kind of leading up until the resurrection, or the death and resurrection of Christ, which is a huge 8D chess by God.
Yeah. Absolutely. 8D chess, man.
I mean, it's yeah, 'cause it's like he's leading it up until this. So it's almost like if you picture a bonsai tree, it's like you kind of have to shape it and trim the edges because you're trying to lead it down a certain path, and you can't let it just be unruly because it may take a different shape. So he kind of has to trim the shape of it to make sure it goes the way he wants it to go.
Yeah. Sorry about that, single dads, dude.
So you're good. I have like 2%, 3% on my phone that I can utilize for chat for like 5 seconds. So I thought I'd come in and respond to 2 things that I thought were pertinent. Number one, who was it? Was it Ashton that offered to help me with debate prep?
Yes.
I think so.
Oh my God. I don't know if you guys know this, but in the debate community, that's the highest form of glazing in existence.
Nice.
No, like it really is. Like, I mean, that person's willing to devote their time, effort, and energy to try to help you succeed. Like,
Yeah.
there is no greater glaze.
Yeah.
It's the glaziest.
Yeah. But that being said, I like the idea of the team. You have people that have different skill sets. This is the best way that I see it, because I can't help but be blunt, and just the way that I see things are. I'm the person that they're going to want to debate, because I'm the one that's going to sound the most coherent and the most intelligent, even when I'm not. So immediately I'm going to give them a leg up because they want to beat me. Because if they beat me, even if I'm not known, I sound smart. So in front of an audience and in front of their audience, it's going to glaze them. It's going to make them look better. Like, there's a lot of reasons for them to want to debate me, right? Like, even if I don't have a name. So I like the concept of me debating, but I'm bad at the other stuff. I'm bad at setting up a panel or creating a channel or making a video, right? I can't do those types of things. Like, I'm not, that's not me. I would come on your panel and wreck anybody you ask me to come and wreck. Like, just for the sake of asking me to do it, I would do it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so I like the idea of having other people that I can ask for help in other ways. And you can build a team based on that pretty easily. Because I'm not someone that's really going to be able to build my channel by myself, just based on my debate skills. Because my other skills in the YouTube space are pretty, for lack of a better word, retarded.
Yeah.
So I would require help to do that kind of thing. But in the sense, I would offer me and my debate skills as the same thing. It's like, oh, well, I have a panel here. I need you to be on this panel. I need you to make this panel look good. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would rather be that guy.
Yeah, absolutely. 100%. Yeah. No, dude, I totally get it. I mean, you're a freaking, you're sharp as a knife, dude. Like, so that definitely, if you were, I promise you, bro, if you were to dedicate a little bit of time out of every day just to get on to some kind of panel and start debating, you would, I promise you, bro.
No, I want to, but I want to get comfortable first.
Yeah.
I want to make sure that I know what I'm doing. So the idea of doing panels with people that I already know aren't outside of my corner. So I know that going in there and Jess's thing, I've already had back and forth with her and Rob's channel, donating money to Rob and making jokes about the patriarchy and whatnot. I've already had that rapport with that person. So I know that when I go in there and I try to go at somebody that I really wanted to debate, going in there and debating Ryan, that was just a dream of mine. I wanted to make him look so bad ever since I first saw him live. It was one of those things that she gave me an opportunity to do something that I then immediately had the most respect for her.
Yeah.
I mean, I lost the point just a little bit, but like it just goes in line with like the whole team thing. Like Jess is gonna offer I mean, she obviously is already helping you. You see what I'm saying? Like, and I feel like if we help each other, then it immediately makes us all better in what we're trying to do here.
Yeah, dude, 100%.
Absolutely agree.
That was, that was a big thing. Like Abe was one of the first people to like start like tuning into my channel regularly, and that was what he said, man. Like, this community, we all have to help each other grow and move, and plug each other and do
Gabe's a
all
good
that.
character. Gabe's a good character. I like him. I wouldn't consider him a massive debater, though. I think that's like his main thing. Like he can debate, but I don't think he's one of these like Rob Noor guys. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean he's a great debater though, but he's a really good guy.
That's what I'm saying. I think that he offers more than just debate. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
me,
yeah.
I offer arguments and contention on points. That's kind of where that line is drawn. That's what I'm good at.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, I mean, my first time debating ever was trying to create drama where there wasn't drama. Like, I did such a good job at creating topics and arguments off of nothing.
Yeah, dude.
Listen, I'll glaze who I want to glaze. Thank you very much, there, Single Dad's Club. So, fuck you.
What?
I said, I will glaze who I want to glaze. Thank you.
No, I
very
just
much.
no. I was just mentioning it to them because I don't know if they understand the gravity of someone offering debate prep for somebody. That's like that's like the biggest form of flattery.
Dude, I'll gladly help you research. I have no problem whatsoever doing deep dives into shit. Like
Yeah, I just
have,
wanted to mention it because like my phone's about to die, so I'm gonna have to go back to the YouTube side and watch. But like, I wanted to mention it because I have a lot of things that I want to do in the space, but I've never had the confidence to do it.
dude,
Yeah,
I'm
hey,
telling
YBG.
you.
Hold on, real quick, guys. Sorry, YBG. So right now we're at the tail end of the Bible study. We had like kind of the open panel and the whole discussion earlier. We've been talking throughout like the Bible study and like going over things and all that. But right now we were just honestly, I was getting ready to wrap it up. We're on Genesis 19, I believe, right now. No, 18. And once I finish through Genesis 19, I'm gonna jump out. But bro, next time you see my stream up, dude, please jump on in. You're always more than welcome to jump in. I do debates on Saturday, the Bible study Wednesdays and Sundays, and then just some kind of like open discussion panels throughout the week. So by all means, bro, you're always welcome to come in and talk, dude.
Single
Thanks for
Dad's
stopping
talking
in, by the way,
about
my man.
I had to come in and tell him that he was a good dude.
Yeah.
he
100%.
name dropped me. He name dropped me. He shouldn't have done that.
He stumbled me.
I'm
Yeah.
very grateful for a lot of the people that have showed up in this channel, man. Like you guys are awesome, bro.
Nah, we grateful for you.
Well, I was
man.
gonna say, dude, it's the other way around, brother. We're grateful that you have us. That you have a channel because you're
Let's
giving the
go.
voice to little people, and we're gonna become bigger, and you're gonna become bigger, and then we're gonna show the Crucible what is what.
No, bro. I'm not even trying to come across like that, but I appreciate that, bro. Big time.
No, it's the humble factor, brother. It's the humble factor. We gotta get you a
Yeah.
little less humble.
Yeah, you just gotta say that for the record.
Hey, let's just see what God can do through this thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that's
Give-
there's a really good. I might do a video on this later this week. There's a really good 12-step speaker. His name was Mark Houston, and
I listen to him.
yeah, dude, Mark Houston's awesome, bro. So he does this. He has a speaker tape called Hollow Bone, and it's essentially just like 10, 11, and 12, which is like the maintenance kind of aspect, but it's about being able to wrench yourself into the present and work on staying present as much as possible, so you can just let God work through you, right? Like, and not going at it from the perspective of what I do, God is doing, but more or less just staying present, being open and available to help other people, and then trying to maintain that kind of flow state, right? If that makes sense.
I mean, a big thing is being available.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a huge part of it. That's probably overlooked. But you just talking about it is creating so many opportunities just to go deeper into it.
All I know is if you help me debate and be better at debating, I'll help you in any way I possibly can. Oh, dude, that's cool, man. I'm guessing that was yeah, the TikTok invasions. That's what he's talking about, single dads. I guess that was directed over at Ashton. Yeah, dude. Yeah. This is
Yeah.
this community we got right now is so cool, man. I'm so happy with this, dude. This is awesome, bro. I'm so happy, man. God is so good, dude. That's awesome, man. Wow, bro. Oh man. All right. Let's keep reading into it, man. The men turned away and went towards Sodom, but Abraham remained standing before the Lord. Then Abraham approached him and said, "Will you sweep away the righteous with the wicked? What if there are 50 righteous people in the city? Will you really sweep it away and not spare the place for the sake of the 50 righteous people in it? Far be it from you to do such a thing, to kill the righteous with the wicked, treating the righteous and the wicked alike. Far be it from you. Will not the judge of all the earth do right?" And the Lord said, "If I find 50 righteous people in the city of Sodom, I will spare the whole place for their sake." Then Abraham spoke up again. "Now that I have been so bold as to speak to the Lord, though I am nothing but dust and ashes, what if the number of the righteous is 5 less than 50? Will you destroy the whole city for lack of 5 people? If I find 45 there, I will not destroy it. What if there are only 40? He said, "For the sake of 40, I will not do it." Then he said, "May the Lord not be angry, but let me speak. What if only 30 can be found there? I will not do it if I find 30 there. Now that I have been so bold as to speak to the Lord, what if only 20 can be found there? For the sake of 20, I will not destroy it." Then he said, "May the Lord not be angry, but let me speak just once more. What if only 10 can be found there?" He answered, "For the sake of 10, I will not destroy it." When the Lord had finished speaking with Abraham, he left, and Abraham returned home. All right. Genesis 19, Sodom and Gomorrah destroyed. This is really interesting because me and single dads earlier were having like, it was before really anybody jumped into the stream. Me and him were having a whole conversation about, like, how my drinking leads me to degenerate things, like bringing chicks home like from the bar, and I'm not proud of any of that shit. Like, it's not cool to me, right? And I don't even go to the bar for that. I just get drunk, and then I get disconnected, and my inhibitions are lowered, and then I start thinking, in ways that I have before. And it's funny that we're ending this on the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. I just think that's ironic.
Oh yeah.
I don't know, single dads, if you're still there, isn't that interesting how, like, the end of, like, because we decided Genesis 19 was going to be the last one we read, and now it's like it's just Sodom and Gomorrah from the conversation we had earlier. It's funny to me. Anyway, sorry. All right, Sodom and Gomorrah destroyed. The 2 angels arrived at Sodom in the evening, and Lot was sitting in the gateway of the city. When he saw them, he got up to meet them and bowed down with his face to the ground. "My lords," he said, "please turn aside to your servant's house. You can wash your feet and spend the night and go on your way early in the morning." "No," they answered, "we will spend the night in the square." But he insisted so strongly that they did go with him and entered his house. He prepared a meal for them, baking bread without yeast, and they ate. Before they had gone to bed, all the men from every part of the city of Sodom, both young and old, surrounded the house. They called to Lot, "Where are the men who came to you tonight? Bring them out to us so that we can have sex with them." Lot went outside to meet them and shut the door behind him and said, "No, my friends, don't do this wicked thing. Look, I have 2 daughters who have never slept with a man. Let me bring them out to you, and you can do what you like with them, but don't do anything to these men, for they have come under the protection of my roof." "Get out of our way," they replied. "This fellow came here as a foreigner, and now he wants to play the judge. We'll treat you worse than them." They kept bringing pressure on Lot and moved forward to break down the door. But the men inside reached out and pulled Lot back into the house and shut the door. Then they struck the men who were at the door of the house, young and old, with blindness, so they could not find the door. These 2 men said to Lot, "Do you have anything else here, son-in-laws, sons or daughters, or anything else in the city who belongs to you? Get them out of here, because we are going to destroy this place. The outcry to the Lord against its people is so great that he has sent us to destroy it." So Lot went out and spoke to his sons-in-law, who were pledged to marry his daughters. He said, "Hurry and get out of this place because the Lord is about to destroy the city." But his sons-in-law thought he was joking. With the coming of dawn, the angels urged Lot, saying, "Hurry, take your wife and your 2 daughters who are here, or you will be swept away when the city is punished." When he hesitated, the men grasped his hand and the hands of his wife and his 2 daughters and led them safely out of the city, for the Lord was merciful to them. As soon as they had brought them out, one of them said, "Flee for your lives. Don't look back and don't stop anywhere in the plain. Flee to the mountains or you will be swept away." But Lot said to them, "No, my lords, please. Your servant has found favor in your eyes, and you have shown great kindness to me in sparing my life. But I can't flee to the mountains. This disaster will overtake me, and I'll die. Look, here is a town near enough to run to, and it is small. Let me flee to it. It is very small, isn't it? Then my life will be spared." He said to him, "Very well, I will grant this request too. I will not overthrow the town you speak of, but flee there quickly, because I cannot do anything until you reach it." So that's Zoar. Okay.
Hmm. And I think Sodom and Gomorrah are both come from the Canaan side of the family. Like,
Yeah.
are I guess places that originated from the Canaan.
The bloodline of Canaan, the cursed son,
Yep.
Ham's son.
Which
Yeah.
shows you it just spiraled out of control.
Right. Right. So by the time Lot reached Zoar, the sun had risen over the land. And then the Lord rained down burning sulfur on Sodom and Gomorrah from the Lord out of the heavens. Thus he overthrew those cities and the entire plain, destroying all those living in the cities, and also the vegetation on the land. But Lot's wife looked back, and she became a pillar of salt. That's right. He said, "Don't look back.
Mm-hmm.
Flee for your lives. Don't look back. Don't stop anywhere in the plain. Flee to the mountains, or you will be swept away." And so Lot's wife looked back, and she became a pillar of salt. Early the next morning, Abraham got up and returned to the place where he had stood before the Lord. He looked down toward Sodom and Gomorrah, toward all the land of the plain, and he saw dense smoke rising from the land, the smoke from a furnace. So when God destroyed the cities of the plain, he remembered Abraham, and he brought Lot out of the catastrophe that overthrew the cities where Lot had lived. Lot and his daughters. Lot and his 2 daughters left Zoar and settled in the mountains, for he was afraid to stay in Zoar. He and his 2 daughters lived in a cave. One day the older daughter said to the younger, "Our father is old, and there is no man around here to give us children, as is the custom all over earth. Let's get our father to drink wine and then sleep with him and preserve our family line through our father." What?
Yep.
That night they got their father to drink wine, and the older daughter went in and slept with him. He was not aware of it when she lay down or when she got up. The next day, the older daughter said to the younger, "Last night I slept with father. Let's get him to drink wine again tonight. You go in and sleep with him so we can preserve our family line through our father." So they got their father to drink wine that night also, and the younger daughter went in and slept with him. Again, he was not aware of it when she lay down or when she got up. So both of Lot's daughters became pregnant by their father. The older daughter had a son, and she named him Moab, which is from father. He is the father of the Moabites of today. The younger daughter also had a son, and she named him Ben-Ami, son of my father's people. He is the father of the Ammonites of today. Wow.
Yep.
That is a pretty intense story, my friend.
And I mean, I take it they were around no other people. Like the way they described it is like they didn't have the chance
Yeah.
to mate with someone else.
Oh man, that was pretty wild.
Yeah.
That's a pretty wild story right there. But I'm aware that there are a lot of stories like that all throughout the Bible.
Well, this is what happens when you have man. It's like a lot of people attribute this to God, but no, this is a flaw of man.
Yeah. These are the kinds of things that Jesus died for.
Yeah, it's kind of like if men are left to their own devices, they can get it will always go bad,
Yeah.
and it can get bad in some terrible ways, as seen through here.
Yeah. Dude, that was Oof. Oh man. Oh, sorry.
No, you good. Now, do you want to save Genesis for another time? Because it does look like it delves into another story.
Yeah.
Okay,
Genesis
perfect,
20. I'm gonna go ahead and cut the Bible study here.
Yeah.
It's 9:30 where I'm at. I'm a little exhausted right now.
No, you're
But
good, man.
dude, Corey, thank you so much for
Of
coming in
course.
every single time, dude. It's always a pleasure having you on, bro. Seriously. I'm really grateful that you came onto the channel. Like, you're a very good dude. I'm glad that we're doing these things together. And then tomorrow, we're gonna get back into the God and society thing.
Mhm.
So we can go into that. I have a couple more. I have a couple more. Uh, like studies and articles and stuff that we can go through. So we can. Do you want to pick back up on that tomorrow? Does that
I'm
sound
perfectly fine with that,
cool,
especially
man?
like so this one will be more of a research side of it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly,
Okay.
exactly.
Perfect.
You
Yeah.
know,
Yeah. I'm down with that.
hey, just want to let y'all know, man. Y'all coming in and saying your piece and just coming in and watching and listening, dude. Um, it really gives me like a purpose on a day by day basis. I'll be straight up, man. Like things in my life have been really tough, and this stream and like everyone that is part of it and interacts, even just like in chat or just watching, like you guys seriously have helped me get through something that is a really tough time in my life right now. So I just want to say, like a heartfelt, wholehearted thank you to everybody, man.
Oh, we appreciate you for having us.
Man, it's like this thing really means a lot to me, bro. You know, just the fact that like this thing that I just wanted to start and hang out and like talk with some folks is like to know that it's already helped people is fucking crazy to me, dude. Like that really it genuinely means the absolute world to me that just getting on here and chatting with the boys, dude, is like doing something for someone. You know what I'm saying? Like that's so big because I didn't even, like the way I try to look at everything is like I'm insignificant and I'm just doing the next thing that I think God wants me to do. Cause like, I don't know God's will and I can't ever claim to do that. But like if there's an opportunity or something put in my way, like I want to take steps towards that if it feels right. And just to know that this has helped more than one person now, but to know that this has helped somebody is I'm gonna keep doing this, man. Like that's so huge to
Oh
me,
yeah.
dude. There's like a purpose involved in that, bro. It's fulfilling.
You want me to end it with a prayer?
Yeah, let's go, bro. Let's go.
Okay. Dear Heavenly Father, I would like to thank you foremost. I would like to thank Lower Class for providing us the opportunity all to come together and speak on your word. I would like to thank all members of the chat for being involved and doing everything that it may seem small, in person, but when we get together and we're able to have conversations and fellowship with you, God, we praise every opportunity that we can get. We hope that you keep our minds open and lead us in areas that we may not know our struggle yet to come, but I I I'm beyond ecstatic to have the opportunity to have this fellowship and anything else that I may be forgetting, it's due to my ignorance. And as long as you can keep me going in your name, I thank you. In our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, I humbly accept any offerings that you may bring my way. Amen.
Amen, bro. Thank you guys so much,
Wonderful.
Corey. God bless you, bro.
Hey, God bless you, man.
Yeah,
God
yeah.
bless you all. God is
Ashton,
good. Good is God.
absolutely, bro. God's great all the time, man. Ashton, single dads, inward, Abe, Anybody else that's in chat right now, God bless you guys. I cannot wait to see y'all again tomorrow. You guys have a great night, and I might see you in another chat in a different stream. Who knows?
Who knows?
Peace, guys. Love
Bye,
y'all.
brother.